Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku survived Dark Souls and returned? Part 2. This story is Souls Hero Academia, rewrite by IAmGuavaFruit. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Spacey Room. Izuku observed while he hummed a tune, to which Ojiro winced and took a step away from the humming armored teen, as did the rest of the students following All Might. The room was dark, save for the only source of light being the various screens adorned on the walls showcasing the areas where the two teams were going to do battle. One of the screens showed Ochako and Denki conversing with each other with slight frowns on their faces. As for what they were talking about, Izuku didn't hear. It seemed the TVs didn't come with audio. Another one of the screens saw Tenya blabbering something to Mina, who had a grimace on her face as the tirade continued. There was no audio, something that All Might probably had a hand in to make sure their conversations are kept silent. A stupid idea, if you asked Izuku. How were the others supposed to learn from their mistakes when they can't even hear what their tactics are? But hey, he was just a student here, and no matter what Nezu says about him being his favorite, he doubted he could just take control of the class and have them go battle royal in one of the buildings. Chaotic fights were more fun, plus, the more you participate in one, the more your awareness and skills grow. Can't survive for more than a few seconds if all you did was focus on the enemy in front of you while ignoring one from the back. That's how Izuku learned in Lordran. Always be aware of your surroundings. He still hadn't forgotten how many times he rolled off a cliff or ledge while dodging an attack from a measly hollow, resulting in his demise via gravity, the strongest boss in Lordran. Now there's a thought. Izuku would have to run it by Nezu, but knowing the rat's tendencies, it was a guarantee. He couldn't wait for their next practical exercise. With a grin forming underneath his helmet, hiding the sight from the rest of the class, Izuku's eyes widened when he realized that the fight was already ongoing. Shaking his head from the stupor, he analyzed the heart-pounding action being shown on screen. Mina was skating around both Denki and Ochako, the former of which was trying, and failing, to shock the grinning pink girl, due to the fact that Denki was too scared to even touch the acid-themed girl. Also, friendly fire. Ochako, meanwhile, was the same as Denki, too scared to approach due to the sizzling liquid that was melting through the floor, but she had a look of determination writing on her face. Looking to another screen, Tenya was standing still, alone inside the room where they placed the bomb prop. Izuku was a bit confused, but hey, if they had a plan, then they had a plan. At least it seems to be working. Glancing back at the other monitor, Izuku's eyes widened once more because of what was on screen. Ochako was straddling Mina and trying to get a grip on her wrists. Behind her, Denki was rushing forward with the capture tape in his hand. What just happened? Izuku asked the one right next to him, who happened to be Tsuyu. Uraraka tackled Ashido to the ground. Hero. Tsuyu put a finger under her chin and hummed. I don't know why it worked, but it did, hero. Izuku was now confused. Wasn't the pink-themed girl skating circles around the two? Ashido Mina is captured. All Might's voice boomed across the room, his finger tapping on the transceiver fit snugly in his ear. On the screen, Mina pouted while Denki and Ochako shared a high five. On the other screen showing Tenya, he was making some very weird gestures which involves making hand signs and curving his back. It was silly, which caused Izuku to snort, along with the other students. The room was lit abuzz by chatter going on between students, with the action seemingly done for now. Ochako and Denki were making their rounds through the floors and rooms while those watching were busy discussing things about what the two did. How awesome Ochako was for tackling Mina to the ground, the purple pervert saying something about Yuri hentai causing Tsuyu to slap him with her tongue, how dangerous it was for Ochako for performing the tackle in the first place, or even just saying that Denki was near useless in that scenario. Harsh words, but true, nonetheless. It was after a few minutes that the two finally happened upon the room where Tenya was guarding the bomb prop, and the first thing he did was monologue. At least, that's what Izuku thought when he saw Ochako bursting into laughter at the act. Denki was also nearly chuckling, but Izuku raised a brow when he saw the teen step forward, a face full of determination on his face. Judging by Ochako's action by hiding behind the door, he probably said something to the brunette. Tenya, wasting no time, quickly rushed towards the seemingly unprotected teen. Denki then smirked, before throwing a finger gun at Tenya. And then the robot-themed hero in training got the shock of a lifetime, causing near everybody to wince at the sight. That also included Izuku. Getting shocked like that wasn't a pretty feeling. Those stupid Titanite demons made sure of that. Now that Tenya was down for the count, it was time for Denki to wrap the capture tape around Tenya's arms and be done with the exercise, only for him to go all idiot mode and denk it around the room. Which also brought the students watching reeling with laughter at the funny sight. One of the screens also showed Ochako busting a gut as she watched Denki throwing thumbs up at everybody and everything. He also approached the bomb and booped the thing with his nose, causing a buzzer to sound. Hero team wins. Even All Might wasn't immune to the frankly ridiculous sight, the man himself throwing a snort in or two. All in all, not that bad of a first fight. Very sloppy, though. Alright, before we send in the next team, any inputs you can give to the four? All Might asked the class directly while the four students who were in combat not a few minutes ago lay slumped against the wall, two of which looked a bit depressed while the other two were trying to get said two to cheer up. Sir, if I may. Momo raised her hand, and All Might gave her a nod. The villain team made a huge mistake. Ashido was doing all the work while Iida stood back and defended the bomb. Not a bad idea in hindsight, but taking into account that the hero team went in together and didn't split up, you can see why it was such a bad plan. And I fully take responsibility for it. Tenya raised his hand, his face revealed as his helmet was laid neatly right next to him. As for the hero team, they were lucky. Momo didn't shy away from hammering the four with her brutal remarks. What Uraraka did was dangerous. If Ashido was a villain, Uraraka would have been out of commission that very moment. You can tell why, because Ashido panicked at the last second and didn't fling acid Uraraka's way. Ochako winced and Mina sheepishly grinned while she patted the brunette's back. See, correct. A fine analysis, young Yaoyorozu. Although might insert a bit of wisdom or2. All Might glanced towards the four students waiting for his answer. The four of you fought well, however, please keep in mind this very quote. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. The hero team wanted to scout the building together, wanting to be sure that an ambush from the villain team didn't pick them off one by one. But what if young Ashido here did something most villains would do in a position such as theirs? Does the term guerrilla warfare sound familiar to all of you? The class nodded and All Might's grin intensified. Good, because if Ashido did just that and not hold the two heroes at bay by her lonesome in open combat, the villain team would have won by timeout, seeing that they had about 2 minutes left on the clock. At his words, the hero team winced while the villain team made face that looked like they had an epiphany. There's also the fact that the villain team had a subpar performance. Young Iida, points for the dedication, but the kind of villain you were emulating are only found in cartoons and TV shows. And then Tenya had a nuclear blush creep into his face while the class snickered at his villain mode toggle. And with their feats laid out, I can proudly award the MVP title to young Ashido. Mina clearly didn't expect this when the class cheered her name, her pink cheeks going a few shades darker while she giggled lightly. Now then, WHO are the next to fight. Fumikage raised his hand holding a red slip of paper with the number 2 on it, followed by a shaky arm from Koji with an identical paper. Tsuyu and Kyoka were the next to raise their hands, showing a blue slip of paper. All right, head on to building 27A, just a few blocks down. I'll start the 5-minute prep timer once your two teams are in position. The two teams nodded wordlessly and exited the room with quick steps. Izuku, meanwhile, was just taking everything in with nary a sound. It was quite refreshing, seeing this larger-than-life man take on a teaching role. He always knew All Might would be a good teacher, what with the amount of experience he had under his belt, but that didn't prepare him for his sometimes laughable actions. Such as the cheat sheet from earlier. Also him not expecting the analysis from Momo. What the teen said had some merit, but there was something she missed, and All Might probably didn't mention to save their ego, no matter how stupid it was. They just didn't know how to fight properly. Ochako had no combat training, much less experience. Denki was the same. Ashido was somewhat flexible, but all she did was run around them and fling acid or sticky liquid. Tenya had some form of training, judging by his posture, but he didn't know how to apply it properly in combat scenarios. Just look at what he did when he saw Denki. Instead of gauging the capabilities of his enemy, he rushed forward, and was rewarded by a nasty shock for it. It was stupid. Something the old Izuku would have done and died for it. Something the current Izuku would never do, having learned over countless agonizing deaths in the process. Izuku knew the 4 students he saw had potential, but they couldn't be babied. Not in this profession where death was a likely guarantee with just one bad day. And unlike him, they had nothing to fall back to in case their head goes boom. Still need to check whether I can die or not, but with the first flame in me. I doubt it, Izuku hummed while he waited for the 2 teams to get into position. Maybe he could ask Nezu to hold some combat classes of his own. Teach the rest of his fellow students the ropes in the mental book Izuku made while in Lordran he aptly named, 101 Ways to Not Die a Stupid Death. He had enough of dying to gravity, okay. Stupid well-placed ledges and cliffs. Whoever thought building a kingdom like that clearly didn't hear of public safety. Then again, most of the people there in its heyday were fucking monsters. So, to summarize, his classmates were weak and in need of guidance, which Izuku wants to rectify and talk to Nezu about it. Who knows, maybe the rat god would make quite a show for it. Fun times ahead. The next fight wasn't any more interesting than the last one. Kota was useless, not knowing how to fight and being too timid while his quirk was also doing jack shit in a place without animals. Fumikage was without a doubt, carrying their team to victory. Being able to 2v1 the hero team by his lonesome thanks to his very interesting quirk. Izuku had to ask if the quirk was really sentient and not just something that was mimicking a base part of the avian teen's baser personality. The hero team, meanwhile, was doing okay. Not too good, but not too bad either. Their teamwork isn't gonna win any awards, but hey, it's still their first combat drill since enrolling in the school. That, plus, they're teens with little to no experience in real-life combat. The flame knew Izuku had years to learn through trial by fire back in Lordran. Who's to say his classmates didn't have that potential trapped within themselves, just waiting to be brought out by rigorous training and near-death experiences? Izuku hummed as he watched Fumikage, a rather dark shadow, toss Kyoka away from the bomb and directly into the leaping Tsuyu, smashing into the frog teen and causing them to tumble for a good few seconds before smashing into a wall. Kyoka was out of the fight at that point, her teeth gritted as she tried to get up, but failed. Tsuyu, however, was still in the fight as she quickly got up to her feet and outmaneuvered Dark Shadow, her arms outstretched to reach the bomb. Which was promptly interrupted by Dark Shadow grabbing her by the ankle, making gravity take hold of the frog girl and slamming her nose into the solid ground. That got a wince from the students watching the fight and a nostalgic sigh from Izuku. The frog girl looked like she was about to conk out, but in a last-ditch effort to win, she opened her mouth and out came her tongue, rushing for the bomb. Fumikage panicked and tried to intervene but was too slow to reach it and the pink muscle touched, if barely, the bomb prop. Hero team wins. All Might yelled through the intercom and the fighting in the screen stopped, followed by sighs of relief and frustration from the participants. Well, that was anticlimactic. Denki quipped and the class burst into light chuckles. Agreed, but isn't this a little unrealistic? Ojiro frowned and got a wave from Momo. To be fair, we are still students, so it can't be helped that some wins will be based on technicalities since we're still new to all of this. Ojiro's frown vanished as he pondered the Ravenette's words. I don't know, man. Feels cheap. Eijiro sighed as he scratched the back of his head. So unmanly. Students, please. This is just your first combat simulation. There will be more to come in the near future. All Might chuckled as both Izuku and he spotted silhouettes coming from one of the tunnels. WHO knows, you might be able to redeem yourself for such a failure in the first place. As the 4 students came into view, the students got a closer look at the battered forms of the hero team and the near-spotless figures of the villain team. That didn't hide their shame though at the fact that they lost the fight. So, care to tell me what went wrong for the villain team? All Might noticed Momo raise her hand and motion for her to lower it. Anyone else, sir? Izuku raised his hand, and All Might nodded to the white-haired teen. To be perfectly blunt and honest, and trust me, this will hurt you a lot more than it will hurt me, Kota, you're a pussy. Fumikage, you're useless without your quirk. Kyoka, you have shit fighting skills. Tsuyu, you did good. Just need to polish your skills and heighten your spatial awareness. Silence overtook the air as the entire class plus teacher stared at Izuku with wide eyes. The frog teen preened at his praise, a small smile gracing her lips, while the other three looked a bit ashamed. Well, a bit harsh there, young Midoriya, but nonetheless correct, which is why I award the MVP to young Asui. All Might clapped for the young frog girl, followed by the rest of the class clapping as well after they got over Izuku's blunt observation. What young Midoriya said here was entirely correct. Young Koji, a hero mustn't only rely on his quirk to win his battles, and he must also be dependable when on duty. The same could be applied to you, young Tokiyami. Over-reliance on one's quirk tends to be the downfall of many heroes out in the field. I suggest you work on that. Young Jiro, you as well tend to rely on your quirk while ignoring your body. Young Tsuyu, as young Midoriya have said, continue honing your skills. You'll reach the top in no time if you persevere. The four students in question nodded as they heard the wise words of All Might, even if Izuku had said it first but without too many words. Most of the time, a single sentence is enough to get it through a man's thick skull that what they're doing is shit, but then again, the man wasn't being threatened by Izuku at blade point, so maybe All Might's way of encouraging them was the right way. Anyway, no more sidetracking. Next, Group 3. Izuku saw Iroh and Shiro raise their blue-colored slip, and Toru and Minoru raise their own red. Izuku had to do a double take at the duo of heroes. Well, this is going to be interesting. Maybe, if Mineta didn't decide to be a menace to society and sexually harass his obviously naked partner. Now that he thought of it, if he squinted really hard and flow some of the first flame's power into his eyes, he could kind of see the silhouette of the invisible girl. No, wait, it's taking a solid shape, and damn, she's hot. Izuku inadvertently voiced his thoughts as he stared at Toru, who notices his staring and heard his murmur. In his enhanced vision, Izuku noticed the invisible girl going atomic red and using her arms to cover her private parts. It was high time Izuku turned it off and turned away before he was dubbed the new Mineta. After the four left for their designated building and getting a brief slap from the invisible girl, the girl regretting her action seeing she hit solid metal and simultaneously garnering the attention of the class as to why that happened, Izuku was left to his thoughts until he was interrupted by the frog girl. You really mean what you said earlier, hero? Tsuyu hopped on over with a finger under her chin, as she usually did. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku gave her a grin hidden underneath his helmet. Yep, out of all the students here I've seen in combat, so far, you are a capable girl, Tsu. Izuku gave the girl a nod, and for some reason, Tsuyu beamed even more. Strange, usually, the ones he complimented just shrugged and went about their day, or in some other cases, cheered joyously and got into a round of drinking, thanked Siegmeyer for his wondrous brew, before staring into the fire in the Firelink shrine for who knows how long. Just sharpen your skills. Who knows, you might slip and fall down a ravine. He chuckled at his own joke. The times when he rolled too far and slipped off ledges and cliffs were a fun time now that he thought of it. It was a relatively painless affair, as far as he was concerned. The feeling of falling was a comfort for him. It meant he would be rid of his pain and sufferings in just a while, no matter how morbid that may sound. Sometimes, he even reminisces back to the very first fall he had. Back when All Might was still reaching out for him. Izu-chan, are you okay? Tsuyu frowned as she reached out for Izuku, who promptly shook his head and stared directly into the frog girl's eyes. Yep, peachy, just reliving some fun memories. Izuku waved her off and the Tsuyu relented. However, Izuku felt that she was holding back some other questions he'd rather not answer now because it was too much of a pain. He still wanted to see the skills of his classmates, damn it. Maybe after then, he'd hold a 101 question time if Tsuyu still remembered she wanted to ask him questions. Maybe he should tell her about the time he went slaughtering all those basilisks. Those were a pain in his behind. Damn frog lookalikes. They deserve no mercy from the tip of his bloodstained blade. It was at that moment that he heard the buzzer and quickly shifted his focus to the screens. The following fight that ensued next was interesting, so to speak. In fact, there wasn't a fight at all. It took about 5 minutes to finish the match, with the villain team stomping the hero team with their very unfair tactics. Tactics which Ajiro wasn't too afraid to let them know in the observation room. So unmanly, dude, Ajiro moaned as Mineta smugly took off the purple balls stuck on his body. Zero watching from the sidelines with the same depressed look. Beside him, Toru was patting his back and ushering some sportsmanlike conduct towards the team, no matter how aggravating it must have felt for the tape-wielding student. Izuku saw Mineta in a new light after that. He may be a perv, but damn is his mind as keen as an adept sorcerer in Lordran. Also, without a visual pretty face hanging around, it seemed like Mineta didn't think with his dick. Apparently, it was his plan to set the traps on debris and scatter it around the hallways leading to the bomb, which they didn't move because of how confident the midget sounded. He then had Toru get even more naked by taking off her gloves and watch the heroes pass through the hallways with a goal in mind. To throw the debris with the sticky balls at the heroes in hopes they get stuck. It worked, somehow, and as more debris piled up with Ajiro and Zero trying to find where Toru was, it wasn't long before they were weighed down by the increasing weight and collapsed to the ground, followed by their wrists being captured by Toru. So yes, it was interestingly a stomp. Then again, Ajiro and Zero decided to go in dicks first and hoped to overpower the two weak-looking villains, and look how that turned out. Now, it's obvious as to why the hero team lost, so I'm awarding the MVP to both young Hagakure and young Mineta for their admirable teamwork. The said teams whooped, causing the losing side to deflate even more. Ah, cheer up, horn buddy. Mina scooted over to Ajiro. You're not the only one that lost. How's that supposed to make me feel better? Ajiro gave the pink-skinned teen a deadpan, to which she just chuckled and brushed the locks of his hair. It means we can only get better. Mina cheerily grinned and gave Ajiro a thumbs up. Lose now, win tomorrow. Yeah, you're right. And like a switch, Ajiro was back to his usual self. Uog, Mineta, you'll lose next time, you hear me? Nah, I'd win. Mineta waved him off with a smirk and the two burst into laughter, followed by some parts of the class. All right, next, Group 4. Izuku raised his red slip, as did Ojiro. He then spotted both Shoto and Yuga raised theirs. Izuku looked at the both of them, Shoto the picture definition of cold and indifferent, while Yuga was expressive and sending him winks. While fluttering his cape, a grin formed on his face. This is going to be fun. Izuku glanced up the towering building, its concrete walls providing cover from the harsh gaze of the sun directly above. He hummed and scanned the windows, some boarded, some not, and the doors that were open, as if inviting them inside like an ominous passageway. He was liking the mood already. So, Midoriya, I assume you have a plan. Ojiro tapped him on the shoulder and Izuku's instincts blared red. He resisted the urge to sock the plain teen in the face, his right arm twitching slightly. Or are we just going to wing it? The teen obviously didn't notice what could have happened to him in his plain face, probably making it even plainer or just outright ugly. At least Izuku had the self-discipline to control his actions. Lordran taught him better than to swing haphazardly. Looking back at Ojiro, and in addition to him, the other two students who they were going to be facing, Izuku grinned and brought him close by swinging his heavily armored arm around his shoulder all Apache's style. Say what you will about the bald asshole, but he had a way with words and body language. He could probably seduce a Gwyn-damned hollow to do his bidding if he tried. Well, to start with, we don't know much about our competition, except for Sparkly Cape over there. Izuku nudged his head towards the two following behind them. So, we can't plan around what they do. Instead, let's focus on reacting. Place the bomb at the tippity top of the building, then we wait. Okay, anything else? Ojiro questioned Izuku with a slight frown, causing the armored teen in question to give off a hearty chuckle. Leave that to me, just guard the bomb and yell if they somehow get there. Izuku then patted Ojiro on the back, before gently pushing him forward into the gloomy, decrepit building. Also, don't forget to hurry. I'm gonna make our 5-minute prep time count. By the end of his sentence, Ojiro was already out of earshot, leaving Izuku to his lonesome in the surprisingly well-lit building. Even looking as run down as it is, it was still supplied with electricity in the form of hanging light bulbs on the ceiling. He didn't know how, or even why Nezu decided to supply power to the various grounds across the entire campus, but hey, it was the rat's business, not his. Another grin etched itself onto his face, and pumping his legs with energy, he propelled himself upward, before smashing the bulb to pieces with his bare fist. The room descended into darkness as the pieces of glass shattered and fell to the whims of gravity. Izuku landed next, his metal armor clanking and creating an unholy sound of metal grinding against stone, right into the sharp pieces of glass, not that it did any harm to his durable armor. Izuku dusted the bits of glass that clung to his armor off and then glanced around the dark room, the only source of light coming from the entrance of the building. His grin didn't fade, but instead, it grew only further. I can work with this. He then eyed the stairs, the concrete looking as brittle as aged concrete. The grin turned feral. I can definitely work with this. Shoto was looking at the door, the 5 minutes of their prep time still not finished ticking. Not that his teammate noticed any change of expression on his already expressionless face. It was like looking upon a desert with nary a thing within, just an unchanging desolate wasteland filled with nothing but sand. Yuga was also looking at the door, but instead of the stoic manner of his half-toned teammate, he was all dazzle and sparkle. Fluttering his cape with but a simple gesture, Yuga approached the normally unapproachable Shoto and winked. Mon ami, how do you propose we settle with these dastardly villains? More winks and more flutters, plus add in some glitters, and it was a wonder why Shoto didn't just smash the overly gaudy team with his fist. Alas, Shoto didn't let temptation take over and instead, focused on the task at hand. Preparing their assault on the villain team's hideout. Leave everything to me and stay put. His monotone voice caused the showy team to sputter and do a double take. I'll win this trial. Are you serious? Yuga lost all showy demeanor and scratched his cheek, before he bounced back. My, such arrogance. Are you sure you do not need my assistance, Sir Todoroki? A single side eye was enough of a response to cause Yuga to deflate, before he bounced back once more with his showy persona. Very well, if such is your request, then I shall leave the charge to you. But make no mistake, if complications arise, I will come to your aid. Shoto really wanted to freeze him right then and there. The sun's glare was already irritating his eyes, now he had to deal with this idiot. Such a conundrum. The time was spent in silence as the two waited for the timer to go down, and go down it did. Mission commence. All Might's voice boomed within his ear, causing the half-toned teen eyes to twitch. Ignoring the slight pain in his ear, Shoto approached the building and laid his right hand on the wall just a few meters shy from the entrance. With but a thought, frost seeped out from his palms and spread throughout the decrepit concrete. It continued creeping over, like a spread of an infection. A few seconds and the outer wall where he laid his hand on was covered with thick ice, some icicles jutting out with nary a pattern. It crawled inside as well, sparing not even the interiors. It continued spreading with no end in sight. It didn't take too long for the entire building to be covered in thick ice, like it had been hit with a blizzard that turned anything it touched into ice sculptures. Behind him, Yuga gulped, witnessing the sheer power of the teen firsthand. And Shoto didn't even break a sweat. Glancing back at Yuga, the gaudy French blonde trembling slightly, Shoto tilted his head to the door. Nodding, Yuga followed suit as Shoto headed inside. The first thing they noticed that something was very wrong was that it was pitch black. Squinting his eyes, Shoto tried to adjust to the darkness, only to be rewarded by a sound coming from his right. Grabbing Yuga's shirt, he shoved him down as he jumped back, narrowly avoiding a giant piece of rubble that was sent hurtling his way. It rolled past him and crashed into the wall just to his left, causing a loud rumble to echo through the dark halls. Coughing slightly from the dust cloud that emerged, Shoto stood up and scanned the surroundings for more traps. Looking at the rubble that was used to nearly crush him and Yuga, he couldn't help but notice they were formed forcefully into some kind of giant ball. He then glanced at the area where the giant ball of rubble emerged and saw the stairs looking all smooth like a ramp. Checking even further, he found that the stairs were destroyed, cutting them off from the second floor with this particular set of stairs. Not like it posed much of an obstacle. Aoyama, come here. Shoto looked at the French blonde who was still sitting on his ass while staring in horror at the giant ball of rubble. Aoyama, we don't have enough time. This snapped Yuga out of his funk, and he scrambled towards Shoto. Once beside him, Shoto placed a hand on his shoulder and gripped tightly. Wincing, Yuga was about to question why the need for sudden force, but a sudden loss of balance as they rose from the first floor and into the second floor thanks to a pillar of ice was enough of a reason. The second floor wasn't too different from the first, in that it was dark, covered in ice thanks to Shoto's quirk, and probably laden with traps. As for what traps, Shoto didn't know, and he hoped he didn't have to. Seeing that wasting time was detrimental to their grade, Shoto took the first step into the silent and dark hallway. It also triggered another trap. Shoto quickly backstepped and narrowly avoided a giant pillar that crashed into the nearby wall. Looking up, he saw that it was situated like a fucked up pendulum. He couldn't see further due to there being little light in the form of sun rays filtering through the gaps in the walls. It was frustrating. Aoyama, could you shoot a beam through the hallway? Yuga was all too happy to finally be of use as he posed like he was in an action movie. Why, of course, monsieur. Yuga thrust his belly and out from his support gear came a dazzling show of light that lit up the entire hallway and then some, the wall right at the end getting blown into bits while the light show ended. What Shoto saw in the hallway made him want to throttle whoever was responsible. He spotted at least 4 pendulums in front of them, another ramp that was no doubt hiding a giant ball of rubble like the one below, even more pendulums just after the ramp, and a fucking pitfall. Who was the crackhead that came up with this shit? Shoto wanted to know, so he could let his ice do the talking for him. Aoyama, can you blow a hole through the roof? Yuga made a frown at the question. I most certainly could, but that could backfire, Monsieur Todoroki. Shoto glared at Yuga, and he waved his arm in surrender. All right, I'll do it, but please, I implore you to defend my defenseless body while I'm blowing us our path to victory. Shoto acquiesced to his demands with a nod and Yuga went to work. He laid on the ground, making sure that his stomach was facing up, and if the building had the same layout as the others during their own trials, directly above the two were just more hallways. Light gathered on his belly once more, and another beam of dazzling light emerged. It met against the concrete above, tearing through it like paper. It did so for the next floor, and then another, before it finally teared through the roof, showering them with the brilliant radiance from the sun. Shoto, meanwhile, was making sure none of the rubble from the devastating attack harmed both of their asses as he used his ice to bat them away like a bear protecting its cub. As the debris hit the ground, dust clouds billowed outward. Shoto had to squint his eyes to avoid having dust gather in his eyelids. Coughing as he waved his hand around his face to shoo the dust away, Shoto glanced up and created another ice pillar that took them directly to the topmost floor within seconds. Well, didn't expect you to do that, but that's on me for expecting you to go through my little funhouse. Izuku's muffled voice behind him caused Shoto to swing around and launch an icicle or two towards the armored team. A hand casually batted the icicles away. Also, good on you for turning the entire building into an ice cube. Would've worked too, if you weren't fighting me, that is. Midoriya, would you please get this over with? I'm freezing over here. Ojiro shivered as the cold seeped into his bare skin, his worn GI not doing well to combat the dropping temperature. All right, Izuku sighed, then glared at Shoto. I made a lot of fun traps just for the two of you, and you just ignored them. That kind of pisses me off. Izuku then dashed forwards at inhuman speeds towards Shoto, whose eyes widened as he tried to react to the sudden speeding bullet that was Izuku. An ice pillar manifested itself from the ground and jutted upward, but Izuku stomped on it hard and caused it to shatter, the pieces of it flying in all directions. Yuga yelped and activated his quirk to beam the shards down into water and quickly aimed it at Izuku, who had no problem dodging it before the laser died down. Ojiro, meanwhile, used his tail to smack the flying shards of ice to the ground, teeth chattering all the while. Shoto manifested another pillar of ice, this time, coming down from the ceiling, and Izuku didn't have anywhere to go without losing his footing thanks to the debris. So, he thought fuck it and smashed into the pillar with his fist. Metal gauntlet met thick block of ice, and the block of ice lost. It shattered, and once again threw ice shards all over the place like shrapnel from a grenade blast. Yuga, still reeling from using his quirk, yelped once more dived down to the ground. Ojiro used his tail again, but then slipped on solid ice, the back of his head bumping into an unfortunately placed piece of concrete. Shoto nearly had his jaw drop at the display of strength, but reeled in his shock for another attack, only to widen his eyes when he saw Izuku right in front of him. Hello. The half-tone teen could imagine the grin Izuku had underneath his helmet as his fist cocked back, ready to kiss his face with it. Desperate, Shoto tried to block it with his left hand, only for the fist to suddenly swerve and hit him in the gut. Spit flew out of his mouth as Shoto was sent flying into a wall, a grunt coming from his lips as his back ached. He was about to stand up and recover, only for him to see Izuku already right in front of him, his hands holding his capture tape that was wrapped around his wrists. What? Villain team wins. Well, that was easy. Izuku mused as he let go of Shoto's wrists. The half-colored teen slumped to the ground, eyes wide as he stared at him with his mouth agape. He turned around and went to check the flamboyant blonde, who was cowering on the floor like trembling dog. Ojiro, meanwhile, was literally conked out after a bad fall. Izuku sympathized with that. He didn't know how many times that happened to him in Lordran, but all he knew was that if that happened, it was an express way to go the last bonfire. All in all, nothing too damaging happened. Maybe some bruised prides and egos, but they'll recover. At least, Izuku hoped they would, otherwise he had to beat them again just to let them know losing is a way of life. Maybe even get beaten as well since he knew he ain't invincible. Who knows, maybe one of his classmates could pull a fast one on him. You good? Izuku approached Yuga and held out his arm. Frenchie accepted it and he was hauled over to his feet with a graceful flourish. My thanks, Mon Ami. Yuga bowed and twirled, his glittery cape fluttering like stars in the night sky. Monsieur, you truly are devious and unfathomable. Izuku didn't know whether the blonde was praising him or teasing him, so he settled on both and gave the blonde a pat on the back. Good fight. Little bit of advice, don't rely on your quirk to fight. With his words, Izuku parted with Yuga and then headed back to check up on Ojiro. A closer look and he noticed that Ojiro was starting to stir, eyelids twitching rapidly. It wasn't long after that the plain-looking teen in a GI opened his eyes and stared at the menacing helmet looking at him with its expressionless mask. Ojiro yelped and scrambled to his feet, arms raised, and legs posed. He blinked. Izuku blinked. Ojiro blinked once more. He looked around and saw that the building covered in frost with a giant hole on the roof providing them light, was punctured with holes in the walls. What did I miss? Izuku laughed at the question and gestured towards both Yuga and Shoto. More specifically, the tape around their wrists. Damn, I missed out. Izuku chortled once more and approached the downed Shoto, who was still looking at him with wide eyes. You good? The same question and the same gesture given to Yuga was also given to the half-colored teen. But unlike the immediate acceptance of the blonde, Shoto just stared for a few seconds before standing up on his own. Izuku shrugged at the decision and put his hand down. All right, anyway, we should probably go. All Might's probably waiting for us back in the observation room. Yuga and Ojiro wordlessly nodded, but Shoto was already one step ahead of them. Following him, Yuga balked as they descended the building via the sloped-out steps, some of the giant boulders of debris pushed away by Izuku whenever they came near them. The same could be said for the other traps Izuku had laid within the building in reference to Sen's funhouse. Let it be known that Izuku was a sharing type of person, and he wasn't afraid to share his grievances of that damned funhouse to those he considered friends and enemies. It took a long, few minutes of silent walking before they were finally out of the dark and frosty building. Once out, they immediately headed back to the observation room, with Izuku and Ojiro taking the lead, and Yuga and Shoto trailing back. Izuku didn't hear anything from the two, so they were both silent, unlike Ojiro, who kept on looking at him while trying to open his mouth, then closing it again. You know, if you want to talk, you can. Izuku's side-handed comment caused Ojiro to wince, before he resolved himself and took in a gulp of air. I was completely useless, wasn't I? Ojiro's question didn't cause Izuku to hesitate. Yes, you were. Ojiro's tail visibly slumped when Izuku bluntly said what was on his mind. Even Yuga, who was trailing from behind, had to wince at the bluntness of Izuku. I see. Ojiro then looked at Izuku with a frown. How'd you get so strong? Is it your quirk, experience and lots of failure? Izuku didn't mince his words. He didn't become strong overnight. It took countless blood, sweat, and tears to get to the level where he was at right now. plus a few thousand souls strengthening him along with the souls of those strong enough they could level a mountain, but semantics. What was important was for people to get over their failures and continue onward. They may fail again, even die if the situation was dire enough, but if you survived, you come out of it stronger than before. Izuku glanced at Ojiro, his eyes hidden underneath his helmet. I have a saying, strength is useless without proper experience. Nobody cares if you're the strongest person if you're always led around the nose like an idiot. The words Izuku said didn't lift the frown Ojiro had on his face, and it persisted right until they reached the observation room. Before we head over to our last group for the day, allow me to share with you my observations on this particular fight. All Might's voice boomed across the room once again like a megaphone going full throttle in a tiny cave. First off, the hero team. Young Todoroki, we heroes are placed into teams for a reason. What you did during the exercise was grounds for suspension for a pro hero after a situation was resolved, and in dire cases, a pro hero's license would have been revoked. Apparently, most of the students didn't know about this particular tidbit about the hero life, as evident by their hanging jaws nearly touching the ground. However, Izuku didn't care about this happening to him. He's had a lot of practice with teamwork back in Lordran in the form of mute summons. He'd dare any hero to top that kind of hair-pulling teamwork. Please, make sure that doesn't happen again. I understood, young Todoroki. All Might's sudden glare at the half-colored team caused him to shiver. He may have looked indifferent most of the time, but something about the number one hero made even those with muted emotions uneasy when under the influence of All Might's glare. A few seconds of silence passed before Shoto nodded. All Might then directed his sights towards the blonde attention whore. As for you, young Aoyama, knowing when to defer to a more experienced hero when on the field is a nice ability to have, but if you know that what they are deciding is not worth the risk, please speak up and let your concern be known. Yuga, for all his flamboyance and show-stealing movements, chuckled sheepishly as he rubbed the end of his glittering cape. Oui, Monsieur All Might. All Might then turned to Ojiro, who was looking down and glum the whole time they came back from the wrecked and frosty building. Now, young Mashirao, care to tell me about your faults during the exercise? All Might's deep voice caused Ojiro to jolt up slightly. He then sighed as he made his gripes about his ability known. I was useless during the whole fight. Ojiro gestured towards Izuku with a self-depreciating smile. Midoriya did all of the work. Set up the traps, fought the two of them alone, while all I did was fumble around when Todoroki froze the building. And that is why you will be able to go far in your career as a hero. All Might's approval made Ojiro let out a sound that Izuku didn't know whether to categorize as confused or insulted. Knowing to admit your flaws and acknowledging them is the first step to improvement. Never forget that, young Mashirao, and strive to be the best you could be. Plus ultra. Ojiro didn't know whether to be relieved or happy that the All Might complimented him even in the face of failure. It made butterflies hover around his stomach. Now then, young Midoriya, please don't be another Nezu. All Might's next words made the class tilt their head in confusion, save for the student in question, who was just grinning ear to ear. The staff already has their hands full with the principal and his antics, we don't need another one. Suddenly, the PA system came to life and radio static filled the room, before it buffered out and was replaced by the joyful tune of their very own principal. All Might, please meet me in my office after your exercise has concluded. Thank you. The speakers fizzled out and the room was once more bathed in silence. Until All Might broke through the veil with a defiant tune. I regret nothing. Now the class was really confused about the story and lore of the principle of UA. Sadly, there was nothing they could do about it now, and some of the more intellectual ones knew that doing so would risk the rat's ire, which they didn't want over their shoulders. Anyway, young Midoriya, you performed spectacularly well, and those traps you made were, well, quite lethal, so please, if you must create them during future exercises, tone them down. As for your actions, I have a small recommendation that you could use in your career. Oh, Izuku raised an eyebrow. He was curious. What did the symbol of peace see in him that could be further improved? Your situational awareness is impeccable, however, from what I've seen, that doesn't apply to those in your team. Izuku blinked, and it dawned on him. Oh, Izuku knew what All Might was talking about. It was already getting annoying to keep on saying this, but back on Lordran, he was always used to being alone, save for the time when he summoned some help to fight some harder monster. But most of the time, he was alone. And that translated to how he fights. Enemy coming at him. No problem. Giant boulder getting hurled towards him. Easy to notice. His summoned companion getting mauled to death by a dog. He had no idea. He would just notice it when the summons was already fading into motes of light. And here in Japan, where most of the heroes form teams and groups to better combat crime and evil, that was a huge problem. I see that you're considering it. All Might nodded and patted the shoulder of the armored teen. I assume you know what to improve on during your lessons here. Izuku nodded and All Might's grin grew a tad bigger. Good. Now then, any idea who's the MVP for this round? It was a no-brainer. Most of the students either pointed at Izuku or just said his name. All right then. Next group, it's your turn. Sato and Shoji raised their blue slip of paper, while Katsuki and Momo raised their red. On the sidelines, Minoru was crying tears of blood as he growled at Katsuki and continued chanting that the world wasn't fair. It was high time Izuku saw the full capabilities of Katsuki, now that he thought of it. All he could remember in the past were glimpses of him being burned by Katsuki's explosion. After that, he didn't know. But what he did know was that as arrogant as the teen was before, that arrogance was warranted because of how doggedly he pursued being number one. He would have benefited from anger management and a better school, now that he thought of it, but that didn't take away his skills and talent. This was going to be a fun watch. Katsuki was silent as the four of them continued their way towards the assigned building where they would compete against each other. Beside him, Ponytail, Momo, was striding along in her skimpy costume with her chin up and head held high, like a natural-born royal. Behind them, Tentacles and Diabetes, Mezzo and Rikido, were quietly speaking to each other, no doubt trying to come up with a plan to beat him and Ponytail. Say what you will about him being indistinguishable from a villain because of his past actions, but there was one habit that he couldn't let go of. Nicknames based on either quirk or appearance. Izuku might have been a major mistake in his short life, but that didn't change him for who he was. He still wanted to change, though, so no demeaning nicknames, unless they deserve it. Like diapers. Minoru, for instance. So, Bakugo, do you have some sort of plan forming in your mind? Ponytail's voice brought him out of his thoughts and his red irises bore into her own dark ones. If not, then would you allow me to come up with our own strategy? Katsuki pursed his lips for a moment, before nodding. He was smart and knew how to plan for scenarios, that he was sure of, but Ponytail looked better than him with strategizing. Her previous analysis of the other fight was proof enough that she could develop a better plan than he ever could. In the past, this would have made him froth at the mouth, but after that incident, he's changed for the better. Sure, he was still getting there, but sometimes, even small steps in the right direction are enough. He may be an irredeemable monster in the eyes of many if they heard what he had done, and he was fine with that, but do not mistake him for being the same person he once was. Even villains can sometimes turn over a new leaf. Very well. Ponytail grinned happily like a child in a candy shop. But before that, let us exchange information about our quirks and fighting styles. Katsuki glanced back towards the two other students and saw that they were still preoccupied with whispering to one another. Turning his gaze back to Ponytail, he scooted closer to make sure his whispers wouldn't be heard by the two behind them. I secrete nitroglycerin sweat around my palms and make them explode. Katsuki glared at his palms, the memories of him using it against Izuku coming unbidden. Shaking them off, he stared back at Ponytail. I see, so basically, the more you sweat, the powerful your quirk. Ponytail hummed as she placed a finger underneath her chin. Do you have to suffer recoil whenever you create an explosion? Yes, but let me deal with that. Katsuki growled at the thought of him being unable to control his quirk. He's worked his ass off to become a hero, and no matter what anyone says, his quirk wasn't the only thing that made him who he is now. All right, I'll trust you with that. Momo nodded with a slight smile. Now, as for my quirk, I call it creation. To cut a long description short, I can create anything as long as I know the molecular structure of the item I am creating by using my lipids. The larger the item, the longer it takes to make. Katsuki grunted when he heard the quirk Ponytail had. He was kind of grasping at straws the first time he saw what Ponytail did during the quirk apprehension test, but now it made sense. That was one busted quirk. It's a wonder why her ego didn't match his before he got a reality check. Maybe the school she went to was better than that shithole of a fucking education center. Katsuki couldn't help but growl every time he thought of that school. It wasn't just his fault that Izuku, and in other ways, his other victims fell prey to his self-condescending ass. No, it was as much as their fault as it was with him. Those teachers propped him up on a pedestal, and when he learned that there were no consequences to doing such horrible things to other kids his age, he thought it was okay to do so. What a fucking load of bullshit. During these 10 months after Izuku's death, not that he is dead right now because reasons, he had to beat his ego into the ground just to make sure another Izuku didn't happen. The teachers and other staff of the school also had the gall to try and commemorate his memory when they were also part of the problem why it happened in the first place. Bunch of fucking hypocrites. They still didn't stop trying to lap at his feet, but before when he felt recognition, now all he felt was disgust. Katsuki shook his head. Now was not the time to delve into those pricks. Kugo. Bakugo. Finally, I have been calling your name a few times now. Ponytail looked at him with worried eyes. Are you all right? Fine. Katsuki brushed her off and he realized that they were already standing in front of their destination. Let's just get this fucking over with. He noticed Ponytail frown when he let out a profanity, but that was that and this was this. At the very least, it would be good to finally use his quirk again against other people. This time, in a controlled environment. Izuku kept on looking at the screen with a pondering look on his face hidden underneath his helmet. Katsuki wasn't normally like this, was he? He could remember snippets of himself being burned by Katsuki, even some impacts and resulting bruises. Izuku was also sure that the ash blonde always had a smug look on his face. Maybe their talk after the quirk apprehension test had something to do with it. Who do you think will win? Eijiro hummed as he stared at the screens where Momo was busy creating barricades and what looked to be pipe-looking objects. I'm betting on Yaoyorozu and Bakugo. Kaminari grinned. No offense to Sato and Shoji, but they're outmatched here. I agree with you, Hiro. Tsuyu also piped up from where she was watching the preparing students. What are their quirks again? Mina's question got the rest of the class thinking about the performing students' quirks. I know Yaomomo can create things, and Bakugo can make his palm explode, but what about the other two? You mean Shoji and Sato? Hagakure, still dressed in her birthday suit save for her gloves, gave Mina a hug from behind. Izuku made sure to look away. He might have the social aptitude of a baked potato, but there were some things that were always meant to stay. Like say, an obviously naked girl hugging another attractive-looking girl. Luckily, nobody else mentioned it and none of them were that much oblivious to the skinship that was happening right in front of them. Save for the purple midget. Little guy's nose was bleeding. If I don't have dementia yet, I can say that Shoji has arms that can morph into other flesh appendages. While Sato gets strength by eating sugar. That's what I saw him eating, at least. Izuku mulled the last one over. He knew quirks were bullshit. Like, seriously, getting strength from eating sugar. That's less believable than using faith to empower incantations. There were a few blinks from the other students about his dementia remark, but that was overshadowed by another student letting his intrusive thoughts get the better of him. Could think of a few things to do with Shoji's quirk. 3 guesses as to who said that, and no, the first doesn't count. A tongue was quick to slap around Minoru's face, causing the purple midget to sputter and glare at Tsuyu. Oh, come on, stop acting like a perv, then, Hiro. Tsuyu shrugged but her eyes conveyed something else entirely. While that was going on, Izuku found his attention gripped by the screens showing Momo create more things that smoothly slid out of her skin and onto her hands. Maybe he should ask her if she could create titanite shards, maybe even a slab. Just imagining fully upgraded weapons he could choose from for any kind of scenario made him grin with anticipation. Also, the armor. Can't forget armor. It was a few moments later when All Might finally gave the go-ahead for the exercise to commence. And commence they did. Not a second after the exercise started, Katsuki, Mezzo, and Rikido immediately sprang into action. Katsuki quickly went out of the room, leaving Momo to her lonesome, while Rikido and Mezzo took a quick stop on the first floor. Izuku's eyes narrowed when Mezzo shifted one of his arms into one with an ear. Nodding to himself, Mezzo then turned to Rikido, who pursed his lips before getting out a packet of sugar. They prepared for a few more seconds, with Mezzo shifting his arms to more combative appendages while Rikido carefully laid out his sugar packets across his body in pouches. They talked to each other a bit more, Izuku still quite a bit bummed at the fact that there wasn't any audio, before finally moving. They blitzed past rooms, not even bothering to check each one and instead quickly ascending the stairs and also ignoring the other floors. Izuku raised his eyebrows as they did so. If they were rushing towards the fourth floor, where Momo and Katsuki placed the bomb in, then it meant the hero team knew where it was. That was a bit mind-blowing to Izuku. A single ear was enough to gather adequate information as to their objective. If that was so, then Mezzo's quirk was something more than just shifting his arms into fleshy organs. Maybe he could even enhance said organs to a better version. Like, per se, infrared eyes, or a canine's nose. If that was the case, then Mezzo had a very flexible and versatile quirk. That being said, with the way they rushed towards the fourth floor, it was no surprise that they would be bumping into Katsuki, who was also rushing towards them like he knew where they were. Probably the result of Momo giving Katsuki a device earlier when they were still setting up the room. It didn't take long for the hero team to meet up with Katsuki, and their greeting was one made with epic explosions and loud rumbling. Izuku could even hear the explosion all the way here. The feed went to static for a moment, but UA must have made contingencies in case an exercise went too destructive as it quickly regained visual clarity. Which quickly led to some students cheering as they saw one of the epic fights to ever grace their eyes in their short lives. Katsuki wasn't grinning, but there was no doubt the teen had a corner of his lips slightly skewed up. Meanwhile, the man stopping him from blowing his team to Kingdom Come was none other than Rikido, whose muscles bulged and expanded, a piece of plastic floating to the ground, a side of it ripped open. In that short and sudden attack, Rikido was able to gulp down a packet of sugar and intercept an incoming attack. Credit where credit's due, Rikido was quick at responding. Then again, Mezzo looked all too calm about the sudden attack. And he also had one of his appendages turned into a mouth. Okay, the point stayed but is shared between both Rikido and Mezzo for coordinated teamwork. More explosions and blocking ensued, and Katsuki was sent flying away after a particularly good hit from Rikido, who had assistance from Shoji playing support. With the breather given, the hero team had a brief discussion before deciding something. That something was evident when Mezzo quickly ran for the staircase while Katsuki tried to stop him, only for Rikido to stop him one more time before he downed more sugar. His muscles bulged even more, and his height grew. It would not be remiss to say that Rikido had grown a foot or two. With Mezzo already climbing up the stairs at breakneck speeds, Katsuki looked like he clicked his tongue before a mad grin took over his face. Izuku chuckled. Well, at least Katsuki hadn't changed that much since he left. Always a battle-hungry maniac. Right swing, duck, left swing, tilt head to the right, right uppercut, blast the fucker to the next day. His threw his left hand forward and ignited the sweat covering his palm. What followed was a loud bang that interrupted Lip's attack. Or at least, that's what Katsuki hoped. A hard punch got him on the chin, teeth gritted as he felt the impact spread across the entirety of his face. Katsuki let out a groan, before he was tossed into the air from the sheer strength of Lip's uppercut. He spotted another swing and Katsuki immediately created explosions from his palms that shifted his rotation in midair, narrowly dodging Lip's arm by a hair's breadth. Not one to be outdone by the brawn for brains, Katsuki thrust both of his palms forward and pushed away the yellow-clad moron. His face said it all. Lips even had drool dripping down his chin for fuck's sake, while also adding a bit of an explosive flavor. Fucker was sent flying to the nearby wall, served him right for getting a one-up on him. But he didn't let his guard down. Not yet. He may have an ego the size of the Fuji mountain, but stupid, Katsuki isn't. He worked hard for his spot in the hero class, fucking damn it. The harassment and bullying not involved, there was a lick of sense he was spewing back to Izuku back when they were still middle schoolers. You can't go anywhere without the strength to prove it. Maybe that's why he always fixated on him. Because Izuku kept on dreaming without putting in the work. Always writing, always learning, but never doing. Sure, what he did was all levels of fucked up, but he did speak facts towards the nerd. The quirkless bit was also an influence. Okay, it was a major influence as to why he was so harsh on him. Fucking quirk supremacy got into his head. He vowed it'd never happen again. Which meant not being discriminatory against those with weaker quirks. His therapist made sure of that. Fucking color-changing quirk. His attention was grabbed by lips slowly, but surely, dragging himself out of the crater he made in the wall, his face a mix of pain and anger. Mostly anger. Smirking, Katsuki crouched low and pounced towards the struggling student, palms exploding, giving him an extra boost in movement. He couldn't give him the time to recover, he still had to catch arms heading towards the paper match bomb. Even he had pity of a sort, no matter how little it is, and what Ponytail had in store for arms made him shudder. Yeah, that's right, Katsuki fucking Bakugo, shudder. That chick was not right in the head. Hands stretched outwards, Katsuki prepared to give lips one big blast to knock him out for good. He also had to calculate the amount needed to make sure he didn't leave a grievous injury. Brain working at rapid speeds, Katsuki gave off a self-satisfied smirk before he blew the fucker to kingdom come. Momo had some reservation as to her partner's personality. They may have not met for that long, at most a day, really, but just observing him for a few minutes was enough to let her know something was very, very wrong with the ash blonde teen. He was quiet, too quiet, and the way he talked with that gruff demeanor of his somehow struck her as someone who was previously outgoing that turned introvert. It was confusing, but alas, she was not a nosy person, and even she had her secrets that she didn't want known to her friends, future friends. God, she hoped she could make friends here. Being the heiress to a large company was not easy. It was harder already, but her quirk just made her life extremely difficult. Not in the way that she couldn't afford to feed or clothe herself, but how suffocating it was to even stretch her metaphorical arms in a world riddled with politics and scheming bastards who were too rich for their own good. Already, at the tender age of 15, she'd accrued a total amount of 17 different marriage proposals from other influential families. For the record, the earliest marriage proposal she got was from a man in his 30s, thankfully, not too bad looking, but still disgusting to even think about, when she was but 12 years old. Her parents went ballistic at the proposal, but a feud between another family whose company stretched through the globe was not something they could afford to have. At least refusing politely made them save face in the upper echelons of the so-called elite. Otherwise, had her parents made a fuss, it would have blown up in their faces. Sometimes, she didn't know why heroes didn't just go for the rich people with skeletons in their closets. Was it because of the bribes? Another zero added to their paycheck. Momo scoffed. This was why she wanted to be a hero. To get away from that kind of lifestyle and maybe make a difference. She loved her parents, she truly did, but their heated arguments about her being one in the first place instead of fully focusing on the company took a toll on her. Maybe they had their own skeletons, a thought that terrified her to no end and the cause of many a sleepless night. If she graduated as a hero, parents or not, if she deemed what they had done too much. She banished the thought, arms coming your way. The earpiece neatly slotted into her left ear brought her out of her mind, a sigh of relief snaking its way out of her mouth at the nice timing. Understood. She turned her head towards the door, the piece of wood reinforced and barricaded with steel. There were also mechanisms around it that would trigger if the door was somehow breached. She pitied the poor fool who would be assaulted with what she had prepared. And if they weren't able to breach through the door, there was still the window. She also made sure there was a nasty surprise waiting for the person who thought it genius to go through the piece of glass like a hero would. In the case that they created a third entry point, she had a backup just hanging on her waist, so she was prepared. Slipping on the muffling headset she had created, as well as a mask that was sure to reduce, if not block, bright flashes of light, she made her way to the corner of the room where the bomb prop was located. There were even more defenses in place, such as sandbags. As for why sandbags, they were less dense than other materials used with creating durable defenses. It would no doubt hold poorly in a melee, but it was enough to hamper movement and shield her from the trap she had in place next to the door. Right next to the sandbag, a long metal staff laid quietly, its plain features something Momo had gotten quite used to during her rigorous training to prepare for UA. Taking her spot right next to the sandbags, she crouched low and gripped the staff in her hands tightly. Now, all that was left was to wait. Mezzo swiftly rushed through the stairs as the ears on his arms caught sound coming from a room on the 4th floor. Eyes determined, the silver-haired teen with tentacle-like arms skidded across the floor, his legs pumping as much energy as it could to hasten his steps along the upward trek. He knew sacrificing Sato was in their plans if ever one of them decides to meet them head-on, his quirk being tailored in a way for extended fights. That said, from he mentioned earlier, the more sugar he ingests, the dumber he gets, but in exchange for more power. So really, he was made to be a human juggernaut, making villains pause on their feet if they ever had to fight him head-on, which Katsuki was doing right now. Another flight of stairs and he finally found his feet slamming on the 4th floor. Refreshing his memory, he turned his head towards where the noise came from while he was scanning the building with his quirk. His quirk may look simple, but the beauty lied in its versatility. He could create any sensory organs with heightened efficiency. He always wondered if he could try using animal sensory organs, but so far, his experiments gave less than stellar results. So, he was stuck with using human equivalent senses, but better. Kind of like a blind man's hearing multiplied tenfold. At least, until he could get a grasp on how to structure the organs he makes to work similarly to its animal counterparts. Just imagining being able to see infrared or having the nose of a bloodhound made him giddy. That will show those quirkists. He shook his head. Now was not the time to dwell on that. After what seemed to be like an hour, when in reality, it only took a few seconds, Mezzo finally arrived right in front of the room where he heard the noise coming from. Knowing that something was probably waiting for him from the other side, Mezzo hesitated before he steeled himself. Grabbing the doorknob, he gave it a twist and a brief push. It didn't budge. He tried once more, and once again, the boor stood ramrod still. Throwing his entire weight against the door, the piece of wood buckled, but held firm. The door was a bust, so Mezzo quickly thought of another way to get in. He then remembered that most rooms had windows, so he quickly went to the next room and opened the window post-haste, before he stopped. Now what? He couldn't fly, and no matter how much his arms looked like wings, they couldn't support his weight if he flapped. Kids were a different breed of monsters, that he was sure of. Anyway, with the window open, there was only one thing to do. Stretch his arms and create an eye. Maybe get a glimpse into the room before storming the place like lunatic. Stretching his arm, Mezzo focused on creating more joints while extending its length. He made sure to create an eye at the tip, and once he saw it was close to the window, he quietly took a peek inside. His mouth nearly gaped when he saw the state of the door. No wonder he wouldn't be able to push through that. That looks like a damn bunker door. There was also some kind of trap hanging right next to it. He winced. Those trap in question had various mechanical gimmicks, but the items he focused on were the grenades, or rather, its cylindrical shape with no label, but he was sure those things were flashbangs. That was going to be murder on the ears and eyes inside that room. Momo no doubt had created items to help her defend against that. And judging by her intellect, there was no doubt the girl was intelligent. Just her bearing alone was proof. She also booby-trapped the window. That left him with only one option left, create his own opening, but how? As person who has a mutant quirk, he had increased physical capabilities, but even that isn't enough to break through walls unless he had a strength-augmenting quirk or animal-like properties that enhance his strength. So, no matter what he did, he was stuck. The door was out. He couldn't break through even if he tried. The window was trapped too, and he was sure the moment he went in, off goes the flashbangs, and the walls were too sturdy for his meager strength. Racking his brain for a method to get in without suffering extreme damage, Mezzo was left wanting when an explosion shook the building, causing him to stumble to the ground. He guessed that was Katsuki beating Sato. Mezzo gritted his teeth. Looks like today's exercise was their loss. It stung, knowing that there was nothing they could do against the enemy team. Either through preparation, or through combat. They were just that outmatched. Sighing, Mezzo palmed his face as he let out a groan. All might, the hero team surrenders. This is an impossible match to win for us. Today was a new day. Izuku yawned as he got up from his messy bed, the mentally aged teen not really putting much thought into how his bed looks as long as it was comfortable to sleep in. Heading into the bathroom located just out in the hallway, Izuku couldn't help but think back to the end of the battle trials just yesterday. Izuku smirked as he watched the 4 remaining students trail on inside the observation room. Katsuki and Momo held their heads high, while Mezzo and Sato ducked low. Truly, they were affected by the match more than he thought. Alright, now that we're all here and listening, can any one of you tell me what went wrong for the hero team? All Might looked over the students standing within the room with his lips still forming that one big smile. Silence greeted him as none of the students, even Izuku, since he didn't want to share his observations. Let the children come to their own conclusions, clammed their mouths shut while looking at each other, their eyes communicating the unsaid word that filtered through their heads. Go on, I have no idea. The conundrum every student had within the schooling days where they had no clue as to the answer, and so is ashamed to tell their findings. Come now class, there is no shame with wrong answers. As if All Might's word soothed their fears, one of the students, specifically, one who had the penchant for being a stick in the mud, raised his hand. Young Iida, yes, sir, I may be wrong with my assessment, but from what I saw during the entire exercise, the hero team did no wrong with the limited amount of information they had on hand, as well as their capabilities. Tenya rubbed a finger under his chin, narrowed eyes forming beneath his glasses. The villain team were just much more prepared than them. Correct. All Might's affirmation made Tenya, as well as the rest of the class, look at him like he grew a second head. A lesson best taught within controlled environments is that not all fights will be winnable. These kinds of scenarios are rare, but if you ever find yourself in one, the best decision is to retreat and regroup with your fellow heroes. But wouldn't that mean more casualties? Kyoka raised her hand, an anxious look on her face while she twiddled with her ear jack. Sadly, that is a facet of hero life that a hero must be ready to face. All Might's smirk lowered slightly. There were times where I found myself in the same scenario with no good end in sight. A depressing reality. The air hung thick with anxiety, most of the students looking up at All Might with nervous eyes. At that point, the best action to take is to regroup and wait for an opportunity to arise. All Might looked at the 4 students who just came back from their exercise. Which is why I award the MVP to the villain team. Congratulations. Even with All Might's sudden change of tone, the tension didn't leave the students. Such was heavy revelation revealed to them by the number 1 hero. Anyway, that concludes our exercise for the day. Head back to your classroom and gather your things. After that, you are free to leave. And a moment later, All Might was gone, leaving contemplative students behind in his wake. Izuku spat out the water mixed with toothpaste in his mouth, his pearly whites reflecting off the light as he viewed it in the mirror. He missed dental hygiene, or any kind of hygiene, really, when he was back in Lordran. Do you know how icky he felt every time he spent a prolonged time living in his armor without dying? Yuck. Good news is that when he died and reformed back in the last bonfire he used, every smidge of dirt that clung to his armor and body was cleansed, albeit he looked like a raisin. Nothing a bit of humanity could fix. Bad news is that he had to die just to even think of being clean from the filth, losing most of his progress when he was trekking an uncharted area. The less said about his dives into Blighttown, the better. Wiping off the water off his body with a towel, Izuku wrapped himself with said towel before zooming back into his room where his clean uniform lied. A few minutes later and he was out of his room and heading into the kitchen, dining room, living room where his mother was busy cooking their breakfast. Dear, breakfast's ready. Scratch that, it was already being served. With a salivating maw, Izuku eagerly hastened his steps. He might not need food anymore, but that didn't mean that he didn't relish the act of eating itself. Plus, his mother was also a good cook. Standing in front of the giant door leading to their classroom, Izuku couldn't help but hum a tuneless melody. It's been a few days since the battle trials, or so they labeled the exercise, and so far, it's been a normal school week. General education during the morning, as well as a few major ones like laws, hero laws, as well as beginner first aid, and hero training during the afternoon, although after the battle trials, the only exercises that were done were body conditioning and basic martial arts. And when Izuku meant basic, he really meant basic. Like some stances from different martial arts, how to throw a punch, how to catch a punch, and how to fall. Best train them young so their muscles could adapt. Not like it would be of any help to Izuku with his years of real-life combat experience honed through the trials that was Lordran. He doubted what they were teaching his classmates would apply to him, even if he had no formal training whatsoever. After all, the fastest one to poke a metal stick inside the other almost always wins. That said, maybe he should listen to them anyway. Maybe they could teach him to hold back while using his blades. He never did get to learn how to limit himself when using his weapons. His fists. He rarely used them during Lordran, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to throw a measly punch. Opening the door, Izuku was greeted by the seated forms of his classmates, all of them busy doing their own thing. Such as Mina, who was busy talking with Toru about girl stuff, Denki and Minoru being the class clowns, Tenya sitting straight like a statue, some of the others talking with toned-down voices, and the rest content with being quiet. It was a chaotic classroom, just the way he liked it. "Oh, hey, good morning, Midoriya." Ochako was the first one to greet him when he stepped through the door. Giving the brunette a smile, Izuku waved at her with his right hand. "Good morning." Aizawa not in yet. Izuku looked at the teacher's desk to see not a single soul. Glancing back at Ochako, she shook her head. Looking at the time, Izuku noticed that he still had a minute left before 8, and knowing the kind of teacher Aizawa was, he'd step through that door the moment it struck 8. Hastily taking his seat, Izuku grabbed his notes from his bag and placed them on top of the desk. Ever since he's started going to school here in UA, Izuku has been detailing the quirks of each and every individual he's seen with his own 2 eyes. That includes those in videos as well. He also had a book dedicated to the enemies he fought in Lordran, so it was no surprise that the habit didn't just magically go away. That said, it was already a habit before he died, so yes, habits die hard. "You still doing that?" Katsuki whispered from in front of him, his eyes glaring at the notebook in his hand. "Yep, can't be too prepared." Izuku shrugged as he held out the notebook in front of him. "Want to take a peek?" Katsuki was about to grab it before his hand stopped just inches away from the paperback. Izuku tilted his head at this, but before he could question the blonde, Katsuki shook his head and slowly pried the notebook off of his hand before digging his nose into it. Amused, Izuku just kept watch, fully content to let the blonde rife through his notes. It wasn't a big deal, just strengths and weaknesses of the person he listed down. If he recalled correctly, the notebook he just handed to Katsuki right now held notes about him. Now that was something to take note of. This was the first time somebody from Japan really took notice of his work. He knew Patches drooled when he showed him the book. He used to detail every encounter he had. It was heartwarming, in a sense. While Katsuki was busy reading through the pages, the door to the hall opened, revealing their haggard-looking homeroom teacher. "Good morning, class." Shota's greeting was met with the class standing up and bowing to the man. "As I have said a few days prior, today we will be conducting your homeroom elections. Follow me to the multipurpose room where we will start." Izuku looked at the other students, who were in turn looking at each other as well before most shrugged their shoulders and stood up. He followed suit and, at the behest of Tenya, formed a line to not shame their class, as they headed to their destination. On another note, Katsuki gave him back his notebook, without a sound, a contrast from when he exploded his old one. The blonde really was changing. But hey, tiny steps. He'll redeem himself by graduation. Maybe. Izuku didn't really care, to be honest. It was just a shame that one of the most willful and determined person he knew would let his past mistakes hinder him. "Good morning, my dear students." Principal Nezu stood atop the podium, yes, atop, as he greeted the students slowly fill in the room. "Hurry along now, we are on a strict timetable." Once the students had their seats, Nezu beamed joyfully at the teens. It wouldn't do to show a poor front towards the future hope of Hero Society. "Excellent. Now, as you all were told a few days earlier, today marks the day both of your classes will choose their respective class president, vice president, and other officers." Nezu clapped his paws but otherwise didn't get much of a reaction from the two sister classes. A predictable scenario, thanks to his intelligence. Normally, we would have you host these separately during your own homeroom classes and have the president meet each other after classes, but this year, we have decided that holding it at the same room would be better to foster relations between your classes. The students all looked at each other with confused faces, save for some who were glaring at one another. Nezu sighed. The homeroom teachers have their work cut out for them. Anyway, the homeroom election will still follow the old rules, so Class 1A, Class 1B, you may start now. Nezu beamed and the students still looked confused, as if not knowing what to do. Did Professor Aizawa and Professor Khan not tell you the details? Silence. Nezu eyed the two teachers in question, both of shivering slightly when his beady eyes zoomed in on them. Perhaps a bit of re-education is in order. If this is how they tackle their class, there would be repercussions. Seeing that your homeroom teachers had failed you, allow me to tell you the so-called rules. Nezu clapped once more, garnering the attention of the entire room. It's quite simple really. There are none, it is up to all of you to decide who gets the position. And once again, the students were confused. It was quite amusing seeing them looking like lost lambs without a shepherd, but this is a learning experience for all of them. They only have 3 years before the real world chews them whole, so they must be prepared as much as they can. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a small meeting to attend with your homeroom teachers. Shota and Sekijiro shivered even more. Toodles. The room lay silent as students one and all stared at the exit door where their principal and homeroom teachers just exited not a moment ago. Kendo Itsuka, the class mom or so they called her, cleared her throat and looked her classmates. So, what do you all propose we do? Itsuka's voice garnered the attention of her classmates who now started looking at her for guidance. Guys, stop it, we're all in this together. Khan-sensei would have wanted us to work together to see who has the best potential to be our class representative. I say we put it to a vote. A smug-looking blonde stood up from his chair and smirked. What other way is it to be than a democratic vote? That way we know who holds more sway over our own class. That'll show 1A who the superior class is. To be honest, what Sir Monoma has said is what I agree on most. A beastly-looking student with glasses raised his hand. Although his last statement left a lot to be desired. Monoma, please, not now. Itsuka sighed when she sighted Class 1A looking over their direction when Nito's voice echoed through the room. Apologies, Class 1A, he has a bit of an issue. No problem. A white-haired freckled teen was the one who responded. Giving the teen a smile, she then regarded her own class, not before throwing a glare at Nito who looked unapologetic. So, I guess we all agree on a vote. None of the class voiced their displeasure at the thought, and Itsuka smiled once more. All right, to make sure this goes smoothly, I'll be presiding over. Itsuka grabbed pieces of paper from within her bag and tore them into 20 equal pieces. She then gave each student a piece while reserving one for herself. Once that was all done, she headed to the front desk. There were 2 desks in front, one for each class, and sat on the chair provided. Khan-sensei said that we only had to choose the class representative and the vice rep, so write the names of those who think suit the role the most and the follow-up will be the vice representative. After that, give me the papers and we'll count the tallies. The instructions clear and concise, the students then began jotting down the names that would lead their class to greater heights. Silence overtook the room once more, their sister class also staying silent as they did the same as them. Although the process to even get to democracy a bit noisy due to others wanting to be class reps themselves. God, the purple midget, she wanted to punt him so badly. What kind of order was shortening the female uniform's skirt? That was grounds for suspension via sexual harassment. At least he got tongue slapped by their frog-looking classmate. And if she squinted, she could see various other female students nodding approvingly at the action, not that it bothered the purple lech. Good thing their class was organized and, unlike their sister class, managed by their caring professor, Vlad King. Eraserhead was a different kind of hard ass, if the stories from the upperclassmen were anything to go by. It took only the good half of 10 minutes for everybody to be finished writing their choice. Coincidentally, their sister class finished at the same time as well, something that didn't fly over well with Nito. Itsuka could already feel the headache with her blonde classmate. One by one, her classmates deposited their piece of folded paper in front of her and went back to their seats. This repeated until all of their pieces of paper were sitting snugly atop the desk. Okay, I'll tally them up. Tokage, could you kindly double-check? Itsuka gestured for her dark green-haired classmate to come right next to her. Just to make sure that there weren't any biases. Not that she was one. Her head promptly separated from her body and floated right next to Itsuka, leaving her body sitting comfortably at her seat. It made the ginger's eyelid twitch. Tokage. All she got was a tongue sticking out of her classmate's lips and a mischievous smirk. I can see the results quite fine from here. Her toothy smirk was all it took for Itsuka to sigh in defeat. Plus, she wasn't wrong. Fine. Itsuka grabbed the papers and put them in a neat stack. It only took a few seconds of silence and speaking with Setsuna to make sure that there weren't any mistakes. And boy oh boy was she surprised. Kendo 12, Shota 5, Tokage 4, Monoma 1. Not surprised at the fact she won the tally, nor the fact that Nito would be egotistic enough to vote for himself. There was no way one of her classmates voted for the egomaniac, but surprised at the fact Narengeki managed to come right next to her. He was quiet, humble, and most of the time just kept to himself. But during their own battle trials, he managed to come up with a plan to win their own exercise, as well as give a few encouraging talks with those down in the slumps after their defeat. Needless to say, the team would make a great vice representative. Maybe that's why they chose him. She voted for Tokage herself. She could use some help with reining in Nito's eccentricities. Well, anybody have a problem with the results? Itsuka nearly had a vein pop when Nito nearly raised his hand, but fortunately, the blonde didn't and brooded instead. Other than that, nobody had any objections. So with this, I am your new class representative and Shota as the vice representative. The class gave their applause, and with her overseeing the class, she was determined to not make a mockery of herself, nor her classmates. She was, after all, their class mom officially now. Now, who were their sister class and vice representative? Izuku couldn't help but moan. Ever since the voting was done for their class, he felt like a man on an impossible mission. Lordran could attest to that feeling. As for why am I the class representative? Izuku groaned once more, with Momo chuckling lightly at his predicament. He glared at the Ravenet for that. Maybe because our classmates look up to you. Momo looked at their classmates with a smile. The battle trials showed us that you know what you're doing. Days after that, you even helped coach some of us in terms of combat. But that's combat, and this is this. I have no idea how to lead. Izuku was truthful when he said that. There wasn't a time in Lordran where he took the reins when it came to summoning other undead. Whenever that happened, it usually boiled down to them doing whatever they wanted as long as it accomplishes their goal. Well, we all have to start somewhere. Momo chided with a tone mature for her age. They chose you, we chose you, because we trust in you. It is why we decided on voting in the first place. At that, Izuku couldn't respond. He was unfamiliar with this feeling. The feeling of being relied on. Most of the time in Lordran, it was just him versus the world. Whenever he made a mistake, the only one affected was him. Him being the head of a class and responsible for them during their stay here at Ua. It was terrifying. Izuku usually wasn't terrified of anything. He wasn't afraid for himself, nor what might happen to him. But if his actions affected those he cared around him, now that was something he didn't dare think of. Case in point, Siegmeyer, his onion bro. Never did he think that helping him during his journey would lead him to hollowing because he felt inadequate. Drained of resolve and pride for himself, what else was left of the man but nothing? When he saw Sieglinde crying of her father's corpse, something within him snapped. But there was no outlet to vent on. He couldn't take it all out on the grieving daughter, nor even the mindless hollows roaming about Lordran. It wasn't their fault he hollowed. Sure, his logical side said that Gwyn was to blame because of what he did, but most of what happened was a direct consequence of his actions. He helped Siegmeyer a little too much. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but when hollowing was a factor when you lost the will to continue. Izuku shook his head. It was all in the past. He changed. It was why he never got hands-on anymore when he helped people unless they really needed it. Those pieces of advice he gave to his classmates. They were just basic things needed to know when fighting. No techniques. Not that he had any. No secrets, no nothing. Just basic sense. It was up to them to find their own path. Lest they follow the way of Siegmeyer and lose pride in oneself. Yeah, Midoriya. Izuku tensed when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Are you alright? You've been spacing out for few moments. I'm fine. Izuku waved her off. This was his own problem to deal with, and him alone. No matter how long time passed, he could never forget that moment. That moments where his heart nearly shattered to pieces. Just reminiscing. Of a sort. Anyway, what were we doing again? We were going to meet with our sister class and vice representative. Momo's look of concern didn't go away. Are you sure you're really fine? Yes. You know how memories are. Izuku waved her off again. He already moved on from that and learned his lesson. He would never coddle a person again, even if it meant serious injury. Better injured than a husk of their former selves. So, where are they? Right here. Izuku's ears perked up and turned to see a ginger student greeting him, along with a chubby, short one. Aren't we in the same room? How do you not notice us? Busy moaning about my new position. Izuku sighed again but followed it with a smile. Name's Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, class representative of 1A. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, vice representative of class 1A. A pleasure to meet you. Momo bowed gracefully towards the two students, who responded with a bow as well. Kendo Itsuka, class representative of 1B. A pleasure to meet you as well, Yaoyorozu. Itsuka gave the Ravenet a slight smile. Shota Narangeki, vice representative of class 1B. Nice to meet you. Narangeki didn't give much expression, but the respect was there. Izuku could feel it. So, what now? Izuku questioned with a tilt of his head. Talk. Sing Kumbaya while we wait for our teachers to return. Fight. The three other students gave Izuku a look that made him seem like he grew a second, or even third head. Not that it bothered him that much, seeing that he was used to being the one who was barely understood when in terms of his actions. He was still adjusting. Gwyn, damn it. It's been a few millennia, give or take, since he's been exposed to Japanese culture again. Or maybe just Earth common sense in general. Maybe that's why they stared at him funny when he took his clothes off. Nah, must have been something else. My apologies for our class representative. He is a bit eccentric, so to speak. Momo looked bashful at Izuku's behest. No problem. At least he isn't egotistic like a certain someone I know. Itsuka wasn't subtle at the way she glared at another blonde in their class that was glaring at him and Momo as well. What was with blondes and their temperaments? Katsuki had a temper. His mother had a temper. At least, he remembers slightly that she had a temper, and now this random student that was blonde also had a temper. Izuku could sense the loathing from miles away. While they were grasping for straws on how to interact with one another, the door to the room opened, revealing Nezu and their two homeroom teachers, who were trembling like newborn fawns. What in Gwyn's name did Nezu do to them? The election done and behind them, both Class 1A and 1B went back to their classrooms. There wasn't that much interaction between the two classes after the election. Just awkward silence and stare-offs going on in the background. When Nezu arrived, it was to shoo them back into their classrooms, but not before he glared once more at Shota and Sekijiro with his beady eyes. At least it was a bit funny watching the two normally unflappable, at least in Shota's case, teachers trembling like newborn fawns. By Gwyn, their knees looked like it could produce an earthquake due to how they trembled. That said, the two classes didn't want to be on Nezu's bad side, so without much prompting from the principal or their teachers, both classes stood up in one beat before heading to the doors in an orderly fashion. The blonde teen who Itsuka glared at before wanted to cause a commotion about why 1A was the first to leave the room but was promptly knocked out with a giant fist that comped him into next week. A quick look at where she was averting her gaze told Izuku much about why she did that with shaky eyes. Nezu's really bringing out the best in teens today. Kind of sad that it wasn't him. Maybe Patches was rubbing off on him. Nah, he's sure he just liked messing with his classmates. And that led to what was happening now, with Izuku and Momo tasked with heading to a room where they would meet with their fellow hero class representatives. Oh, hey, Yaoyorozu and Midoriya, right? A voice called them from behind. Turning to look, they spotted the ginger, Itsuka, waving at them with a bright smile on her face, followed by Narangeki, her vice rep. So, I guess we're meeting with our seniors. From what I've gathered, yes. Momo, the intellectual of the class by leagues, nodded with a slight smirk. As for who our seniors will be, I'm afraid I've only gone through the second year class 2A. Fuwa Mawata is their class rep, while her vice representative is Yamamoto Isao. Wow, didn't think you'd be scouting our seniors this early. Itsuka had tiny frown on her lips. And how about you, class representative? Anything on your mind? I'm still wondering why they elected me as class representative. Izuku furrowed his brows while tapping beneath his chin. Really, he could just not get over the fact that he was now responsible. Well, not responsible per se, but accountable for any of the shit his class may get into. I'm not cut out for this. Midoriya, please stop putting yourself down just because you think you are unsuitable for the position. Momo sighed as she tried to once more to placate his worries. He should know, they did this a few times during the periods between classes. Our class trusts you with the position, and from my observations, you truly deserve to lead our class. Oh, if she just knew what happened back in Lordran. It may have been a long time ago, but memories still remain. The raw emotion that flooded his inner being when he saw Siegmeyer unmoving on the ground with his daughter grieving beside him. It just does things to an already broken man. Whatever you say. For now, Izuku waved it off. He could worry about being responsible for more deaths later down the line if it did happen. With the chatter dying down, the four of them quietly made their way to their meeting spot, passing by other students all the while. It didn't take long before they found themselves in front of the door where the other class representatives from higher years waited. Ladies first. Izuku, being the gentleman not that he was, motioned for the door while he stepped aside. An eye roll from Momo was the response, but seeing that her class representative was not going to be the first to head in, she sighed and grabbed the doorknob. A twist and the soundless swing of the door, the four students were greeted by periwinkle blue as far as the eye can see. A blink, then another, before the periwinkle showed her pearly whites. Hello, are you the new firsties? Oh my gosh, you look so pretty. You too, orange hair. Are you excited? I know I am. Are you the class representative? Or is green hair over there your class representative? What a boo. A hand clamped over the girl's mouth, but it wasn't enough to shut her down completely, the mumbles still coming through as her eyes lay directed towards the four students. Izuku laughed, but sadly, his group didn't share his own sense of humor. For shame. Sorry about Najire over here. She's just a bit excited about meeting the new first years. A blonde teen with a comically cartoonish face greeted with a huge grin. He then looked at Izuku, who was still hunched over the ground as his laughter kept escaping his lips. I don't count that as just a bit, Izuku said between heaves of breath. Just the faces of his group were enough to throw him into another fit. Momo, meanwhile, glared at Izuku, but he just kept on laughing. Huh, first time someone reacted like that, the cartoonish blonde muttered to himself, before giving Najire a look. He then released his hand from her mouth and the periwinkle-haired girl kept on grinning at the four. Anyway, again, this here is Hado Najire, Class 3A's representative. My name is Tagata Mirio, her vice representative. Yaoyorozu Momo, vice representative of Class 1A. The one laughing is our class representative, Midoriya Izuku. Another glare and finally, Izuku managed to get his composure together. My name is Kendo Itsuka, representative of Class 1B. Beside me is Shota Narengeki, my vice representative. The short, chubby teen waved along but was content to keep quiet. Great meeting you all. Mirio's grin grew an inch wider before he beckoned the four to head inside. Come on in, we're just about to get started. Not really having an excuse to refuse, the four slowly filtered into the room where the other class representatives were waiting. The room was silent, with each duo quietly seating at their spots waiting for the meeting to start. Once everybody was properly seated, Najire stood and cleared her throat. Okay, hello again everybody. And you firsties, welcome to the monthly gathering of the class representatives. And just like a tide, the room was submerged by the infectious joy radiating from the teen. Now, then, we've all heard their introductions from the door, so the rest of you who haven't yet, please introduce yourselves. A girl from the second-year table stood up, followed by another. Good afternoon, everybody. Fuwa Mawata, Class 2A representative. Our vice representative is Yamamoto Isao. Please take care of us. The two of them bowed and took their seats. Next were the 2B representatives, but at that point, Izuku tuned them out in favor of daydreaming. Minutes ticked by until the introductions were over. Nejire clapped, the sound ehcoing through the small room. All right then. Now, the topic of our first meeting. Sorry firsties, but no handholding for you, not like you need it, right? The grin was practically glowing, which made it near impossible to rebuke the girl. Izuku smiled back. Now this was his element. Learning through observation and experience. As you all know, the sports festival is 2 months away. Nejire brought out a remote from under the desk and clicked on a button. The TV a few meters away lit up and showed a presentation with the title card, Best Sports Festival in the World. Izuku had to do a double take. Judging by the slightly gaping mouths of his vice representative and 1B's representatives, they had to do a triple take. So, we all know what that means. Fun. The presentation continued, then showed a crudely made drawing of Shota with stink lines wafting from his body. The chuckles coming from 2A made Izuku think that this was some kind of inside joke about the teacher. And from his experiences with the black-clad man, he could understand why. Normally, this would be under the school staff and Principal Nezu responsibilities, but for some reason, he made it our jobs to organize the sports festival. Nejire scratched under chin while the other representatives, save for the first years, had confused looks on their faces. I don't know why, and I don't want to know why, so we better make sure this will be the greatest sports festival in the history of UA. High school, plus ultra. The crickets in that room were very, very loud following that yell. Izuku mulled over the meeting just a few hours ago as he sat inside the packed train. No matter how many times he had to go through this jam-packed crowd, he never got used to it. Every time he saw a person with black horns, his arms instinctively went to grab the sword that was hanging from his waist, only to realize that he was unarmed, and this wasn't Lordran. Now, he wasn't that scared or terrified of the Black Knights. No, siree, it was just instinct, and what he was more afraid of was that his instincts would take over in a crowded place such as this. He wouldn't want to be on the face of the news tomorrow about a manslaughter. Even if it was a funny thought from time to time. Damn his intrusive thoughts. He blamed Patches for this. When in doubt, always blame Patches. A sight left his lips as Izuku tried to remember what went through the meeting. Yada 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 tournament, yada 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 team building, yada 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 gauntlet, yada 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 showmanship. That said, the question in his head that he inadvertently blurted out not was taken seriously by the third years. Something along the lines of an inherent disadvantage of heroism was the fact that their abilities was plain for everybody to see. And yes, that included villains, the people they were meant to stop from wreaking havoc. But their response placated his curiosity, if only a bit. Blah 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 symbol or reassurance. In essence, if the masses know your quirk and capabilities, the more they can trust you to do your job and save them. Bunch of pitiful people, in Izuku's opinion. Why would you wait for someone to save you when in a life-threatening position? Wouldn't they instead do everything in their power to stay alive and not meet the Reaper early? The answer the third years gave him was lackluster for a hero school. But then again, this was the problem with this society. Looking around the train car, Izuku observed every single person riding with him. There were businessmen, students, family men, teenagers, old people, and more. Each and every one of them, sheep. It was surreal to see. Were the survival instincts of every single person here blown to bits because of what All Might represented? Or was it because they thought that helping people from dangerous situations required a license, otherwise they would be reprimanded, if not outright jailed? It was stupid, idiotic, moronic. Who in their right mind would entrust their lives to a stranger that you mostly saw through TV screens? Izuku knew he wouldn't. He would rather trust his right pinky than those posing for the cameras all day. Maybe that's why he respected Shota so much. Less time in the limelight, more time in the bowels of the underground. No wonder he always sleeps during homeroom. The man was a Gwyn-damned night owl. Kind of embarrassing that it took him this long to notice it about him, but hey, better late than never. The train PA system was brought to life, before announcing their next stop. A minute later, the train grounded to a halt and the floodgates opened. Dozens upon dozens of people filtered in and out of the train, Izuku being one of them. Night it may be, but Musudafu never sleeps. It was why a few minutes later, he found himself with a knife on his neck while a fanged, blonde girl impishly grinned at him. Izuku's grin didn't slip even with the pointy end of the blade nearly digging into his skin. His eyes tracked the impish smile of the teenage girl's face as her body slowly closed in. "Hi, I'm Himiko, Toga Himiko." Izuku blinked once while the girl's face came in close enough for him to smell the perfume that wafted all around her. "How about you? What's your name?" "Izuku. Midoriya Izuku." Nonchalantly, Izuku let the blade dig into his skin for a bit, a drip of blood slowly trickling down his neck and soaking his shirt. "By the way, nice greeting. Could use a bit of work though." He noticed the girl zero in on the trail of blood leaking down his neck, her throat bobbing back and forth as he heard the blonde gulp. It was at that moment of inattention that Izuku swiftly grabbed the hand holding the knife and twisted it around, the girl yelping a bit at the suddenness of the action. Props to her, however, she didn't let go, instead, did her best to try and stick the blade in him every time he tried to maneuver the blade away from his person. "I like your hair," she chirped. "I wonder how'd it look covered in blood." He wasn't scared of the girl. Far from it, in fact, as they danced around in this deadly play of theirs. All the while the two of them had on their faces the hints of a smile stretching to rip their face in half. Izuku felt pressure on his knee, and a quick glance down showed Toga's foot repeatedly kicking at his leg. Eyes twinkling, Izuku barraged her with his own, legs trying to sweep the girl under her own weight. It was fun, playing around like this with sharp blades. When was the last time he did this? Just messing about in Firelink Shrine to keep the edge off. He was sure it was when Siegmeyer was still alive, and Solaire wasn't a depressed man that looked like he had his world broken. He felt a tug at his lips downward, his chest feeling fuzzy at the thought of his one dead and maybe dead friends. Patches can go suck a mimic if he liked rooting through corpses so much. "Hey, pay attention to me, I want to see you bleed while looking at me." Tilting his head to the side, Izuku narrowly avoided the blade once more and pulled the girl close. Their nose touching, Izuku could feel every hot breath coming from the blonde, her chest heaving up and down as her face turned a slight red. Eyes to eyes, Izuku couldn't help but feel drawn into the sight. The madness creeping underneath the veil, the euphoria of having found a worthy target, the telltale signs of insanity taking over the mind. "I like you." A grin etched on her lips, Izuku gave one back as he let all signs of civility drop. Smile turning wide with his pearly whites on full display. He tightened his grip around the wrist of girl, eliciting another yelp from her, before he took the knife from her grasp, pointing the blade at the previous wielder directly in the eye. Her pupils constricted, Izuku letting out a slow chuckle escape his lips as the girl stood hapless with the knife threatening to gouge her eye out if she so much as even twitched. That said, the grin on her face didn't leave. It instead grew an inch wider. Izuku retracted the knife before delivering a headbutt towards Toga. The sound of a nose breaking was music to Izuku's ears, and judging by the grin still present on her face, she was enjoying this as well. Her hands gripped onto his neck, thumbs pressing against his windpipe to block his intake of air. Not that he paid any mind to the act. Izuku's used to operating without breathing for minutes. Something the girl wasn't when his free hand choked the girl. Saliva leaked out of her lips as her already red cheeks grew even redder. Toga gasped, her breaths coming short as air was denied into her lungs. But even then, the grin on her lips didn't leave. Her eyes were slowly closing, nearly rolling to the back of her head, but a single moment was all it took for them to gaze into his. Izuku felt a prickling sensation on his left eye and something warm flowing down. The sudden flare of pain and loss of vision made him let go of Toga's neck. Free from the chokehold, the blonde was able to pounce him with her fangs open wide. Curiosity overwhelming his senses, he felt a sharp sting on his neck when the blonde smashed into him. He felt his lifeblood leave through his wounds as the blonde sucked them in with a face full of ecstasy. Even with his blinded eye, Izuku was grinning. This was the most fun he'd ever had since he got back. He liked this girl, so, channeling all of his like into his arm, he grabbed her by the neck and roughly pulled her from his neck. With her fangs still lodged in his neck, it tore through his skin and muscles, further widening the gash that opened his neck, but he didn't mind. No, what was on his mind right now was the look of pure joy on the face of this blonde girl. Looking down, he even managed to see some liquid leaking down from her skirt. Grin widening once more, Izuku looked the girl in the eye. "You have any place to stay?" Izuku's words managed to shake Toga out of her post-orgasm, her eyes widening ever so slightly at the insinuation. And no. For once, Toga's voice wasn't impish. It was small, barely a whisper, but it was enough. Patting her head, Izuku's grin turned into a gentle smile, and he placed her back on the ground feet first. She stumbled, but Izuku snaked an arm around her waist to prevent her from collapsing. "You want to stay at my place? I know Mom would want to help a homeless girl like you." That is, if he managed to heal all the damage said girl did on his body, but not like it wasn't that horrible. Sure, his left eye was pretty much destroyed, and he was still bleeding like a fountain from his neck, but it was nothing the first flame couldn't heal. He frowned, however, when he felt his hair sticky with the red liquid that oozed from his wounds. This was gonna be a pain to wash. At least the girl got one of her wishes to see him with bloody hair. "I'm home," Izuku called out as he entered their apartment, Toga clinging on his back like a sleeping baby. Taking off his shoes, that somehow didn't get stained from their fight, he placed them in the shoe rack, and did the same for the passed-out girl. "Welcome home, Izu. Oh my god. What happened to you?" The moment his mother's eyes laid on him, her face changed from joyous to downright worried and terrified. "And who is that?" Her hand pointed towards Toga, who was still snuggling onto him with her eyes closed and a cute smile on her lips. "Villain attack. Don't worry, they won't be harming anyone anymore." Said villain sleeping on his back squirmed for a bit, her modest chest squishing against his chest even more. Inko's lucky she didn't see Izuku's state from before he healed himself. He didn't want to give her mother another panic attack. And the girl, Inko's eyes narrowed, and Izuku chuckled sheepishly. She was there, and homeless. Izuku poked the sleeping Toga's cheek, causing her to wiggle her mouth in her sleep. "So, I thought we can house her for a bit." Inko continued glaring at the girl that clung to him, before she sighed and palmed her forehead. "You're going to give me a heart attack one of these days, Izuku." Inko headed further in and Izuku mentally applauded himself, while at the same time, feeling guilty about deceiving his mother. "Come on in. The girl can use the couch in the living room. But I want you to explain tomorrow morning, alright? God knows you could use the rest now." "Okay." Izuku sing-songed as he skipped into the living room while humming a tune that was irritating on the ears. Right next to the couch, he gently laid the sleeping girl on the couch before covering her with a blanket that was provided by his mother. "Izuku, come eat your food. And please, clean up once you're done." Inko groaned from the kitchen. "You'll need a new uniform. I hope you can ask Principal Nezu for a new set." "Oh, don't worry about that." Izuku smiled as he sat next to the dining table, the aroma wafting from the bowl in front of him causing his mouth to salivate. "Nezu will surely give me a new set. A villain destroyed them, after all. I swear, that rat is a horrible influence on you." Inko groaned once more before she sat in her own seat. "So, how was school today?" "Just had an election for class representative, I won." Izuku's voice turned into a moan at the last part, which confused his mother to no end. "But, isn't that a wonderful position? You get to lead your class and the heroes will be scouting you more because you're in a position of leadership." Izuku raised his eyebrow at his mother. The last time he checked, Inko wasn't that privy to hero student details. The frown on her face made Izuku twitch. "What, you didn't think I wouldn't do my research?" Izuku's face cringed at the thought. Did he really think that his mother would be clueless about the hero life? Of course not. With him being the middle of all of it, and with Nezu taking a particular interest in him, it was no surprise that his mother would be delving in deep about the harrowing world. The world in which the public masses continued to be blind to. All they saw were the glamorous life, the attention, the fame. What they didn't see were the struggles and pain one has to go through to even be labeled a hero. It was hilarious. Here, people were dreaming to become heroes for riches and fame, when none of them would be able to step up to the plate when the walls to their safe bubble pop. What happens when lives are on the lines then? Would their TV commercials help? How about their hair products? Izuku's eyes twitched. Maybe sifting through hero hate threads weren't the best use of his late-night dives into the internet. Izuku, dear, are you all right? His head turned up at the gentle prodding of his mother, a worried frown on her face. Nothing. Just thinking about stuff. Izuku waved her off and continued eating the katsudon his mother so graciously prepared for him. No way in the Four Kings' name would he tarnish the food of the gods. The table fell silent as the mother and son duo continued eating their food, the scent tantalizing and the taste exquisite. A few minutes later, bathed in silence, Izuku helped his mother wash the dishes before he headed into the bathroom, only to see a sight he never had until Hagakure Toru. Toga sat on a shower stool as she slowly scrubbed a wet towel over her smooth skin, her wide eyes staring at Izuku, who was looking at the clearly naked girl with pursed lips. "Didn't know you were in here." And with the shame of an infant, went in and undressed while stuffing his damaged clothes in a plastic bag. The girl stared at him with stars in her eyes as she beheld his chiseled body, but that wasn't what drew her attention. It was the scars that, for some reason, none of his classmates really paid much attention to. Not seeing anything wrong with the situation, he rinsed himself and crouched down beside Toga. "You done wiping yourself?" An impish grin grew on her face, and for some reason, that made Izuku scared, not for his health, but for something else. Himiko stared at the teen in front of her, her entire form laid bare for the white mop of hair as he rinsed himself down. She didn't even consider covering her chest with her arms or groin with her thighs. Why would she? He was also naked in front of her. And dear God, did he make her feel all tingly inside. The rough patches of skin dotted all around his body, scar marks tiny and large crisscrossing his bare form. It made her feel something deep within that was even worse than the time she got obsessed with her old classmate. Gulping down her drool, she managed a grin as she continued to behold the wonder before her. His dick. Not important. True, it was cute seeing the tiny little bugger, but what caught her attention were the aforementioned signs of deadly combat, and her clearly fucked up mind told her that this was the main focus point. Deriving pleasure from bloodshed was something she came to terms with when her quirk took a hold of her brain. It was regulated via ingesting blood, but her parents didn't like it because it wasn't normal. Well, too bad, quirks are the norm, and if a quirk says you need blood, then you need blood. They didn't give her blood, and look where it got her. Half-starved and crazed, wielding a knife to gut the nearest poor sap that crossed her eyes. Of course, she had standards, but she managed to lower it to villains and the scum of the earth. The police didn't like it when the victims were innocents, after all. Still, fuck them. Why'd they even take her parents' side? Was it not obvious that she was suffering? Maybe because of quirk stigma. Yeah, maybe that. Stupid fucking society. She'd bleed them all for sure. She blinked when she noticed Midoriya wash himself down with a shower head, the liquid cascading down his form making her heart skip beats. He then stood up and headed for the bathtub, a smile on his face as he dived in without hesitation. Her brain rioted. The scarred body of the young man hidden underneath all that water. Bring it back. Bring it back. She wanted to see more of it. She stood up and slowly made her way to the bathtub. Midoriya looked at her with a raised eyebrow, but that smile was still in place. Dare she say it? He looked kind of innocent with him tilting his head like that, but she needed to see more of it. Feel more of it. Her body was already clean from rinsing herself down after Midoriya, so all she had to do was sink in the bathtub with him, and since she was no shy girl. It didn't help that Midoriya didn't care about being naked with a hot girl like her. Hell, he didn't even blink when he got a full face of her naked front, groin and all. So, without hesitation, she plunged in a leg, and Midoriya moved over, allowing her a tiny space to squeeze herself in. She plunged in another and slowly sunk herself in the water. Their forms touched shoulder to shoulder, her soft and supple skin against his rough and tough muscles. But then she felt it, the scarred tissue on his body. She ran a finger on it, and Midoriya didn't care, just looking at her with an amused grin. It was amazing. You like touching people? Midoriya's voice was like a gong in her head, her arms retracting as she stared at the fingers that managed to feel the marks that depicted extreme violence. Nah, you just like touching scars. Want to feel them some more. A young teenage boy would have jumped at the chance to get a girl to feel them because they were horny little shits. One look under the water and Midoriya was as soft as a pillow. Did he not get excited over this? Over her. Somehow, her pride as a woman took an arrow to the heart, but that wasn't a problem. If she could continue feeling his scars, and maybe drink some of his blood some more, she was fine with this. The room descended into silence, with Midoriya closing his eyes and Himiko content to just glide her hands across all of the scars that littered his body. She just imagined them ripping open, preferably by her hands, and the tingling in her core intensified. Her breaths came in sharp as her hands continued to caress the damaged body, but Midoriya didn't budge. Instead, he laid still, content to let her molest him. Like an unmoving corpse, it just got her even more excited. Never in her life did she imagine this after she ran away from home. Sure, she did have fantasies of a hero sweeping her off her feet and letting her drink their blood, or even let her cut them up, but this ranked higher on the list. Because 1. Midoriya didn't care if he was cut up, he could just heal himself. Plus, he wasn't averse to cutting her up as well, something that took root within her deepest, darkest fantasies. And 2. He let her drink his blood, and it was the most delicious blood she had ever tasted in her life. Well, to be fair, most of the blood she drank were from hoodlums, creeps, and donated blood bags until her parents got rid of them all, so her palate wasn't as refined yet. But then again, blood that could make her orgasm was always good. I think that's enough. I've read that soaking in too much is bad for the body. Midoriya chuckled as he stood up, his bare form causing butterflies to fly within her stomach. Hey, not like it really matters. Himiko blinked and followed Midoriya like a lost puppy. Her arms stretched out and she hugged his wet form from behind. Her breasts pushed against his back while her tongue lapped the area where she bit him a few hours earlier. Hungry again? Well, go ahead. Midoriya shrugged and Himiko's mouth opened, fangs poised to pierce through his skin. Her teeth penetrated through his thick muscles, and she tasted that exquisite blood that nearly knocked her out from how good it was. She guzzled it down like drinking water, eyes rolling to the back of her head as she felt another strong wave of pleasure rush down her thighs, and then she knew no more. Izuku grabbed the clearly passed out toga and made sure she didn't impact the floor too hard. Setting her down gently, he hummed as he let the first flame residing within him, at least a part of it, to heal the bleeding bite mark. The blood that gushed out evaporated into fine mist and he cracked his neck. First time seeing someone black out from drinking blood. Izuku looked at the neatly folded clothes resting upon a chair near the entrance. Hand grabbing a piece, he spread it out and realized it was just Toga's size. There was even underwear. You don't see that often in Lordran. With the seasoned grace of an expert of clothing, Izuku dressed Toga without much issue. The modesty of the sleeping girl returned. He also dressed himself as well with the clothes provided on another chair and returned back to Toga to bring her to the couch. Sleeping on hard ground was not good for the back. Izuku can attest to this. Slinging her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, Izuku opened the door and was greeted by an empty hallway, his mother long since asleep after dinner. She had work early in the morning, after all. Making sure that no noise echoes through the apartment, Izuku slowly made his way to the couch, which was just a few seconds away since the apartment they lived in was small. Laying her atop the couch, Izuku spied a blanket that wasn't there earlier. His mother must have left it here, same with the articles of clothing back in the bathroom. Covering the girl with the blanket, Izuku smiled as he patted the forehead of the sleeping girl. At least he wasn't wrong that helping others was still worthwhile, even with all the fucked up shit it brought along with it. Today was a new day, and Izuku had to hurry because his alarm clock didn't ring. Yes, he did in fact sleep today, unlike the other days where he just stayed awake the whole night. School starts in an hour and the train ride is due 30 minutes. Stupid internal clock, stupid Lordran with no day and night cycle. Rushing to the dining room, he came face to face with Toga, who was looking kind of meek, unlike the unhinged girl that he met last night. She sat quietly on the table sipping at her ramen while taking furtive glances at Izuku. He still noticed it because experience is a bitch. But enough of that, he didn't want to be late to school, otherwise, the rat just might take offense to that. Sure, it wouldn't likely bring much trouble to him, but his mother was a whole different story. And with Toga he just brought home on a whim, the stakes were even higher. Who knows what the rat god has in store for him if he was late? He might ban him from fighting. Dear Gwyn, anything but that. Ignoring the meek girl on the table, he devoured his prepared food that his mother left behind with a note. It didn't take long, about a few seconds top to finish it all, before he was off to the bathroom post-haste. Bathing was a fun pastime for him now after Lordran. He had a new appreciation for staying clean after not being able to clean himself for who knows how long, but fun bathing makes a punctual student not. So, as much as he hated to do this, he speedrun the entire thing. Soaked body in 10 seconds, rinse down in another 10 seconds, more soap because he likes being clean, another rinse down, shampoo, conditioner, and then toothbrush. All in all, it took about 3 minutes to finish bathing, and he was not proud of it. Next was to dress himself, and thankfully, his uniform was also cleanly folded in the chair where he found his clothes last night. His mother was special, and if somebody has any objections, his fists will start flying. Another 2 minutes to get dressed, and all that was left was to grab his bag and head to the train station, which would take about 10 minutes. But before that, Toga, you just staying here until after school? The girl nodded, but her gaze never left him. She was being unusually quiet for someone who was stir-crazy just a night before. Did getting blackout drunk on blood change her personality or something? All right, Mom knows you'll be staying here. Another nod, and Izuku was finally content to leave the apartment. Toga can look after the room while he's gone, and frankly, he pitied the poor saps who thought it would be a great idea to rob an apartment with that girl living inside. With a goodbye wave, Izuku headed out right after he put on his bright red sneakers. It just sang to him, and it was also a good bit of nostalgia from simpler times. Himiko stared as the doors slammed shut, her heart beating so loudly, she could hear it in her ears. She laid on the couch, eyes closing as she cringed at what happened last night. She went crazy again. A dark hallway, knife in hand, unmoving body on the ground. She shook her head. No, it didn't happen again. Everything was fine. There was no corpse left behind. No. She felt bile rise up her throat. Her hand clamped her mouth shut as she swallowed her breakfast a second time. Tears threatened to leave her eyes, but she managed. Like always, she managed. She won't let another tragedy happen again. Maybe the key to all of it was with Midoriya Izuku. Her stomach rumbled. Shit, she hoped that he returned home soon. The urge was just getting stronger every day. She didn't know how long she'd stay sane. She wished she wasn't born like this, but quirks are quirks. And the world is known to give shitty hands to people every now and then. And that included her. Fuck this world. The room went silent as the door opened to the classroom. In came Aizawa with a stack of papers, the long face already a staple addition to the early morning routine of Class 1A. Izuku had his hand on his chin, his other hand occupied with drawing doodles on his notebook reminiscent of Black Knights striking a pose. And if those poses were a bit embarrassing if one were to see them in real life, even better. They made his life hell during his early journey, and by Gwyn did they make him lose almost all hope. Thankfully, souls were a thing, and empowering himself through the power of the first flame made everything easier. Well, relatively easier. He still got his ass handed to him 9 times out of 10. Good morning, class. Aizawa stopped right at the teacher's desk, plopping the stack of papers noisily. The students all greeted back, their voices resounding throughout the room, Izuku's included. A short announcement before we begin homeroom. In 3 weeks' time, the annual UA Sports Festival will be held. Izuku's ear perked up once those words left Aizawa's lips. So it wasn't that long until the sports festival. He wouldn't lie, it was a bit exciting, seeing that he had rewatched most of the recordings from the past UA Sports Festival. Sad that most of the intense fighting came from the third years, but his classmates weren't slouches either. He was looking forward to fighting Katsuki and even Todoroki. Just imagining throwing fireballs at an ice quirk user made him giddy. Sir, isn't that a bit too early? It hasn't even reached midterms yet. Iida raised his hand, face as serious as ever. This is in preparation for your hero agency internships this coming midterm, which will serve as your exam and project. Aizawa picked a piece of paper from the stack and waved it around the air. As you all may know by now, hero agencies will be closely watching the 3-day sports festival, with the first years taking the first day. What will the criteria be? Momo was the next to voice her question. As far as I know, it is up to the hero agencies to send you their requests, so my advice. Do your best. Plus Ultra. Aizawa grabbed more pieces of paper and turned them into a separate stack before sending it to one column of the class. At any rate, take one paper and pass it on to the one behind you. We'll be having a bit of a reflection essay. Most of the students groaned silently at the impromptu schoolwork, but it wouldn't be a school without them now, would it? Ah, Midoriya, a pleasure to meet you so early. Come, take a seat. Izuku closed the door leading to the principal's office, the rat sitting on his high chair with a cup of tea wafting its sweet aroma throughout the room. Now, what could I help you with? I found a girl. Nezu blinked, his beady eyes focusing on the cup of tea for a moment before glancing back at Izuku. Well, that is something I didn't expect. Nezu took the cup of tea in his paws and sipped on it. He set it down a moment later and tapped both of his paws together. Who is the lucky girl? Toga Himiko was her name. Izuku recalled back to the moment where they danced around with a knife in hand. It was one of the most exciting things he had ever experienced ever since he came back to Japan. It was fun trying to cut each other with a blade. I think she got a few good nicks on me, even managed to slip a cut in my neck here. Izuku pointed at his neck with a beaming smile. Nezu blinked once more, before he downed the entire cup of tea in one sitting, a paw going up his head as he rubbed against his skull. Oh, she also likes drinking blood. I think she drained a lot from me. Izuku hummed, completely ignoring Nezu already facepalming with his tiny paws not enough to cover his entire face. Midoriya, there are a lot of things wrong with what you've said, some of which is clearly punishable by law. Nezu slowly articulated each and every word that came out of his mouth. Where is this girl you are speaking of? In my house. She's homeless, so she's staying back at my place. Izuku chirped while Nezu didn't give any kind of sign that what he said affected him whatsoever. She's kinda crazy, but earlier this morning she seemed sane. Maybe. Yeah, sane. What do you mean by that? Nezu's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing enough it felt like he was poking through Izuku's soul. Last night she was like, can I cut you up? I want to see you bleed. Izuku mimicked Toga's voice horrendously, sounding like a dying horse as he did so. This morning she was all meek and submissive. Not like last night. What was the last thing you two did before she became like that? Izuku didn't understand Nezu's curiosity, but far be it for him to deny the rat his answers. We were in the bathroom. She bit me and drank my blood before she blacked out. Izuku recalled the time they were in the bathroom. Was it him, or was the air within the room a bit hot? Next morning she was just like that. I've heard enough. Nezu exhaled through his nose a bit harshly. Someone is going to get fired for this. Fired? What for? Izuku tilted his head and Nezu growled underneath his calm exterior. For not doing their jobs as proper health care providers, as well as subpar quirk counseling guidance. Nezu muttered darkly as he got off from his high chair and headed for a nearby desk with a computer running just on top of it. One of the disadvantages of a hero-centric society, the masses gravitate towards flashy and powerful quirks, while disregarding those of more mundane natures. The less said about those with quirks that aren't uncommon in dark fiction, the better. Izuku awed, full understanding finally dawning on him. You mean to say those that look like monsters are given the guillotine? Not a wrong way to say it, but a bit misleading. Nezu tapped on the keyboard, custom made to fit his paws because he had no fingers, bringing out a window with a list of names. Instead of the guillotine, try thinking of a pillory. Oh, yeah, that's even harsher, come to think of it. Izuku hummed once more, not even bothered by the mental image that cropped up in his mind. Indeed, it is. Such is the way of humanity ever since the very beginning. At that, Izuku couldn't disagree. He had first-hand experience of it, after all, even if most of the memories were fragmented and forgotten right about now. Anyway, what are you doing? Izuku approached the rat fiddling with the computer, a bunch of sub-windows being opened and closed. Searching the Japanese government database for the girl you are currently hosting. Izuku blinked. Even as out of touch as he was sure that what Nezu was doing was a breach of privacy. Okay, but even with that thought, He didn't want to interrupt Nezu from his activities, possibly illegal or not. He was, after all, a hero registered with the HPSC branch of Japan. He was also the most intelligent being on the planet because of his quirk, and funnily enough, the majority of the people agreed that it was true. In short, he was not going to interrupt the rat. He was smarter than him, no questions needed. The room was bathed in silence, with Izuku content to quietly watch the rat do his work. More sub-windows were opened and closed at the speed which spun Izuku's eyes the more he looked at the screen. Finally, after about 5 minutes of searching, Nezu came to a stop on a profile with a very familiar picture placed at the top left corner. Huh, that looks like Toga, alright. Izuku looked closer and scanned through the digital document listing down her name, place of birth, address and a bunch of other things that shouldn't be privy to a civilian. Not that he was a civilian, that boat had long since sailed. Wonder how it must have been for the people in the office to change a person's deceased status to alive. Must have been funny. Diagnosed with quirk insanity. Indeed. Nezu sighed as he brought up the various incidents that littered the past of Toga. Assault, homicide, and resisting arrest. Quirk transform. She can transform into anyone she ingests the blood of. Midoriya. Ah, yeah, that might be a problem. Wait, maybe not. She can just transform into me, right? Nothing else. Nezu looked back at the screen and scanned through paragraphs upon paragraphs of text to see if what Izuku said was true. As far as those that have recorded her quirk have witnessed, none whatsoever. However, it is important to know that quirks do sometimes have their evolution, a second awakening so to speak. Nezu cupped his chin as he closed the window. At any rate, would you kindly bring her here during Saturday? I would like to administer some tests to her, seeing as how she has all but dropped out from her high school. Are you going to enroll her in UA? Nezu nodded and a grin slowly floated up his face, before it turned into a frown. Wouldn't there be some kind of backlash? Especially from her parents. Oh, don't worry about that. I have my methods, and as they have all but disowned her after that one incident, she currently has no guardian. Nezu sighed as he brought up the profiles of both her parents. A shame, really. If they could have looked past their prejudice, Toga Himiko could have shone like a diamond in the future, whether it be heroics or in another career. All right then. What time should I bring her here? Izuku looked at the time, seeing that it was nearing the end of their lunch break. Early morning would do, about 8 a.m. sharp. Izuku nodded and moved to exit the room. Oh, by the way, please bring pen and paper. It wouldn't do for a school as prestigious as ours to not test the applicants first, would we? Okay. Izuku smiled and left the room, leaving Nezu all to his lonesome. Outside the principal's office, Izuku couldn't help but think to himself what the rat wanted with Toga. Did he want to make her a student of UA? High school. Surface-level thinking would make one reach that conclusion, but something told Izuku that Nezu wanted something more from her. Either way, he couldn't wait for Saturday. That day was going to be epic. Himiko sipped on a cup full of water, hands trembling as she pushed down the urge that bubbled deep within her core. Her eyes glared at the television screen, the current ongoing show being one of a rom-com slice of life anime. She was getting bored, and when she got bored, things went bad, so she had to find something to entertain herself with. Luckily, the TV was there, but she had to choose a show where she wouldn't be reminded of her need to feed. But even with the anime playing at full blast, the cheesy and corny lines didn't help but make the roaring within her gut even louder. She growled and looked at her cup, only to see it devoid of anything within. Setting it down on the table, she closed her eyes and tried to think of anything but blood. Anything but Midoriya and his delicious, succulent, juicy blood. Arg, where is he? Himiko clutched at her hair, the ends frayed and rustled. Her hair buns were nowhere in sight, opting for loose hair that stretched all the way to her back. I need blood. I need blood. I need blood. Blood, blood. Drool leaked from her lips, her vision blurry and swimming around like a drunken haze. She tried to push it down again, only for it to rise up with a vengeance once more. No matter how hard she pushed, it pushed back even harder. Her sanity was slowly slipping, a mad grin slowly forming on her face as she felt overpowered by her need to consume blood. And then, she heard the shuffling of footsteps just outside the door. Her head whipped in that direction so fast, she could have gotten whiplash just from that action alone. She stood up, fangs ready to sink into flesh for that oh-so-delicious blood. I'm home. That voice. That sexy, sexy voice. How could she forget him? Midoriya Izuku, her savior, her wonderful savior, and his delicious blood. She stalked towards the front door with a big smile on her face. She was getting hot, and the more she got closer, the hotter she became. It was like her gut was a smoldering furnace. It didn't take long for her to see the man of her desires. I guess you want to drink my blood again. Himiko needed no invitation. She just pounced and sunk her fangs into his neck, Midoriya patting her head all the while as she moaned and groaned, the marvelous lifeblood flowing down her throat like a waterfall. All right then, drink up. By the way, we need to talk after your snack, okay? Himiko just nodded, dazed by the precious nectar that continued to fill her gut, the voice within her head slowly dying out until her mind cleared. Eyes wide, she pushed Midoriya away, her breaths leaving in pants and gasps. Hey, you okay? Midoriya patted her back, and it took almost all of her control to not pounce on the man and have her way with him, sexually or orally. Her quirk just did things to her head, and she couldn't help but feel like blood was something to be worshipped. Himiko nodded her head and Midoriya retracted his arm, her body shivering at the sudden loss of warmth coming from his palm. Anyway, Nezu wants you to go to UA high school on Saturday. Something about a test, or something. Himiko froze. Did she hear that correctly? The principal of the most prestigious high school in Japan, inviting her to his school. What did he want with her? Don't worry, I'll be tagging along. At that point, Himiko just lost all thought of being composed. What? Today was the day. Izuku got out of bed with a pep in his step. He didn't waste time before bolting past his door and heading into the bathroom just down the hall. His mother was nowhere to be found again, something about more work landing upon her shoulders now that everything was fine on her end. A bit of a dick move, forcing more work upon a mother who had just gone through hell for the past months, but companies will be companies. As for what job she's working on, she was intent on keeping quiet. It worried him a bit, but it was her decision to keep her mouth shut on her duties. She'll let him know if she needs to tell him. He trusted her that much. Entering the bathroom, he wasn't surprised to see Toga bathing naked within the tub. This has been a daily occurrence for the past few days while she stayed in their apartment. Nothing happened, other than the regular blood-sucking, to which Izuku replenished his every time she finished because of the first flame, at least a fragment of it within. Sinking into the bathtub after a good rinse, Toga immediately straddled him, fangs poised to sink into his neck. He let her, and the blonde once more sucked his lifeblood out of his system, his skin going paler as each second went by. Soon after, Toga released him and Izuku's skin went back to being its normal color, the blonde panting as she snuggled up on Izuku. She wasn't this affectionate a few days prior. It was quite a surprise when all manner of reservations from the blonde vampire-ish girl vanished, replaced by a very forward and clingy girl. Maybe it had something to do with her late-night dives into the internet using his computer after he had dropped the bomb about Nezu wanting her. But he didn't want to pry, plus, she was happier this way. He could feel it. The two of them finished with their bath and got out of the tub. They got dressed in the clothes they had brought, Toga using her school uniform that his mother had gleefully sewed back together, and Izuku with a plain shirt and pants. Incidentally, Toga kept on gluing herself to him with her bare skin, to which Izuku grew a bit confused. Why did she like touching skins with him? Was there something special about his flesh? He looked at her impish smile and tilted his head. Yep, he was still confused. Hey, Zuzu. Toga called him out with her nickname for him. Not that bad, considering the other nickname he was called in the past was derogatory. Do you know why Nezu wants me there? I have no idea. Izuku shrugged. He said he wanted to test you, and that's all he told me. Also, bring pen and paper. Toga frowned for a moment, before it was replaced with a beaming smile as she hugged Izuku, making sure her assets were pressing against him, not that it did anything to the emotionally stunted man. It's okay. I have you. Also, more blood later, please. Sure, I have a lot to give. And wasn't that the truth? No matter how many times Izuku was drained by Toga, and how gluttonous she was with his blood, the first flame made sure it was replenished by the time she was done. Didn't this make him immortal? A contrast to his limited immortality in Lordran. To be fair, there wasn't anything that managed to wound him to the point where his body gave out yet in Japan, so maybe it wasn't pure immortality and just the same as what he had in Lordran. Ah, I love you so much, Zuzu. Toga hugged Izuku again, her nose buried within the crook of his neck. He didn't see anything wrong with this, so he just patted the head of the girl while wearing a smile on his face. Nothing that weird in the grand scheme of things. Himiko was having the best day of her life. After that fateful night. Not the night where she conked out after drinking a lot from Izuku, the one where Nezu sent her an invite, she threw caution to the wind and decided to embrace her inner urges. It was like a weight was finally off her chest, like the suffocating grasp of the air finally relented and she was able to breathe a breath of fresh air again. She never felt like this ever since she got her quirk and the urges started surfacing. With Izuku giving her constant supply of blood and with how delicious it was, she didn't need to stalk the streets looking for a poor bastard to feed on. It made her happy. It made her feel like she was wanted again. Like she mattered. Depressing that her parents didn't see her that way, but it was their loss. Why would she continue to harm herself by trying to be normal when her quirk didn't allow that? The quirk counselors didn't know what they were talking about. Why would they? They didn't have a quirk like hers. Another perk with being with Zuzu, she can transform herself to him. It was glorious, seeing her supple skin being replaced with rough and hardened muscles. The scars that littered his body were gratifying to feel, to touch. He was also a beast down there, something that her intrusive thoughts kept on saying to feast on. It fueled her addiction to Zuzu's blood even more. The little girl that wanted to be normal was gone, erased from history because it wasn't possible to force herself to be someone she isn't. But she didn't want to alienate Zuzu. She wanted to stay with him, and if she inconvenienced him even a single time. She shivered. She didn't want to know, and she wasn't too keen on letting it happen even for a second. "We're here." Izuku's voice brought her out of her thoughts, the giant UA sign clear all the way from the front gate. Whoa. Himiko had already seen pictures of the prestigious high school, but seeing it in person was a whole other feeling. Plus, it just solidified how large the damn building was. Like, seriously, the letters themselves were probably 2 stories tall. Where the hell did they get the budget for that? Yeah, I remember my first time seeing this place. Zuzu's eyes didn't leave the giant signs. God, was he sexy looking like that. Doesn't beat an Orlando, though. An or what? Himiko blinked. What is that? A place? You could say that. Izuku shrugged and slowly made his way to the front gate with no students in sight. I'll tell you all about it later if you want. Oh, MK. Himiko didn't reply back, following after Izuku like a lost lamb. The walk to the front doors were bathed in silence, with it being a Saturday. School was out, and prestigious school or not, teenagers will be teenagers. Who in their right mind would come to school on a Saturday? Oh, Midoriya, I didn't know you came to school on Saturdays. Himiko looked over at the boy who called out Zuzu. He had blue hair and wore square-rimmed glasses. Kinda looked like a nerd, to be honest. And who's this? Principal Nezu wanted her to come this day, so I'm tagging along. Zuzu hummed for a moment, before his eyes locked onto the boy with blue hair. How about you, Iida? What are you doing here? Just heading for the support class. Something about my costume being an affront to all baby-making companies. Himiko blinked. That was a weird thing to say. Excuse me. Even Zuzu was a bit stumped at the phrasing. Yeah, I am as confused as you are. Iida scratched the back of his head. To be honest, Himiko would probably do it as well just because of the baby-making line. Anyway, do not let me take up your time, nor Principal Nezu's. It would be such a disappointment if you missed your appointment with the principal. Iida waved at the two as he left for the support class, which was in a different wing to where the principal's office was located. Well, that was an interesting encounter. Should we hurry? I doubt the rat wants to be kept waiting. Himiko's knees buckled slightly. She'd heard tales of what the principal of UA was capable of. She wouldn't want to get on his bad side now that she was on the path of being a good girl again, all thanks to Zuzu. Okay. Zuzu, like the hyperactive teenage girl that she was, She clung to Zuzu with her modest breasts pressing against his arm. He didn't show any reaction, as to be expected from him, but every little step matters in trying to gain his affection. Yes, she had a crush again. Yes, it was good to be acknowledged. No, it didn't feel good to have her advances be ignored by the one person she wanted the most. Ah, you must be Toga Himiko, a pleasure to be meeting you, young girl. Nezu placed his teacup back on his desk, paws propping up his chin as his eyes stayed glued on the girl. Please take a seat. You too, Midoriya. Nezu watched as the two teenagers, one a mentally aged man and another an emotionally troubled young girl, took their seats just in front of their desks. Good thing he had them prepared beforehand. The couch just wouldn't do for what he had planned. The tiny table in front of it just wasn't big enough. It would be such a waste for a young person to develop back pain at their tender age. Now then, I would assume that you are quite confused as to why I had Midoriya bring you here, Miss Toga. The girl in question blinked, her lips quivering ever so slightly with her eyebrows furrowing. Yeah, I am confused. Why do you want to meet me? Toga tilted her head, a finger on her lips. Her eyes didn't leave his, the mischievous minx fully challenging him with her innocent tone. Nezu smirked at the display. Such a fine little specimen. She's perfect. Quite a simple affair, really. Nezu opened the drawers on his desk, extracting a few pieces of paper from within and laying it down on top. A test, if you will. Pass this and I may be able to induct you to my prestigious school. Of course, the hero course is off limits, so passing this test will see you landed in the general studies course. Ah, but I want to be with my Zuzu. Toga clutched onto Midoriya, her grip tight as his clothes slowly wrinkled around her hands. Not to worry, I can arrange for your daily blood intake no problem. Toga narrowed her eyes at him, and he could feel the sudden malice underneath that cute exterior. Toga, please understand that what I am doing is not to further aggravate your quirk-specific requirements. Your case is commonly found within people that have quirks that influence the way they think or view things. In fact, it is so common that I am quite boggled at the fact that the quirk counselors, as well as the authorities deemed it proper for you to be denied blood. Nezu could see every crease on her face, his beady eyes analyzing every form of movement, small it may be. Her confusion was exquisite, his smile slowly getting wider as the teen squirmed in her seat, head turned to face Midoriya. Her mouth opened, probably to ask a question, but she closed it before she could utter her words. Turning back to Nezu, Toga's smile fluttered back on her face, but Nezu could see through it. It was brittle, like rusted iron. Who knows what kind of thoughts were storming through her head, but that wasn't for Nezu to crack open, no matter how tempting it would be. Fine. The teen pouted, making Nezu's smile grow an inch wider. Yes, she would do nicely. But first, no self-respecting member of his school would find themselves uneducated beasts. He wondered what it would look like if every animal on the entire planet became intelligent enough to fit into humanity's society. Now that was something Nezu would like to see with a bucket of popcorn. Sadly, he knew it was impossible, as well as quite disastrous for everyone on this floating rock in space. Izuku hummed, hand cupping his chin as he wandered throughout the hallway of the nearly empty school. Principal Nezu had told him to vacate the room once the test had started, and frankly, he had high hopes for Toga. Not in the sense that she was going to crush the test Nezu had for her, but in the sense that Nezu was going to rig the test in her favor just to get her officially enrolled and that none may question the decision. And the less people that knew about the specifics of the test, the better. So, here he was, wandering aimlessly as he waited for Toga's test to finish. It was refreshing, seeing the whole school as silent as the grave as he traveled through the clean hallways. It was a new experience, something that Izuku craved when he explored areas in Lordran. Except for Blighttown, that place could go rot in hell for all he cared. His head was empty as his feet walked on autopilot, letting instinct guide him through the giant campus. It wasn't long before he heard some excited shouting coming from one of the rooms nearby. Heading towards the door which separated the hallway from the noisy room, Izuku slowly inched his hand forward for the knob, twisting it open once he grabbed it. Pushing it open, he wasn't prepared for something to slam against him and send him careening against the wall, his whole body being crushed against it. He heard bones snapping and indescribable pain shoot through his nerves like it was on fire. In other words, just a normal day for him. Oh my god, Midoriya. Distressed shouting was the next his ears heard when he felt the giant thing being pried from his crushed body. Blood leaked out from lips as he felt the first flame work overtime to restore his body to its pristine condition. Hold on, I'll get some help. No need. Izuku laughed his injuries off, the pain dulling until it was but an afterthought. I'm as good as new, see. He waved his arms and jumped in place, his broken bones and crushed organs a thing of the past. Iida looked at him and blinked with his mouth agape. Truth be told, it was funny seeing the serious teen have such a gobsmacked face. It didn't suit him, and that made it even funnier. But, how? I thought you had a strength-augmenting quirk. It just never came up. Izuku shrugged and slowly stretched, trying to get a feel for his undamaged body. Anyway, what are you doing here? And what the hell happened there? Izuku pointed at the doorway where a pink-haired girl with dreadlocks and crosshairs for eyes peeked from within. An accident that hopefully won't ever happen again. A gruff voice said from inside before showing himself, revealing his topless chest and a giant excavator claw for a head. You're lucky Midoriya here had a regeneration factor, otherwise we would have kicked you out of the course and subsequently placed you in juvie for murder. Unless of course Midoriya here wants to press charges. The pink-haired girl paled and looked at Izuku with a pleading gaze. He hummed, a hand cupping his chin, and the girl trembled like a newborn fawn. I'll make you the best baby I will ever create. Just do. A hand clamped over her mouth, but there was no mistaking the palpable fear radiating from her. Izuku hummed some more, before he grinned and approached the girl. When you mean baby, don't you mean a support item? The girl nodded her head frantically, and Izuku's grin widened even more. Well then, I won't press charges. I swear, this girl will give me gray hairs by the time she graduates. The teacher removed his hand from the girl, and once she was free, bolted for Izuku to give him a big hug, further staining her already stained shirt with his blood. Anyway, do you have any business with the support course? Not really, was just waiting for Nezu to finish his test with someone I tagged along with. Ah, I heard about that. The man scratched the bottom of his excavator helmet. Anyway, name's Powerloader. Hopefully, your first encounter with us doesn't sour the rest of our interactions in the future. No, it won't be a problem. By the way, what's your name? He asked the pink-haired girl, and she released him with a bright smile. Hatsume Mei, future owner of Hatsume Industries. She gave a mock salute with an unhinged grin. If you need any kind of work with your babies, I'm your gal. All right then. Anyway, I assume you still have work to do with Ida's costume. He pointed to the crumpled piece of a death trap lying on the floor nearby, the floors and walls cracked from the point of impact. Yup, Speedy Boy's costume wasn't made to handle his top speed, so I was here to calibrate it for further use. Hatsume zoomed past them and knelt down next to the heap of scrap metal. Anyway, gonna head back into the lab for further testing, see y'all later. Speedy Boy. Get in here. Powerloader sighed as he went back into the lab while following Hatsume with an eager grin plastered on her face, all the while Iida had his mouth agape. Are we just going to ignore that she almost killed you, Midoriya? Iida pointed at Izuku with a frown. Yes we are. Anyway, gonna go look around some more, Nezu still hasn't called me yet. Bye. Izuku opened his eyes, sunlight directly glaring at his eyeballs. A growl left his lips as he tried to get up to start the day, but he felt something clutching at him, making it hard to rise from his bed. Looking at the sheets. Yes, he used sheets. They were comfortable. He frowned and flipped it over, revealing a very naked Himi snuggling against him. She was also fast asleep, mumbling something about scars and blood and other mundane things as her fingers stroked against his scarred flesh. Sighing, Izuku poked Himi's cheek but got no response. Undaunted, he poked her cheek again, this time eliciting a light groan from the girl. Her eyes fluttered as she looked directly at him, a grin slowly floating up her face as her clinginess grew even more. Zuzu. Himi brought her face close and sniffed at his chest. Sleep more. Nope, we have class today. With his usual one-track mind, Izuku pried the clingy girl off of him and got off the bed. Himi pouted, but he paid it no mind and went directly to the bathroom just down the hall. As he let the cold water drip down his body, Izuku thought back to the time when Nezu called him back after testing him about things. Finally done with your testing, Nezu. Izuku opened the door to the principal's office and blinked. Toga grinned at him while her legs swayed in the air, the couch too large for her tiny frame. Nezu was sipping his tea while focusing intently on the pieces of paper, shuffling them one by one as he read through them at a brisk pace. Just a minute. Why don't you chat with Miss Toga for a minute while I parse through her answers? Nezu placed his cup of tea back down to hold the papers with his two paws. Shrugging, Izuku sat right next to Toga, feeling the soft cushions underneath him. So, how do you think you do? Toga tilted her head, before her grin grew even more, her fangs peeking out of the corner of her lips as she leaned forward. I don't know, but Nezu really likes me, so good, I guess. Toga shooched over and leaned her head against his shoulder. Not seeing anything wrong with the action, Izuku let the girl do her thing and waited quietly for Nezu to finish his paperwork. Izuku was content to sit in silence, and judging from Toga's mannerisms, she was as well. The only sound audible within the room was the shuffling of papers as Nezu continued to mark Toga's answers with narrowed eyes. It took about half an hour before Nezu was done with checking everything and he called out to the two of them sitting on the couch with nary a sound save for their rhythmic breathing. Midoriya, Toga, please come here for a second. Nezu motioned his paw in a come-hither gesture. Izuku and Toga looked at each other for a moment, before getting off their asses and approaching the pensive-looking rat. Now then, Toga, allow me to congratulate you on passing my exam, however sudden it is. Oh, nice. Izuku gave Toga a thumbs up, before being glomped on by said girl with a manic grin. And as I have said earlier, I can only slot her into the general course. Nezu's words caused Toga to pout. However, you two can still interact with each other during lunch break and free times. I expect you both to hold proper decorum as students of my fine academy, so no overt PDA, Miss Toga. Ah, but I want to hug Zuzu. Toga pouted even more but a strict glare from Nezu silenced the teen. Fine. By the way, what about Toga's blood intake? Izuku tapped on the girl's shoulder, causing her to snuggle even further into his body. Since we won't be seeing each other for most of the whole day, and this girl likely needs a daily intake to not go off the deep end, what are we going to do? Quite simple, really. During lunch, you can let her feed on you. Nezu placed his papers on the desk with a light tap. As for how, I've prepared a room for both of you to do so privately. You could either use that, or do it in public, it matters not how you do it. Nezu's face darkened for a moment. Discrimination will never be tolerated in this fine academy. Izuku could feel the aura of malice radiating from the rat. There was a dark past there, he was sure of it. And frankly, he wasn't surprised. Recalling the bits of his past on how he was treated when he was a literal human, he wondered how hard the rat had it growing up in life. At any rate, thank you for bringing Miss Toga here, Midoriya. And Miss Toga, allow me to welcome you to my school. Nezu opened his arms wide with a pleasant smile. Izuku hummed. Even with all that strict and professional behavior, there was a caring soul underneath. That said, say hello to your new family. And all of a sudden, Nezu procured a piece of paper and gave it to Toga. The girl pursed her lips before grabbing it, eyes reading through every line on the piece of paper before it widened. The next moment, a radiant smile floated up her face. Not a manic grin that he was used to, not the impish smile she had on her face most of the time, but a genuine one that came from the bottom of her heart. Seeing that smile, Izuku couldn't help but smile back. He looked at his hands, sullied and bloodied beyond all recognition. But it was all worth it if he could make people smile. He'd been trying it in Lordran and failed, but here in Japan. Maybe it wasn't an impossible goal, after all. Toga glomped on Izuku once more while beaming. Izuku heard her delighted chuckles and patted her on the head, not minding the skin-to-skin contact she was initiating every hour of the day. She grew on him, and to be honest, he was kind of touch-starved since he was mostly alone in Lordran. Anyway, off with you two. I've gone through many favors just to get these done. And Toga, rest assured that your family, as well as those that have harmed you will be facing justice within a week, you have my word. Well, at least Nezu was as effective as ever. Toga's smile looked like it would rip her face in half, but actually, it was just the norm for her. Waving the rat goodbye, Izuku and Toga left the office with the girl still clinging onto his back like a little gremlin. "Hey, Zuzu, why don't you call me something else?" Toga poked his cheek, her own cheek nearly touching his. "Please. How about Himi?" The blonde girl's eyes gleamed before she snuggled even closer to Izuku. If a glasses-wearing teen walked past them with an agape mouth, then he didn't even pay him any attention. After a quick shower, Izuku got out of the bathroom, only to come face to face with a pouting Himi. "Why didn't you wait for me?" Himi's arms were crossed, foot tapping against the ground in a slow rhythm. "I could have washed at your back, you know. We're gonna be late," Izuku stated matter-of-factly, shoulders shrugging as he clipped on his tie. Never in his life had he thought he would loathe something as mundane as a tie. It's why he asked Nezu for a clip-on version. "Hurry up. Mom's probably busy with her job again and left breakfast at the table." Himi's eyes furrowed for a bit, but he didn't pay her any more attention as he continued towards the dining room. Time moved at a brisk pace as he stuffed the food down his gullet with nary a thought, the burning sensation of piping hot food after getting microwaved sliding down throat. Shaking his head, Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. It subsided after a few seconds, but the feeling still burned within his mind. Nothing like a good dose of pain in the early morning to start the day. He heard shuffling coming from behind him before he felt something wrapping itself around his eyes. "Guess who?" Izuku smirked and pried the lithe hands off his face. "Come on, Himi, we'll be late." The girl pouted and took her seat right in front of him. Her spoon poked the omelet for a while before she fed herself with the delicious egg, face twisting into one of pleasure as she let out a hum. "Can you tell your mother that she makes the best omelets?" Himi said while chowing down on the food. The sight made Izuku smile, and not long after, she was done, practically licking the plate clean. Setting the dishes down on the sink, Himi and Izuku briskly made their way out of the apartment. One thing was for sure though, Himi really fit that uniform quite well. Midoriya, Izuku's name was called the instant he opened the door to the classroom. "Who was that girl you brought to school this Saturday? Excessive PDA is against the school rules." "Wait, what?" Minetta's head twisted towards Izuku, eyes full of shock and hate. "How? First Hagakure, now another girl. Sorry, was busy reading something." Sue's tongue wrapped around Minetta's mouth like a bandage, effectively serving as a gag to prevent the teen from talking. "Damn, why is the socially inept dude getting all the girls?" Kaminari was the next to dig his grave. His squawk of pain coming from thrusting ear jacks of the resident punk rocker was a given. "Spark plug, shut your mouth before you dig an even deeper grave for yourself." Jiro frowned and the electric blonde got the hint. It wasn't long before the resident gossip stood from her chair and zoomed past everybody to come face to face with Izuku. "Oh, a girl, come on, tell me. Please. Details. Ashido bounced in place, lips locked in an impish grin. Nothing really. Found a homeless girl, took her in. Nezu asked for her and now she's in the Gen Ed course." Izuku shrugged and he noticed most of the students within the room blink at the nonchalance in which Izuku said those words. "Also, she drinks blood. Kinda needs it too, or she goes off the rails." Some of the students winced, most notably the ones with visible mutations. One of them was the masked student with arms like tentacles who surrendered during the battle trials. Looking at him now, Izuku could take a gander as to why. "So, a vampire quirk," Ashido hummed, lips now turned into a frown. She then turned around and went back to her seat quietly, a far cry from her earlier boisterous personality. Sensing that the mood turned for the worse, Izuku shrugged and headed to his seat. He wasn't bothered by the stares he got, most notably from Iida, who looked like he still had things to say to him about excessive PDA, but surprisingly, he remained quiet and continued to stare without much heat in them. As the awkward silence continued for a few minutes, with hushed whispers here and there amongst the class, the door opened revealing their homeroom teacher. "Good morning, class." Aizawa brought another stack of paper while heading in, eyes drooping with large bags underneath them. "All of you are in your seats and quiet. Good. Saves me the trouble of quieting you all myself. Anyway, a reminder, the sports festival is rapidly approaching and in 2 weeks' time, all of you will be seen on live television. So, give it your best. Make a fool of yourself in the sports festival and you'll see your chances of making it as a hero suffer. The awkward air in the room morphed into one of dread, some of the students' sweat dripping from their skin at the sudden pressure instilled by the man in the teacher's desk. But it was soon replaced with grim determination, and frankly, Izuku knew the feeling all too well. Anyway, back to the boring part of school, homework. And then the students all groaned. Yep, same old Aizawa. Izuku yawned as he walked through the throngs of students all waiting their turn to grab their lunch while balancing the tray of food in his hands. The morning wasn't kind to him, nor his classmates, seeing that all of their teachers probably came to an agreement to torment them with tons upon tons of schoolwork that even Iida, their resident shulophile, slumped to his desk when the bell for lunch rang. Weaving through another group of students, all of them probably with the support class because he spied a certain pink-haired girl with crosshairs for eyes pouting as she was dragged by her classmates to a table food tray in hand, Izuku finally spotted the one person who he was expecting to show up sooner or later. Himi sauntered up to him, a food tray all but forgotten on the table she had left behind along with confused students who probably befriended the girl the first day they arrived. Zuzu, and Himi, being the girl that she was, gave Izuku a hug and went for a bite. The whole cafeteria went silent as those who were looking respectfully went slack-jawed at the interaction. No blood was spilled, all of them going down Himi's throat as she sucked like a woman possessed. Izuku heard something clattering on the ground, but he paid it no mind, his eyes focused on the blonde girl suckling on his neck. A few moments later and the girl separated, a huge sultry grin on her face. "You've got to be kidding me. That's her." A familiar voice echoed his frustration at the scene. Looking at the source, Izuku saw Mineta literally leaking tears as he bit on a handkerchief. "Iida, you didn't say the babe was hot. Mineta, we are in a prestigious academy. Do not sully this school with your deranged fantasies." Iida was the next to yell, at least at a pitch lower than what Mineta had done, while chopping the air with his arms. "Damn, girls got looks," Ashido hummed while grabbing a notebook from somewhere. She then procured a pen, also from somewhere, and began scribbling something down on the sheets. All this happened while Izuku was content to let the blonde girl hang around him like a puppy. He could just imagine an imaginary tail behind Himi's back wagging back and forth so fast, it could have flown off. So, full in the tank, Izuku placed his tray of food down on the free table, uncaring of the gazes hitting both him and Himi. Yep, Himi sat in front of him, eyes never leaving his face as she observed Izuku eat his food. "By the way, those your classmates." She pointed towards a table full of faces he was fairly familiar with, all staring at him with varying degrees of emotion. Izuku looked back at Himi and shrugged. "Yes, they are." A spoonful of food was shoved into Izuku's mouth, courtesy of Himi stealing it and feeding him herself. Izuku chewed and swallowed, looking at Himi with a questioning gaze. "What was that for?" "Nothing." Himi didn't let go of the spoon, but instead scooped some food from Izuku and held it in front of him. "Ah." Izuku looked at Himi, then at the spoon, then back at Himi again before blinking. He opened his mouth and let the girl spoon feed him, causing a ruckus arise from the table where his classmates were seated. "Damn you Midoriya, burn in hell." Mineta was practically crying tears of blood as he bit even harder against the piece of cloth. "Mineta, language." Iida chopped his arms in the air while also glaring at Izuku. "Midoriya, you are setting a bad example as our class representative." Ashido was content to continue writing in that notebook of hers. Even the surrounding students all had their mouths agape as they witnessed the scene, but Izuku and Himi ignored them all in favor of being in their little bubble, devoid of everything except them. It was relaxing, in a sense, where Izuku could relax. Come to think of it, when was the last time he hummed a tune when he entered his room? Thinking back, yeah, it was Saturday night. When Himi entered his room to sleep with him, his humming had stopped, even when he browsed through the internet because he couldn't sleep. Just the feeling of her presence was enough to give him some sort of tranquil peace that he had not felt ever since he last sat near a bonfire. As time passed by, the other students lost interest and went back to eating. That didn't stop them from sneaking a glance every now and then. Izuku finished his meal just as the bell rang and all of the students got up as one to head back to their classes, his classmates included. "Midoriya, who was that?" Izuku's knees were the first to be assaulted the moment he joined his classmates after saying goodbye to Himi. Said girl was also accosted by her first-day friends the moment she joined hers. Come on, tell me, Midoriya, I can understand you wanting to pursue love at our tender age, but please, reconsider doing so within our campus. Iida pushed the bridge of his glasses with a finger. It is an affront to a school such as this. It's even mentioned in the school handbook. Wait, we have a school handbook. Denki scratched the top of his head. Duh, Sparkplug. Jiro waved a booklet in front of him, a teasing smirk on her face. Didn't you get one after Aizawa's quirk apprehension test? It was on your desk. I didn't see it. Kaminari fingered the insides of his collar, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Ha, you totally forgot it, didn't you? Jiro hid her mouth behind the palm of her hand, no doubt a smug grin was etched on it. Hey, Midori, was that the vampire girl? Izuku raised an eyebrow at the sudden question from his pink classmate. Did getting bit hurt? Finally, someone asking the correct questions. Ojiro moaned as his tail flopped on the ground. Not really. Kind of like a mosquito bite, just bigger. Izuku shrugged. At that point, they had finally reached their classroom and all of them entered without much pause. Now all they had to do was wait for All Might for their next class. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The weeks had gone by with nothing important happening, other than Iida somehow making a fool of himself while managing to drag Himi into his foolishness. It was quite a sight, with Iida trying to pry Himi off of Izuku's body as she clung to him like a koala. Said scenario happened during lunch, within the cafeteria. Iida's reason was because PDA wasn't allowed in the school. Himi didn't care and stuck her tongue out at the blue-haired teen. Izuku just let it all happen, amused at the showing the two were giving. Needless to say, it didn't end well for the both of them. Him included, because he just let it happen. Nothing bad, though, just Nezu tearing into him, Himi, and Iida about public disturbances and excessive PDA. One good thing that happened after that was that Himi was less clingy during school. That said, she became even more clingy in the apartment, but he'd take that than Himi glomping him for the whole lunch break in school. It was a bit hard to eat with Himi doing everything in her power to spoon-feed him every step of the way. Izuku smiled, silent as he browsed through the locker after remembering the memory. His hands rummaged through the container for his shirt piled underneath a bunch of other things that caught his fancy. There was a bobblehead of All Might, a plushy Principal Nezu, shorts, more shirts, and finally, his gym uniform. Grabbing the gym uniform, he once again stripped to his underwear to don the fabric, not caring for the gazes staring at him as he did so. Thankfully for his classmates' sanity, they were in the boys' locker room, and as a rule of thumb, what happens in the boys' locker room stays in the boys' locker room. That being said, Mineta was once again being the pervy little shit he was, and boy was that a discovery for Izuku when his classmates, mostly of the female variety, all dunked on him for sexually harassing them. Then he thought back to the times he stripped in front of them without any sort of shame. Was that counted sexual harassment? Izuku asked that question to his other male classmates, and most of them said yes. Care to guess the one who said otherwise? Yep, the purple midget. Izuku had a blast punting the living daylights out of him for trying to deceive him. He had his fill with Guinevere, thank you very much. Midoriya. Izuku's ears perked up when he heard the resident frosty teen come up behind him. Turning around, he was met with an expressionless face with eyes so deep in focus, it was a miracle he didn't go cross-eyed. Objectively speaking, you were the strongest in our class. The rest of the males in the locker room stopped what they were doing and bore witness to the intensifying debacle before them. Okay, you wanna say something? Izuku tilted his head as Todoroki took a step forward, his nose inches away from Izuku's. I will defeat you with only my ice. Todoroki growled and Izuku could feel the determination bubbling deep within. I promise you that. Izuku tilted his head to the other side, mouth formed in an exaggerated frown as he hummed with his arms crossed. Well, okay, but what makes you think you can do that when you can't even do it during our battle trials? That was a miscalculation on my part. Todoroki snarled, for the first time showing the frustration he held deep within that stoic facade. I will not underestimate you again. TCH, good luck with that, half and half. Katsuki was quick to butt in, making Izuku smile at the bravado coming from the ash-blonde teen. "Izuku'll just fucking kill ya if you don't go all out." HMPH. Todoroki clicked his heels and turned, his back facing both Katsuki and Izuku as he walked away and out of the locker room. "Alright, that was weird. Anybody else feel that in the air?" The rest of the students who were finally done changing all shrugged their shoulders. Obviously, they were confused, Izuku as well, but he chalked that up to Todoroki being Todoroki. "Oh well, should we go?" His classmates nodded, grim determination setting in as they prepared themselves mentally for the trials ahead. A few hours earlier, Izuku stopped right in front of the gates to UA High School, eyes wide as he observed the countless people mingling about doing their own thing. There were civilians, cops, and heroes all interacting with one another. Some of the heroes gave the passerbys autographs and sometimes helped guide them towards somewhere they wanted to go. That bothered him none. What bothered him was the mind-boggling amount of people mucking about the area. Already, just standing outside of the gate where it was somewhat manageable with the lesser amount of people was beginning to suffocate him. A hand gripped against his and Izuku looked at the source. Himi was looking at him, concern tinged within her eyes. Her hold tightened and Izuku felt the rising instincts to kill and maim subside, heart slowly calming down. "Thanks, Himi." Izuku tightened his grip back and he could feel Himi's mood rise sharply. "Just feed me later, K. Zuzu." Himi leaned in closer, her mouth practically touching Izuku's ears. She blew and Izuku felt his neck shiver. "Yep, just don't do that again." Izuku frowned but he could tell that Himi was going to do it again when she got the chance. "Anyway, the sports festival is gonna start soon, so let's hurry." "Ah, I wanted to spend more time with you, Zuzu." Himi puckered her lips, but Izuku pushed her away, eliciting a pout from the blonde girl. "Sorry, but Nezu'll have our hides if we're late." At the mention of the rat, Himi frowned, then sighed. "Fine." Himi pouted again, before she perked up, a beaming smile on her face. "Zuzu, meet you in the fights later. You looking forward to that too?" Izuku smirked and Himi's only response was an excited nod. Then, "Good luck, I'll have fun fighting you again." Himi's smile turned to a frown for a moment. "Should we ask Principal Nezu to give us knives? You know, fight like the first time we met." "Not going to lie, that sounds like a wonderful idea." Izuku's smirk grew, only to be replaced by a dejected sigh. "I doubt Nezu would allow it, though. You know how the rat is with his school and the regulations." "TCH, pussies." Himi crossed her arms with an annoyed look on her face. "It would have been the best fight in my life. Let's save that for the future." Izuku grabbed Himi's shoulder and proceeded to drag her towards the front door, making sure to avoid the other busybodies that plagued the streets. They passed through countless visitors, some cops trying to regulate traffic, and heroes on patrols defending the venue. It wasn't long before they finally reached the front door of the school, a place where visitors weren't allowed because they had a separate venue for where the sports festival would be held. Also, it served as the only safe place where students could breathe a sigh of relief after going through the trenches of sweat and smells called the human body. "Ah, Midoriya, you finally arrived." Iida was the first to greet him the moment both Izuku and Himi entered the front doors. "Good day to you as well, Toga." "Ugh, why is Four Eyes here?" Iida winced at Himi's words. "Go away, Four Eyes, we don't need you here." Is she still mad at me?" Iida asked Izuku, who shrugged and practically placed Himi in front of him, practically making the blonde and blue-haired teen go face to face. "Fight, fight, fight, fight." Izuku chanted underneath his breath, something Himi was able to hear due to them being next to each other. A smile floated up her face, her body language eager to please the man behind her. "What are you three doing here?" All of a sudden, the wind was knocked out of their sails when Aizawa arrived, a none too pleased look on his face. "The sports festival is about to start. Hurry up and get to your designated locker rooms to prepare." Deflating, Himi leaned back against Izuku, her hand snaking up his back and onto his cheek. Her hand was swatted away by Aizawa not too long after. "And please, for the sanity of everyone here, stop displaying your affections in public." Aizawa sighed and crankily made his way back further in the school. "It's irritating." And with that, Aizawa vanished, leaving behind Iida, who nodded at his words of wisdom, Himi sticking her tongue out at the man, and Izuku with nothing but a smile on his lips. You heard Aizawa. Iida pushed his glasses up with a serious face. Come now, class representative, the others are already well on their way with their preparations. Toga, I advise you to do the same. The sports festival is bound to commence at any moment. Himi pouted, but a quick pat to the head was enough to put her frown all the way around. Himi, I'll see you later. Can't fight me if you aren't even participating. She giggled before glomping Izuku, causing Iida to make a gagging noise. It was sometimes fun to tease the bespectacled teen, but now was not the time. So, with a heavy heart, Izuku pried Himi away and offered her his arm. She frowned for a second, but ultimately conceded. That said, she immediately sank her fangs into the offered appendage, making sure to lap all of the blood that oozed from out of the 2 puncture holes she made on his skin. Once again, Iida made a gagging sound, but they paid him no mind. Once she was done feeding, she gave Izuku a smile and waved him goodbye, all the while swaying her hips as she strutted down the hallway. Iida coughed into his palm. Midoriya, let us make haste. It would be a mark on our otherwise perfect record to be late to an event such as this. Yes, let's. Izuku grinned and followed Iida towards the boys' locker room for Class 1A. Are you excited, Midori? Ashido asked Izuku as they marched through the dimly lit passageway. The whole class was separated into 2 lines, and as a twist of luck, the pink-themed menace managed to land a spot right behind him. You could say that. Izuku shrugged, his eyes side glancing the Ravenet beside him. For some reason, she was nervous, so to speak. He could feel it in the aura that clung to her like a blanket. Yaoyorozu, you feeling okay? Yes, I am perfectly fine. Yaoyorozu waved the concern with a well-practiced smile. Izuku frowned. He may not be as socially adept as most of his classmates, but he could spot a lie when he sees one. He still wouldn't do anything, however. Not unless she absolutely needed it. Yaomomo, cheer up. Ashido was quick to hover around the heiress, her jovial nature bringing a small smile up Yaoyorozu's face. You remember what I told you in the locker room earlier? A faint cry was heard from behind, reminiscent of a grape-head menace. That girls can kick butt. Clearly, the heiress had trouble saying the words out loud, much more so if there was a swear within a single sentence. Ashido, meanwhile, just patted the back of the heiress, rather harshly at that. It elicited a tiny yelp while her bountiful mammaries jiggled in the air. Come on, you can do better than that. Ashido slung her arm around Yaoyorozu, her smile all but infectious. You're our vice representative. Actually, scratch that, you are our unofficial class rep, since I'm pretty sure Midori has the social skills of a baked potato. No offense. None taken. Izuku moaned once more at the fact that he was given this responsibility. He wanted to abdicate, give the position to someone more suitable like either Yaoyorozu or Iida, but Aizawa said no, and Nezu said no. He couldn't argue much after that. So, why are you moping about, girl? The light at the end of the tunnel could finally be seen after walking for who knows how many minutes. You are Yaoyorozu fucking Momo. Who's the girl who outsmarted our classmates so hard? They were the only ones who surrendered in the battle trials. Can you please not bring that up? Sato raised his head, a light blush tinging his cheeks. It was kind of an embarrassing point in my life. You'll grow out of it. Shoji already did. Said teen waved his tentacle arms in the air. Anyway, where was I? Oh right, Bakugo, who was the one who came up with your plan during the battle trials? Ponytail. Katsuki harumphed and Izuku blinked. Did he just hear that right? Did Katsuki actually admit to somebody actually taking the reins? The blonde really did grow, still doesn't change the fact that Katsuki was still hesitant on interacting with him. Understandable, really, seeing as how the guilt weighed him down so much, it was a wonder the ash blonde's heart didn't give out from the anxiety. Then again, it was Katsuki. He'll live, hopefully long enough to amend all that he's done during his younger years. See. Ashido clasped Yaoyorozu's shoulders with a massive grin. Even Katsuki admits you're good, and he probably hates everyone here. Shut up. Disco disaster. I'll fucking kill ya. Thankfully, Katsuki was held back by Kirishima. He was being a bro, as usual. Ashido ignored him, briefly sending a wink towards the redhead, and focused back on Yaoyorozu. Anyway, like I was saying before, Pomeranian started barking. The quip got most of the class laughing while Katsuki fumed in place, body unable to budge due to Kirishima doing his best to lock him down. You'll do great. Just believe in yourself, like all of us believe in you. Yaoyorozu looked at the faces of every single one of her classmates. Most of them sent her warm smiles, the exception being Katsuki with his permanent scowl and Todoroki's indifference. Her eyes moistened for a bit, before a determined smile floated up her lips. Yeah, you are most certainly right, Ashido. The Ravenet gave Ashido a hug, causing the acid girl to hug back. Truly, thank you. No prob. Ashido's grin was back in full force. By the way, call me Mina. Us girls have to stick together. As the two girls' embrace ended, Izuku couldn't help but smile. He made a mental note that Ashido was good at cheering people up. Yaoyorozu certainly looked much better after all that, but he could still see the darkness hidden underneath. He just hoped it didn't take too much to rip it open. What's up, ladies and gents? Boys and girls of all ages? Are y'all ready for the start of the UA High School Sports Festival? The crowd roared and Shota was pretty sure his eardrums were damaged, again. Good. Anyway, anything to say before we introduce our lovely contestants, Aizawa? I wish you would shut up. Shota's scalding glare didn't affect the blonde DJ hero by even a bit. Ha, good one, Aizawa. Anyway, what Mr. Grumpy Pants here meant to say was, I literally meant it. Shota sighed, voice drowned out by Hazashi's explosive commentary. Why did he agree to do this again? Oh, right, sleeping privileges and Nezu's promise of a brand new sleeping bag. Damn that rat for being a sneaky little shit. He grabbed the cup of coffee on the table and sipped on it, fully intending to let the caffeine run through his veins so he could endure the entire day with Hazashi. Don't get him wrong, he loved the man like a brother, but damn if his mouth isn't an engine running at full tilt all day every day. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. The CONTESTAAAAAAAAAAAANTTSSSS. Hazashi smacked on the table, causing his cup of coffee to slosh around dangerously. Fortunately, it didn't spill, otherwise, one of them would be sporting a burn, and the other a bruise. From out of Tunnel 1 comes the first year's hero class. Give it up for Class 1A and D1B. Shota looked at the procession of students slowly filtering out of the dark tunnel, their movements stiff and rigid. He smirked. Not so fun being the center of attention now, is it? That being said, it was odd seeing Midoriya actually anxious for once. He may hide it, but there was no mistake that the white-haired teen was jumpy. Was it the crowd? It was most definitely the crowd. Khan's class was the same as his, all nervous and anxious. Hell, he wouldn't rule out the possibility that one of them might just freeze in place during the first obstacle. And his class, well, if they did that, then there was going to be an awarding ceremony. Now, they may not be the hero class, but don't rule them out just yet. They're the Department of General Education. Class 1C, D, and E. A round of applause. The crowd clapped, but not as intensely during the entrance of both his and Khan's classes. Next up, the backbone of the heroes on the field, their supplier and caretaker, let us welcome the Department of Support. Class 1F, G, and H. The support classes were the next to emerge from the tunnel and frankly, Shota knew they were going to drop out early. The first round of the sports festival was mostly the testing ground of some of their inventions, after all. In the off chance that they were able to advance, the second and third rounds were basically more testing grounds for more of their support items. Shota wanted to see some interesting things. It was high time he got an upgrade to his gear. And finally, all dressed in suits and tight-looking slacks, don't let their looks fool you, they're just as deadly as any hero in the field of public relations, they're the Department of Management. Class 1I, J, and K. And lo and behold, just as Hazashi said, they were literally dressed in suits and slacks that looked tight on the hips. Yeah, just like the years before, they planned to drop out the moment the first round began. Shota wondered why Nezu always included them, but knowing the first round was always used to weed out the majority, the more bodies, the more chaos. Oh well, at the very least, this was going to be a good year. Now then, As for our student representative, the highest scorer of the entrance exam, Midoriya Izuku, take the stage. On second thought, this was going to be a disaster. Izuku blinked, the roaring crowd now an afterthought as the entire stadium went silent. He looked up to Midnight, the heroine making a come-hither gesture while her offhand held a microphone. He didn't expect to be giving a speech to an entire crowd, but life was entirely random in its nature. But to be honest, this wasn't bothering him one bit. They wanted him to give a speech he will. His feet guided him forward, the throngs of students all in perfect rows and columns looked at him with curious gazes. He ignored them, in favor of focusing on Midnight and the mic in her hands. Okay, maybe he was a bit nervous. This was, after all, a new experience. There were very few chances to do so in Lordran, after all. The best crowd he could get there were the groaning of the hollows and literally rabid dogs. They'd even try to kill him even before he could get his first words out. Step by step, he inched himself forwards towards the elevated stage. Evidently, it didn't take too long to arrive, what with it being just a few steps away. Accepting the mic from Midnight, the heroine gave Izuku a wink and brought her lips close to his ear. Just say what's on your mind. Her sultry voice echoed through his ear. Giving Izuku a pat on the shoulder, she moved just a few meters away, eyes locked on his figure like a heat-seeking missile. Izuku gazed upon the open crowd, the entire stadium silent save for a few whispers here and there. Bringing the microphone close to his lips, Izuku drew in a breath, just enough to fill his lungs, and spoke. Get good. He then tossed the mic back to Midnight, who caught it with an absent gaze as Izuku walked back to his line. As he did so, he saw the other students looking at him like he grew a second head. By Gwyn, some of them even looked mildly offended. The crowd buzzed with mixed reactions, some cheered while others murmured in confusion. Izuku couldn't help but purse his lips at the bewildered expressions around him. To be honest, Izuku locked up for a few seconds, brain quickly parsing through anything and everything he could have said into the mic. He knew that he was vastly different from the rest of the student population, maybe even in the entire Japanese population, but that didn't mean he was an inconsiderate piece of human refuse. His mother would have chewed him out like tofu if she heard anything that could create discord, and he wasn't one for long speeches. Get good was just a phrase that wasn't too deep. You either get better and stay ahead or fail and get left behind. That's it. No other nuance to it. Plus, it wasn't just directed at his fellow students and participants. This also targeted the rest of those watching. After all, the better a person was, the more opportunities he could get. Never give up, as the saying goes. Plus, it was just 2 words. The less time he spent on the stage speaking, the better. Dude, the heck was that? The moment he arrived back at his class line, Kaminari was the first to lay out his aggravations. Why are you making yourself look like a dick? Language, Kaminari, but yes, he is right, Midoriya. Iida frowned, the eyes behind his glasses narrowing. As our class representative, you must strive to be the face of 1A, yet you made ourselves look like utter buffoons. I won't really say us, more like he made himself sound like a jerk. Mina grumbled but otherwise smiled, her yellow eyes piercing through the crowd as she stared at the white-haired teen. Hey, I didn't want to be class rep in the first place. Izuku pouted. Also, what's wrong? Isn't Get Good just like Plus Ultra? Well, he isn't wrong, Kiro. Sue was quick to defend him, the frog teen quick to come to Izuku's aid. Probably from the time in the battle trials where he complimented her, Izuku suspected. Looking between the lines, yeah, Asui's right. Kirishima was the next to defend Izuku, being the red-haired bro that he was. Why are we talking about what he said anyway? Shouldn't we be focusing on the first event? Finally, something I agree with. Katsuki's growl caused the redhead to give him a thumbs up, to which the ash blonde ignored him. Looking around, Izuku spotted the murmurings of the students slowly dying down as the speakers went alive. Well, that was something, ain't it, Aizawa? Present Mike's voice boomed through the stadium. Seriously, what are you teaching your students? That's just Midoriya being Midoriya. For once, Aizawa's tone sounded impressed, if a bit gleeful. What the heck? Anyway, Let's get back to the main show, shall we? The stadium exploded into cheering and the festive mood was back. Ah yeah, Midnight, the stage is yours. All right. Midnight flicked the whip to the ground, the impact reverberating around the arena as the stadium went quiet for a dull second. She basked in the silence, a sultry smirk on her lips as she posed for the flashing cameras. Ah, I just love a captivated audience. Izuku was pretty sure some of the students around him, mostly male, and a surprising number of females, gulped at the sudden sex appeal thrust in front of them. Izuku observed the reactions, head tilted to the side with a small frown. Wasn't this illegal? Izuku wasn't too knowledgeable about the law, but from his dives into the internet and browsing through hero forums, wasn't Midnight a bit too R18 for to be the center of attention? By Gwyn, all of the participating students were minors, and the less said about the children in the audience seats, the better. But to be fair, why does any of it matter? Why spare the innocence of those training to fight on the front lines? Those in the stands were excused, and if they chose so, they could probably press charges. But for his classmates, those in the hero course, and extended to that, probably those in the support course and even the business course, since they are heavily implied to be dealing with heroic affairs in the far future, why should it matter? Any day could be their last. Sure, this applied to anybody currently living, but those literally preparing for a lifetime of danger were a special case. Why should they be compared to the rest of those living in their shadows, protected by their blood, sweat and tears? They were children, sure, but the moment a person willfully decided this to be their future, no matter the result, they must be treated as an adult. No exceptions. It was just frustrating to read on the forums, the controversial ones, about horror stories where villains that were minors wreaked havoc and caused the deaths of other people. Toga would have been counted as one had she not gotten proper help, her quirk insanity slowly eroding her thoughts until nothing was left but a former shell of herself was left. Then again, she was still degrading, but as long as he was nearby, she was degrading in a better direction. Another thing to make note of was the reason why they descended into villainy. Toga had her quirk insanity problem and neglect, and most of the child villains were probably in the same vein as her, but with different circumstances. However, one could not rule out human nature, plain and simple. Psychopathy and sociopathy were a thing, after all, and quirks mixing with that was a dangerous combination. But the reason was moot if damage was already done. Can't take back the life snuffed out because of a flick of a wrist or a glob of acid. Izuku shook his head. He was going a bit deep into his thoughts again, a habit he wanted kicked out when he returned to Japan. It was just ingrained into him, at this point. Various thought cycles looping over and over in his mind, trying to find out the reason why a pillar in an Orlando looked different than the pillar right next to it was the norm for him. Ultimately useless. The pillar, that is, but when it isn't, the truth was a bitter pill to swallow. Lordran was a tragedy, through and through. He just wasn't able to piece everything together by the time he had burned in the kiln. Damn that Guinevere. If he ever saw her again, she would meet the sharp end of his blade. He felled Gwyn, a husk of himself, really, but he was still Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight. His daughter would fare no better. A tap on the shoulder caused Izuku to tense and immediately stopped his instincts from blaring out a response, that is, a quick punch to the face. Twisting his head, he saw Sue with finger under her chin, eyes filled with worry as her head tilted to the side. You okay, Kiro? You zoned out a bit and the first event is about to start. Izuku blinked, and he looked up to the giant screen that showed what the first event was. Hazard Maze. Oh, so that was chosen. Izuku smirked, previous thoughts on his introspection now buried deep within his mind. Sue was a bit confused, but her worries vanished when she saw him grinning like a loon. That didn't mean that he couldn't feel her apprehension. After all, the last time he looked like this was during the battle trials. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Oh dear. A few ways away from them, Izuku could hear Yaoyorozu pinching her temples. The same could be said for the class and vice representative of Class 1B. Why'd that get to be chosen? Kendo groaned, a hand on her shoulder as Shota sighed with what looked to be resignation. Oi, is there something you aren't telling us? Hiroshima's lookalike swerved his way to the front, silver hair gleaming underneath the sunlight. Sorry, Tetsu, but the third-year class representative made us promise not to tell. Izuku could tell this wasn't going over well for their class representative. Well, not really for her, but for the blonde fop that looked like he was fuming. Izuku looked back over to his class and all of their eyes were glued to him and Yaoyorozu. You knew. Mineta looked like he was suffering from PTSD. You knew about the sports festival and you didn't tell us. Hey, tell that to the third years. I poke my thumb to the stands where most of the third-year students were spectating from. He could still see the overly excited periwinkle-haired teen bouncing up and down like a kid on a sugar rush. Yaoyorozu and I didn't have a say in the matter. Well, shit, Mineta sighed as he backtracked his previous statement. Sorry for going off on you. Huh, Diapers actually apologized. Katsuki muttered underneath his breath, but his voice wasn't made for whispering, which in turn let the surrounding students hear. That included Mineta, face scrunching up like he sucked on a sour lemon. Oi, it's a fucking bowl. Mineta stomped forwards towards the snickering blonde but was blocked by the chopping motions of their bespectacled classmate. Language, Mineta, you are setting a bad example for our class. As the chaos unfolded, with students nervous about upcoming the event and his class literally releasing stress by venting on the others, Izuku hummed as he looked at Midnight, who was continuing explaining the rules while knowing that some of his classmates weren't listening because of an ongoing argument. It was hilarious. Midnight was as much a troll as he was, and he could respect that. Izuku didn't need to hear the rules, he already knew all of it by heart. After all, he was the one who suggested this in the first place. Weeks earlier. So, any suggestions on what our first event should be? Gotta admit, an obstacle race for each year level sounds boring. Nejire floated in the air, feet swishing about lazily. Battle Royale. Kendo was the first to suggest, which was then written on the whiteboard just close by. Okay, that sounds good. Anything else? Izuku had to give credit where credit was due. If there was something that needed to be done, Nejire knew when to focus and push her curiosity to the wayside. Oh, how about tag? Tagata was the next to suggest an event, and frankly, Izuku could see the charm in it. As for the rules, everyone is it and being held for 3 seconds is an instant out. Rinse and repeat until 40 are left. Okay, not a bad idea, but there might be better events. Nejire hummed for a bit, but after a while, she just marked it down on the whiteboard. Well, let's just write it down anyway. Could be fun. Anything else? Oh, I know something. Izuku raised his hand and the Ravenet beside him looked a little bit worried. How about a maze, with hazards? A hazard maze. Izuku slammed on the desk with a gleeful smile on his face. Pitfalls, jump scares, traps, and best of all, poison swamps. The whole room lay silent for a while, all of the occupants looking at Izuku with mounting horror, save for one. Nejire, bless her heart, took to it like a kid to ice cream. In fact, she immediately wrote it down on the whiteboard in enlarged letters and encircled it just for good measure. Oh ho. Great idea, Junior. Nejire flashed Izuku a thumbs up. I'll just have to pitch this to Principal Nezu, and he'd give the go-ahead, easy peasy. Now, Nejire. Isn't it a bit too hardcore for the first years? Tagata, the voice of reason for the hyperactive teen, waved his arms around while his cartoonish face conveyed his worries. That is true, Nejire hummed, but Izuku was sure that she still wanted the hazard maze to be the de facto winner. How about we make it random, have a machine select from a list of our submitted events? Well, that is better than nothing. Fuwa sighed, palms covering her face. Then it's settled. Random it is. Nejire bounced back to being hyperactive as more and more ideas were pitched for the first event. I have a theory that the first event was rigged from the beginning. Yaoyorozu sighed while Izuku bounced in place. Damn you Midoriya for making that suggestion. What? This is going to be fun. Izuku grinned. From the throngs of the general classes, he could also see Himi smirking like a bloodthirsty shark. His focus was thrown elsewhere when the speakers went to life again, Midnight strutting along the stage like a supermodel. Alright then, now for those of you who were arguing while I was discussing the rules. Midnight's eyes narrowed at Izuku's class, the purple midget clamming up when the older heroine's gaze stared daggers into him. Reach the end of the maze, don't worry, you won't miss it, and you move on to the next event. When 40 have reached the finish line, the event will end and those that failed, well, better luck next year. Also, use whatever strategy you want, but if I see so much as one of you hurting another student, well, let's just say that actions have consequences. She licked her lips and nearly made all of the students shiver in either fear or arousal. Seriously, how was this okay? Izuku just couldn't wrap his head around it. Now then, if all of you could please stand in any of the areas provided, we can finally start our first event. Midnight's next words caused the stadium to erupt. As it did so, the ground rumbled as Smintos created elevated platforms for the participants to hop on. Izuku looked at his classmates, their eyes gazing back into his. He then looked at the platform nearby and shrugged his shoulders. Channeling energy into his legs, with a single hop, he flew into the air and landed directly on the center of the raised platform. He was followed by some of his classmates, but notably, some of them separated and went to other platforms when students from other classes joined them since there wasn't infinite space. Oh, Midoriya. Izuku looked at the source of the voice, seeing Shota along with Kendo walking up to him. I thought I saw you jumping up here. Oh, hello Shota, Kendo. Izuku waved at them, and the two representatives of their class stopped just right in front of him. So, excited? Hell no, Shota grumbled, eyes unamused. I heard all the nitty-gritty details of this event from your mouth. I know what to expect, and I am so not looking forward to the traps. Shota shivered, as did Kendo, the ginger hugging herself with a slight grimace. Yeah, seriously, what the hell, Midoriya? Kendo narrowed her eyes at him, a scowl on her face. I just thought it would be fun. Izuku tilted his head. For you, maybe. Yaoyorozu snuck up behind the three, Izuku already knowing that she was coming because of his flaring senses. Izuku shrugged and the quartet descended into silence. Observing his surroundings again, he managed to spot some of his classmates on the same platform. There was Kirishima, Uraraka, Asui, and strangely enough, Mineta. Izuku thought the diminutive teen hated him. Oh wait, Mineta was giving him a glare. Yep, the purple midget hated him, alright. Once all of the students were situated on the elevated platforms, the entire stadium shook. Some of the students lost their balance, while most stood tall. It took a minute before the shaking stopped. Izuku's eyes closed and senses a bit disoriented but otherwise completely fine. Opening his eyes, they widened when all around him were tall walls and bright lights. Looking up made Izuku grin as he saw a pitch-black roof that covered them from the sky. His heart beat faster while his grin grew even more manic when he looked forward. A literal swamp that oozed a horrible smell loomed ahead of them. Well, it was no poison swamp, but it would have to do. Alright, the first event, Hazard Maze. Give it up for our contenders, and wish them luck my dear audience. Participants, begin. Izuku didn't need to be told twice. He just bolted forward, leaving his classmates and schoolmates to eat his dust. Momo sighed, her hair already frazzled by the frankly psychotic trials that were included in this hazard maze. Accidentally stepping on a pressure plate, the whole area shook and instead of looking behind her, she bolted right towards the exit in plain sight. Her breaths came in labored pants as her quite ridiculously huge assets bounced around. It was a huge pain in her ass, and yes, she was mad enough to forget about decorum for a moment, as she tried to pump enough energy into her legs to outrun whatever was chasing her from behind. After all, in this maze full of traps thought up by her clearly demented classmate, nothing is off the tables. Rolling boulders, check. At least they're made of paper match so it isn't that dangerous. It would still hamper your progress, however. Pitfalls, check. Fake walls, whoever made that design, she wanted to throttle, but yes, check. Then, last but not the least were the dreaded swamps. Midoriya wanted them to be poison swamps, but that would be quite dangerous, so the staff toned it down. It was still irritating, however, as instead of poison, they were made of adhesive. Good luck moving to the finish line when you can't even take a single step while bathed in sticky substance. It gave her ideas with her quirk, but seriously, why? I am going to kick Midoriya once this event's done. She jumped through the narrow doorway, a loud crash sounding off behind her, throwing her away for a good few meters. She tumbled for a short while, breaths coming in short gasps as she tried to get her breathing in order. I swear, I wanna join you for that. And of course, the one who decided to hitch a ride on her had the gall to complain, when he in fact just sat pretty on her back. It sickened her. She was a bit curious as to why Mineta followed her, and now the reason was anything but innocent. You, shut up. I have half a mind to just leave you here after what you've done, but as vice representative of our class, it is my duty to do my best. Even at the cost of myself. Momo glared at the purple midget clinging to her back via the use of his sticky balls. If her assets already weren't enough with them weighing her down for the most of her life, now she had this creep. I'll be good. Mineta, for his part, nodded nervously. Her glare was something to behold, after all. Her dad did say that she had one nasty glare, no matter how innocent she may look when she was feeling neutral. Her eyes didn't leave the midget for another few seconds, but relented when she realized she was wasting time glaring loathingly at her classmate. Perhaps she should collaborate with Midoriya about combating perverted tendencies in their classrooms. It could make for a nice activity, plus, the other girls would be on board with that plan. I hate this place. Itsuka grumbled as she trekked through a narrow pathway, the swamp made of adhesive around her bubbling a purple color. She winced when some of it popped and landed on her cheek, the sticking substance feeling sticky and icky. It grossed her out. She caught sight of a hole on the side and grimaced. She remembered how Shota was separated from her because of a pitfall that led to a different area, of all things. Sometimes, she thought that some of those pitfalls were shortcuts, but she wasn't eager to try it. Indeed, I cannot fathom the mind of one so deranged as to come up with such obstacles. Beside her, Jirota winced as some of the substance landed on his glasses. Of all the places to land on, he fished out a piece of cloth from his pocket to wipe it away, only for the substance to spread itself across the glass. Eyes twitching, Jirota pocketed his glasses while breathing out a sigh. Not like I needed to read, anyway. Even with the calm exterior, Itsuka could sense the rage emanating from the beast-like teen. Of course he would be, it was another pair of glasses lost, and they don't come cheap. Quirk-specialized objects tend to be more expensive than the regular variants. So, which way to the next area? Itsuka asked, head swirling from the smell that plagued the area. Because I want out of this place. Fuck Midoriya for coming up with this. I know you may have your grievances with the boy, I do too. Jirota patted his pocket where his glasses were. However, this does not mean that swearing will be the ans. The beast-like teen slipped on a slope, the adhesive making the platform's already slippery surface ever more slippery. Fortunately, he was saved when Itsuka managed to enlarge her hands and grab him before he sank into the swamp. The same couldn't be said for his glasses, which made a large crack when his hips bounced off the platform. I will fucking murder that man. Jirota, all pretenses of civility gone, growled like a caged animal, furred armor enlarging as he let rage take over. Not now, later. Itsuka tried to calm him down, but even she would have her revenge. We can take our shots during the one-on-one rounds. For now, we need to get to the finish line before anyone else can. You're right. Jirota sighed as he got up, his towering frame slightly soaked with the bubbling adhesive. Good thing it didn't hamper his movement that much, however, Itsuka could already see him foaming at the mouth while taking a bath. As if to mock her, some more of the bubbles popped. Most of it landed on the platforms, but a scant few managed to hit her hair. A vein nearly popped on her forehead as she felt the future stress she was going to have when cleaning her hair. Once the sports festival is over, we are going to have a very, very long talk about limitations and valid suggestions. Itsuka growled as the two continued through the murky swamp. Himiko crawled through a tiny vent, lips formed into an unamused grin. Her limbs were smeared with the sticky substance that made up the swamp, as well as her own sweat. Combining the two made her smell like old cheese, something that she wouldn't wish upon any girl. Except hussies that wanted to get close to Zuzu. Fuck them. If they think they had what it takes to gain his love, they had another thing coming. She'd slice them up with a blade if they even had a thought they could take what was hers. Criminal thoughts aside, she loved Zuzu, don't get her wrong, but what he's making her go through right now made her wish he was right next to her, just so she could throttle him into next week. Like, seriously, who in their right minds would think of a tiny fucking vent hanging above a very sticky, very smelly pit of bubbling adhesive. Hell, she could see Ponytail, the other representative of Zuzu's class, wiping off a glob of the sticky substance underneath her lips. If the look she was sporting was anything to take note of, it was that she wanted to kick Zuzu's ass with a giant stick. Too bad for her, she'd have to think of other ways to cope. Zuzu's ass is hers, damn it. She ain't letting a hussy get too close to her Zuzu. For all she cared, she could make out with that purple grape acting as a backpack, or she could beat him to a pulp because the midget was acting all freaky. Move it already. Behind her, her annoyed classmate groaned. You want to try crawling with these on your chest? Himi scowled at her classmate with indigo-colored hair. At least he had the decency to look mortified as he turned away, a faint line of red dusting his cheeks. Ha, I thought so. The two descended into silence as they both continued on crawling, inching themselves ever so slightly forward while trying to ignore the horrible smell. Himiko was going to make sure Zuzu regretted ever suggesting this type of event to the principal. All around the stadium, Shota noted the excitement and apprehension present in both the normal audience and the heroes. Each of them had various emotions plastered on their faces as they watched a student drop into a giant pool of sticky gel, as coined by the support class after they were forced to make it via an excited Maijima. Even with their knowledge about the gel that would make up most of the course, they were still getting their asses handed to them either because of a trap that was well hidden, it surprised them as they rounded a corner, or because they underestimated the slipperiness of the platform. A smile crawled up his lips when he saw one of Khan's students get bowled over by a giant ball made of paper match. It wasn't that harmful to the students, but it was effective at hampering their progress. It weighed just as heavy as an average person, after all. And then he got a good look when the giant screen decided to showcase Midoriya, or specifically, how he was breezing through the entire goddamn maze like a man on a speedrun. Midoriya may have had a first-hand experience with handcrafting this entire thing, but Nezu was sure that the student wasn't privy to the details. So how was he breezing through them like they were less obstacles and more a fun playground? Damn, Aizawa, the hell are you feeding that kid? Hizashi fortunately had his mic off when he asked the question. If it wasn't, then there would be a storm on the internet about kid-friendliness in a high school event. A bit of a hypocritical argument when said students were beating the ever-living hell out of each other for the chance of getting a good internship choice and that gold medal. Words, fights, and a bit of R&R. Shota side-eyed the bombastic blonde, the sarcasm being laid thick. Hizashi chuckled at the straight man play Shota did. As the saying goes, turnabout is fair play. Ha, where's the grumpy Shota that I know? Hizashi elbowed him playfully on the sides. Anyway, gotta get back to casting, can't let the audience stew in silence for so long. Get what I mean? HMPH, go on. Please the masses. Shota grumbled as his eyes focused back on the screen. Just don't complain when the media gets on your ass again for being one of the best showmen in Japan. Quote. You really aren't gonna give that a rest, are ya? Shota's lips quirked upward as he relished in the depressive mood that overcame the blonde. Fine, ya sadist. Hizashi moved his hand to press on the button to turn on the microphone, but before he did that, he cleared his throat and did some vocal exercises. Once he was done, he put on an award-winning smile and sucked up a big breath of air. Now that both me and my co-host are refreshed, it's time we get back to casting, Aizawa buddy, Shota moaned. He missed 5 minutes ago when his friend wasn't wearing an overly obnoxious persona. Anything to say about the students? Who's doing well? Who's doing bad? Anything? First off, they have my condolences. I think this year's first event is a bit overtuned, much more so since they're just first years. No experience whatsoever. Shota knew that the sports festival was a way to give exposure to the students, specifically, both the hero class and the support class. It may seem like the general and business classes were being left out, but that was not the case. Business classes were just not that interested in the entire festival, the physical side of it at least. However, the same couldn't be said for the general classes. It was their opportunity to show that they were still hero material. There was a reason why the students labeled the general courses as the hero reject section. Unheroic and discriminatory labels aside, they weren't wrong. 90% of the students that make up the first-year general classes were hero course applicants that didn't make the cut. It was just sad, knowing that most of those in those courses aren't going to be able to realize their dreams of becoming heroes. Then again, if they didn't make the cut in the first place, then they weren't fit to become heroes. Can't have liabilities running around on the field. That'd just create more deaths than necessary. Sheesh, is it really that bad? Hazashi lowered his voice, no longer screaming into the microphone. Just look at last year's first event and compare it to now. Shota yawned into his scarf, eyes droopy as the first hints of exhaustion hit. Damn that rat and overworking his already overworked employees. Tell me it isn't plus ultra. Well, you're not wrong there. Hazashi hummed, looking back at the giant screen that showcased students getting hampered by obstacles that grew even more ridiculous than the last. Shota couldn't help but thank Midoriya for giving him a show, at least. It gave him ideas on how to run his future classes. The more they could take a beating, the more they could learn, and the more their chances of survival could increase. He'll have to hope that Midoriya's fucked up scenario would give them a heads up on how unforgiving the real life could be. Izuku was having a blast. To his left, a giant swamp area. To his front, a narrow walkway with a pit that would no doubt cost him valuable time if he did slip. And to his right, a wider walkway but with pendulums that swung from left to right. Instead of the normal blades, they were just blunt, so all it would do is push someone off the walkway and into another pit that would still slow him down. And the funny thing, there was only one correct path, and Izuku wasn't sure which was the correct way to go. It gave him nostalgia, a reminder of how it felt to be back in the Firelink Shrine with no idea where to go. There was a difference, however. This time, he wasn't alone. Turning back, he saw Katsuki with an unamused face glaring at him, no doubt cursing him for even thinking up about this scenario. So what? It was fun, and he would gladly share this experience to everybody as long as it wasn't permanently harming them. It would give them some mental scars, but to be fair, a healthy dose of fear and paranoia wasn't that bad. It could even prolong their life on the field. So, which way? Izuku didn't want to take the lead. He'd already had his fill. He wanted someone else to take the reins for a change, to see someone else make the decisions in a recreation of Lordran, although this hazard maze was far from being Lordran. Swamp. Katsuki grumbled and took the lead, making Izuku smile. It was a funny story about how they met in the maze. First, Yaoyorozu got the short end of the stick when she slipped on a slippery slope and fell to her death. Nah, that wasn't what happened. She did fall, though. They never saw her again, however, but Izuku was pretty sure she was in another area because he explicitly stated to Hato to have some of the pitfalls connect other areas. It might even count as a shortcut. In fact, Izuku was very tempted to jump into the nearest pitfall, but alas, he wanted someone else to do the thinking. He just wanted to tag along, see if the current leader, that being Katsuki, could lead him to the finish line. Anyway, where was he? Ah, right, how he and Katsuki met. After Yaoyorozu fell into a hole, he found Katsuki blasting boulders made of paper match into scorched ashes. A glare and a tilt of a head later, the two found themselves walking side by side as they traversed this labyrinth. Kind of an anticlimactic alliance, but hey, they wanted to reach the last event. Izuku wanted to fight, Gwyn damn it, and they explicitly stated that no fighting was to be done during the first event. Sighing, Izuku tilted his head to the side to dodge an incoming blob of sticky gel. Katsuki blew up the blob that went for him. Good thing they weren't flammable, otherwise this entire stadium would go up in flames. By the way, what would we do if we went the wrong way? Katsuki ceased his gait, body slowly turning towards him. He was stone-faced, not showing any kind of expression. It was un-Katsuki-like. They stared at each other for a few seconds that felt like hours, before the ash blonde pointed towards something. That something being a giant hole in the floor. Izuku grinned. Maybe he would be able to use one of the pitfalls. Woohoo! Izuku yelled gleefully as he slid down a giant slide after going down one of the pitfalls that littered the entire hazard maze. It reminded him of the slide down to the bed of bullshit, which was the best part of the entire run back whenever he died. Right behind him, Katsuki was also sliding, although the smirk on his face showed that he enjoyed the rush. Adrenaline pumping through their veins, the two of them zoomed past the area, other students that were just within earshot hearing their yells of joy. It didn't take long before their sudden descent came to an end, and if they followed Izuku's suggestion to the letter, the finish line was right at the first floor of this entire multi-level maze. That was fun. I wanna go again. Izuku still had stars in his eyes as he looked at the giant slide. He had half a mind to scale it again, but a palm on his shoulder made itself known. We still need to finish, Katsuki said with pursed lips. I thought you wanted to fight, huh? Oh, right. Izuku snapped his fingers, thoughts about scaling the slide all but forgotten. Huh, what floor are we on, anyway? Probably the second, Katsuki grumbled, hands in his pockets with a hunched back. Didn't really see much. Yeah, sliding down a slide does things to people. Izuku shrugged while Katsuki looked at him with a confused face, not that he asked any more questions. With their conversation dying the same way the dodos did, the two let their feet do the walking, eyes alert as they scanned the area for any nefarious trap. It was Izuku's brainchild, of course there were gonna be traps when you least expect it. Like say, that obvious-looking pressure trap that Katsuki was about to step in. Fortunately, the ash blonde saw it and stepped to the side, only to step into a hidden pressure plate that caused something above to rumble. The two of them looked up and saw a boulder made of paper match falling towards them. Katsuki looked at Izuku for a brief moment, his unamused expression telling the white-haired teen everything he needed to know what the ash blonde was currently feeling. Why? Just why? Izuku's grin was all the response he got. Katsuki groaned then pointed his arm up at the falling boulder. The moment it neared, he let off a giant explosion that blew the entire thing to pieces, bits of paper match debris scattering around the area. All the while Katsuki's eyes never left Izuku, prompting him to whistle innocently. Anyway, we should go. Don't want to get disqualified at the first event. Izuku took the first step and Katsuki followed, albeit with a few grumbles here and there. Momo panted as she trudged onward, the tiny midget on her back weighing her down. Meanwhile, Mineta was being as much of a dick as he could, fully taking advantage of Momo as he sat pretty. That didn't mean he didn't get his fair share of getting slammed with either paper match boulders or sticky gel. Truth be told, Momo made sure that he got as much punishment because he was hitching a ride on her back. Paper match boulder, she turned around. Sticky gel, she turned around. Pitfalls, she made sure that she was sliding on her back. She normally wasn't a vengeful girl, but Mineta was making her question whether she valued the win, or her desire for vengeance. She still wanted to win, so Mineta got to live. For now, once the sports festival is done and over, she'll have to get the girls together and band against the midget. Possibly involving the teachers and hopefully, the principal. She wanted to see how the midget would wiggle his way out when in hot water with most of the staff of the academy. It'll at least make him think twice before doing this again. Fortunately, she managed to find a stick to use for walking, because for some reason, some of the levels in this entire maze had biomes. Some levels had futuristic looks with metal platforms and steaming pipes, and the level right now resembled a literal swamp. It was a nice stick. It was thick, long, and robust enough that it could support her weight, and no, she doesn't mean it about something Mineta would get excited over. It could also whack some of the obstacles away without breaking, and also Mineta if he did something she didn't like. Now she knew why boys liked sticks. Even those old enough to be her father liked sticks, much more so if it was the same as the one she had on hand right now. The glory of sticks aside, Momo spied another pitfall, one that her instincts were telling her was another shortcut to the next level. There were stairs, but who in their right mind would choose the stairs rather than a slide when going down? She knew she would like it, reliving the days when she was but a wee child, but Mineta probably had enough trauma about slides. Not that she wouldn't let him experience it again. She didn't know she was a vindictive girl, but Mineta could bring out the worst in people. Hey, you aren't going down one of them again, right? She couldn't see his face, but Momo could imagine how it looked right now. Probably a mix of pleading and crying. Well, he better ready himself, Momo isn't done with him yet. Hey, wait, no. Stop, you can just detach yourself, you know. Momo glared at the midget on her back, but seeing that he wasn't letting go anytime soon, perhaps it was time for another slide session. Oh, hey, would you look at that? Izuku grinned as he looked at the very blatant finish line painted in black and white. It was also check-patterned, just for the sake of authenticity. That isn't another false finish line, is it? Katsuki glared at the flag waving around in the air. He also glared at the giant banner that said, "Finish," in all caps. Not going to lie, Izuku didn't expect them to even put this in the event, but they probably thought it was funny. I dunno. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. The ones organizing didn't tell me anything, just that my suggestions would be taken into consideration. Quote. Izuku knew that Katsuki wanted to say something, quite possibly derogatory, but from what he's seen in the Ash Blonde, he wanted to be as far away from his old persona as possible. That said, he wasn't scared to be that kind of person again with people other than him, albeit a bit toned down. He didn't know how to feel about that, but at least his old friend was maturing. Anyway, let's just go. If it isn't the real finish line, well, what's another pitfall gonna do to us? Katsuki looked at him like he was a fucking maniac. But seeing that they really had no other options, the two continued forward, and the moment their feet stepped on the line, the ground beneath their feet broke and they were sent falling once more. And again, for the umpteenth time of the day, Katsuki glared at Izuku like this was all his fault. To be fair, it was his fault, but he didn't talk about a false finish line. That was just a tad mean, and a very great idea. Why didn't he think of it before? As they were falling, the two decided that gravity wasn't their friend and started slowing their descent, Katsuki using his explosions to counteract gravity and Izuku using his hands to grab at the nearby wall. If blood splattered all over the rocks, he didn't mind. In fact, it gave the rocks more character. The pain. Why care about the pain when it was just temporary? His fingers would grow back, it always does. The two ground to a halt when Katsuki managed to hang upon a small outcrop of rocks, fingers barely hanging on. Izuku meanwhile had managed to carve himself a foothold with his fingers at the cost of his broken bones. Katsuki looked at Izuku's hand and immediately grew alarmed, however the easygoing smile found on his face made it turn from concern to annoyance. So, how's it hanging? Izuku's grin did nothing to erase the scowl on Katsuki's lips, the ash blonde deciding to climb in perpetual silence. Izuku followed his lead and started climbing, paying no heed to his bleeding digits. Are you sure this should be on live television? Hazashi turned the mic off as he eyed the spectacle happening before them. Said spectacle being the pitfall trap where both Izuku and Katsuki fell after falling, for the same fake finish line trap. If that wasn't enough, this was the third time, so the view of Izuku's mangled fingers was repeated on live television 3 times now. Well, we are going to have them beat the shit out of each other in the third event, so why not? Aizawa shrugged his shoulders, eyes closed as he tried to get some shut-eye. Besides, do you think any other hero battles covered by the media aren't bloody? If not, more so that what we are showing them right now. Quote. Point, but allow me my counter-argument, they're just brats. Aizawa had to give Hazashi props for that. Most of the hero battles covered by the media mostly showed pro-heroes, and if they were instrumental in taking down the villain or just being there for the better of society, even the sidekicks get their screen time. And if they manage to push some kind of agenda, all the more better. No wonder the rat hated the HPSC, what with them being the head of all that is heroes. Then again, there was Destro and his ever-growing empire. He didn't know why Nezu was leaving him be with the possibility for it to upend Japan's entire society, but he guessed that the rat thought anything is better than the current system they had right now. Allow me another counter-argument. Their internships are in 2 months. Hazashi raised a finger, mouth open to respond, only to bring it back down with a thoughtful look on his face. Why question the morality of having kids be beaten bloody and near unconscious, when in the near future, their jobs are going to get even more harrowing than this? Remember Oboro? Ah, shit, yeah. Hazashi turned somber and Aizawa had to resist dredging up even more memories that were hard to swallow, even now years later after that fateful incident. Don't know how the brats are going to cope if one of them bites the dust. That's why we're here, to ensure that they will be ready when it's their turn to take the mantle. Aizawa sighed as he closed his eyes once more. Anyway, shouldn't you be casting? I doubt the audience would love it if there isn't a play-by-play from one of the best MC heroes. Quote. I hate you. Hisashi grumbled good-naturedly, the man putting on a bombastic smile before flicking the microphone switch on. What's up, my favorite viewers? Now that both me and my colleague have had our mandated break, we're back to give you guys the epic rundown. Y'all feeling me? The crowd roared again, the giant screens all over the stadium still showing the students all going through various tribulations and trials. At this point, it's already been about 2 hours since the start of the event, and most of the students, particularly from the general courses, all but gave up, their exhausted bodies littering the various levels of the hazard maze, save for some. Two of the most prominent being Toga Himiko, Nezu's pet project, and the hero students, however, were still going strong, with none of them tapping out even with the most direst of situations. One of the best watches of the event was Midoriya and Bakugo, one of which had the straight man energy, and the other, the jokester. That being said, the moment they saw Midoriya's hand mangled and bleeding like a fountain, voices of concern were quick to rise from the masses. A brief explanation of how his quirk worked, even though they had proof that Izuku was quirkless, and the masses were quick to lap it up, their concerned faces letting up as they watched with renewed gusto. Maybe this was the reason Roman gladiator fights always got a full crowd. It was greatly depressing, knowing that even with the advances in technology and morals, humans will still be humans, craving violence like there was no tomorrow. Why else would their world's history be rife with bloody wars? Sighing, Aizawa palmed his face as the memories of his old friend were dredged up from his mind, the scars still digging deep into his chest even to this day. Just imagining one of his students going through the same pain made him shudder. Groaning, Aizawa laid his forehead on the table, Hisashi paying him no mind as he continued casting the entire event with a smile on his face, albeit a bit dim due to the reminder of their long-lost friend that wouldn't get to experience the life of a hero. Izuku and Katsuki stared at another finish line, this time colored differently from the others. It still had the same checked pattern style, but instead of a black and white color scheme, this had a very colorful, very painful to the eyes color scheme. The more Izuku looked at it, the more he found it an affront to all that is natural, the colors clashing with one another creating an amalgamation of different shades that can and will make a natural person throw up just glancing at it. The fuck? Who the hell decided to color it this way? Bastards, old hag's gonna throw a fit. Katsuki grumbled as he turned away from the disturbing scene in front of him. Old hag, you mean Mitsuki? Izuku hummed as he tried to remember details and tidbits of the ash blonde's mother. Fingers snapping, his mouth formed and, oh, when he recalled a woman who swore like a drunk sailor on a good day. I remember now, she was a graphic designer, right? Fashion model. Old man's the fashion designer. Katsuki side-eyed Izuku. You think that's the real finish line this time? I still don't know. Izuku's grin didn't send as many shivers as it did earlier down Katsuki's spine. Let's find out, shall we? Again, with no other option, both Izuku and Katsuki walked forward. They still expected to be fucked in the ass by another trap, but when they stepped on the finish line, both their feet stepping in synchrony, a loud fanfare rang across the entire area as confetti popped out from everywhere. Congratulations you two for being the first to reach the finish line. Midnight was the person who greeted them, a sultry grin on her face as she licked her lips. Rest your feet now, the next event is going to start the moment we get the first 40 finishers. Okay then. Izuku shrugged and proceeded to do an Izuku, laying on his back spread eagle on one of the platforms while closing his eyes. Midnight looked at him curiously, but otherwise didn't do anything to stop him. Izuku didn't really need rest, but closing his eyes just felt good. Katsuki, meanwhile, grumbled for a bit and took a spot nearby, eyes closing as well as he tried to catch Z's. Izuku didn't blame him, the whole event was tiring for normal people. He just cheated by being plain inexhaustible. Now, all he had to do was play the waiting game. He wondered what the second event would be. No doubt, it would be fun like the hazard maze. He wondered if his suggestions for the second event were also taken into consideration, and knowing the rat, he would probably love to use it just to mess with the students. Oh, now he was getting all excited again. He couldn't wait. It took half an hour before the first 40 managed to pass the finish line. It was actually funny seeing some of his classmates glare at him as they stumbled through the finish line, bodies mired with sticky gel and paper match clinging to their skin. One of them in particular stumbled towards him, walking stick in hand as she hobbled over. She also had a backpack in the form of her classmate. Not going to lie, he thought it was some kind of fashion statement, until he saw the backpack living and breathing, albeit a bit roughed up. He was also attached via one of his sticky balls, meaning that Yaoyorozu had no other choice but to continue with the parasite sticking on her like glue. Well, looks like Izuku'll be reprimanding the creep later. For now though, he had to bear the loathing present in his vice representative's eyes. We will have a long talk later, along with the rest of the class representatives from each year and class. Yaoyorozu's tone held no refute, and Izuku would be damned if he said otherwise. As the saying goes, hell hath no fury than a woman scorned. No response given, Yaoyorozu proceeded to find a place to rest on, while simultaneously making sure that Mineta was given a rough landing. Even Midnight, one of the heroines considered to be not safe for younger audiences, glared at the purple midget with genuine scorn. Well, if his career wasn't in danger before, now it was, what with him getting on the bad side of one of the most influential heroines in the business. If he wasn't expelled by the end of the term because he didn't want to change his ways, then Izuku would eat a sock. He never did try to eat a sock before. He wondered what it would taste like. Alright everyone, no rest for the weary, it's time to start our next event. All of the students, save for Izuku, stared mind-boggled at the older heroine. What, you thought you'd be able to get any rest until lunch break? Nope, you are going to continue, even while you're haggard, until the second event finishes. Plus ultra, Midnight raised her fist, whip in hand with a manic grin on her face. Yep, she was going full sadist mode, and Izuku was all for it. It was nice seeing people let their true colors, or at least, a facet of their true colors, show. It's why he hated seeing Katsuki stepping on eggshells around him. The students wanted to protest. Of course they would, they were exhausted after the entire thing. But then again, when in the field, when do you really get to take a break? Knowing how to function while at minimal capacity is important for heroes, and this next event cemented that fact. Not that Izuku had need of it, what with him being inexhaustible. Still, it was an essential trait for a hero to have. The villains wouldn't care if you were tired and on your last legs, in fact, they'll happily swarm you when they knew they had the upper hand. Happened a lot of times in Lordran, and if human nature is a thing here, which it is, then the heroes of tomorrow will need to learn this now. Can't learn when you're dead, after all. So, let's get started, shall we? Present mic, if you may. Midnight called out to the announcer's booth, present mic giving her a thumbs up before pressing a big red button. The giant televisions located above the audience stands began to sparkle and glitter, a digital roulette being shown on screen. A digital hand went for the crank and with a single pull, the roulette began to spin. Pictures and names zoomed blurred across the screen as they went from end to end at an increasingly faster pace. Once they slowed down, some of the words began to be readable, until it all but stopped at one sentence. Cavalry battle. Well, if the students wouldn't feel the burn, now they would. Well, looks like we'll be having a cavalry battle. You folks excited? I know I am. Midnight licked her lips sensually as her eyes roamed over the exhausted students. The crowd above roared as every single student still trapped in the maze was evicted from the arena by robots. It didn't take too long, about a minute, with all of them moving on overdrive to ensure that those that finished the event didn't get much rest. The rules are simple. Students are to form teams of up to 4, with 3 acting as horses and 1 acting as the rider. Don't worry, even if your rider touches the ground, your team isn't out yet. However, joining a fight while missing a member is grounds for instant disqualification. As for how we judge the winners, we will base it on points. The screen showed numbers on the 2 columns, with the left counting down from 40 and the right counting from 5, adding another 5 as the number on the left decreased. Izuku mused as the column continued scrolling, showing each point corresponding to the position earned. Then it got to the part where he saw his name and position, as well as the points, and his eyes bulged quite a bit. And, as a reward for getting first place, don't worry, we've checked with the ultra-slow motion cameras, Midoriya Izuku gets 1 million points. Midnight's saucy grin was aimed at him, and all Izuku could do was blink at the absurdity happening in front of him. The top 4 teams will be moving on to the next event, along with others provided that the 4 teams didn't equal 16 people. Midnight laid it all out while cracking her whip, causing most of the students to wince. So go on, and have fun. You have 10 minutes to form a team. Those without one will be disqualified. She fished out a stopwatch from her cleavage. As for how, Izuku did not know, nor would he want to know, and thumbed a button on the top. Your timer starts now. As the click resounded amongst the crowd, students one by one began picking themselves up to find a team for themselves. They didn't care if they limped around, or if they crawled, they wanted to be recognized for their efforts. For their struggles in Izuku's personal brand of hell. They didn't want to be labeled a coward. What would happen to their future career if this game caused them to quit? At least, that's what Izuku thought ran through their minds. He was no mind reader, but just the general way their eyes looked spoke volumes of what they felt right now. Smiling, Izuku stood up from his spot, the same as Katsuki, but for some reason decided to split ways, not that he minded. And lo and behold, the moment he stood up, he was immediately glommed by a very familiar blonde with a sultry smile, fangs peeking out of the corner of her lips. Zuzu, I missed you. Himi buried her nose in the crook of his neck, her tongue lapping across his skin like a toddler. Those students close to him managed to see what the blonde girl did and blushed up a storm, while some of them scowled like they were seeing something disgusting. And as if it couldn't get any worse, Himi decided then and there to bite through his skin and drink some blood. And it was caught on live television. Looking at Midnight, Izuku found out that she was torn. Her face something along the lines of, on one hand, that looks fucking hot, on the other hand, it's a giant scandal for the school. Was he not supposed to let Himi drink his blood? But the first event must have been tiring for her. Plus, going all blood crazed was probably an even bigger scandal than her just drinking his blood. Was drinking blood really that frowned upon when it came to specific individuals? Was it considered cannibalism? Himi was, after all, literally eating, or drinking, a part of the human body. Not that it matters now. It's up to the rat to handle the fallout. He could rant to Izuku about it when they had free time, but now, both Izuku and Himi had to focus on the next event. Once Himi was done sucking up some of his blood, all of which was quickly replenished by the fragment of the first flame, she made quite a bit of sensual moans as she looked deeper into Izuku's eyes. He thought that Himi would do something even further, but a hand on her shoulder stopped it, a growl coming out of her lips. What? She turned around and scowled at the person who had interrupted her, the bespectacled teen flinching a tad when Himi's focus suddenly turned on him. Ahem. Iida coughed into his palm and his eyes grew sharp. It is improper to do what you have done on live television. His arms chopped everywhere and anywhere, body as stiff as a stick as he continued doing an Iida. Excessive amount of PDA on school grounds, much less on a televised event, is extremely disrespectful to the school, as well as those doing their best to succeed. Himi's eyes narrowed, and Izuku decided then and there that he didn't want her face plastered all over social media with negative comments and titles. You wanna join my team? The sudden change of topic came as a whiplash for both Himi and Iida. The blonde girl looking like Izuku had done something to truly hurt her, while Iida just looked plainly shocked at the offer. We still have 2 more slots. Zuzu. No. Himi glomped him again, all the while glaring balefully at Iida. Why do we even need 4 eyes here? We can just be a team together. We don't need anyone else. And now Himi was being obsessive again. To be honest, Izuku both liked and disliked this side of her. Liked because he likes the skin contact he gets with the blonde, disliked because she does it too much to be comfortable with, not that he would complain. More snuggles means more snuggles, that's it. It was the fact that other people would complain about it, and he worried what might happen to Himi if it got too out of hand. What about him? He didn't care. Why bother with the thoughts of others when he knew he wouldn't be affected? He just didn't want Himi to go off the deep end. Their first meeting was enough of a hint that he didn't want the girl to relapse into her more ferocious side. Sorry Himi, but Nezu might not like us being a 2-man party. Izuku hummed, a bit disappointed. Even though the events were supposed to be fun, being forced to fit into a team made him wince. At his heart, Izuku was a lone wolf at heart, and joining anything resembling a team or group was anathema to his methods. TCH. That damn rat. Himi bit her nails, a growl emanating from her throat. Of course it had to be him, messing mine and Zuzu's day. Is your lady friend okay? Iida, the stick up his ass prominent but still a caring soul, asked. She's fine, just needs a bit of blood. You already know why. Izuku conveyed that he wanted the topic dropped, and with the sudden tone change, Iida did in fact, drop it. Fine, but not elegantly. Nowhere in his portfolio did it say that Iida was a smooth talker. With his business done, the bespectacled teen slowly shuffled away, only to be called out by Katsuki, who was just a man short. Shrugging, Izuku looked at Himi with a frown, before turning it upside down and giving her a pat. The sudden touch on her head caused her to turn around and release that dopey grin she always had when with him. Now that the suggestive act was done and over, all that was left was a blonde girl clinging affectionately to a white-haired teen, something that could be greenlit into live television because why not? There are television dramas involving high school students, why can't real-life high school students do the same? Anyway, we still need 2 more. Not that we need them. Izuku was quick to add that last part when Himi looked at him darkly. Mew. Fine. Himi pouted, but was otherwise fine with the decision. Now that the 2 of them were final in their decisions, they stood up and began looking for their teammates, only to come face to face with a pink-haired girl with crosshairs for eyes. And when Izuku meant face to face, he meant face to chest because Himi just had to pat the back of his head, causing him to hunch due to ingrained instincts. Spoiler alert, the chest lost and the pink-haired fell on her ass, crosshair pupils looking at him with brief confusion, before settling with a manic grin. There you are, first place. Team up with me. Hatsume stood up as fast as she fell and grabbed his shoulders. It took everything in his power to not gut her like a fish and toss her around like a ragdoll. The same couldn't be said for Himi, the blonde nearly maiming her right then and there. Whoa, calm down Himi. She can't hurt me. Himi looked at him funny, but otherwise de-escalated. And hello to you, Hatsume. How did it go with Ida's costume? Oh, you mean Speedy Boy. Yeah, made his baby so much better than its first iteration. I swear, support companies these days, TCH. Izuku raised an eyebrow when she started her rant. Anyway, you, first place, wanna make babies with me after the festival? Back off hussy, Zuzu's mine. And then Himi reached her boiling point, her face literally red with anger as she stepped closer to Hatsume, hands poised to strike. Grabbing her arm, Izuku noticed the various stares coming from the other students towards Himi. Well, her yell was particularly loud, and he could even see Midnight with an impish smile while looking their way. To be young again. His enhanced hearing managed to pick up her words, even muttering underneath her breath while meters away. And now Hatsume was confused as well. Hussy, I'm just asking if he wants to make babies with me. What's wrong with that? Now the rest of the students were blushing up a storm as they continued hearing what came out of the pinket's mouth. Meanwhile, looking at Iida, Izuku saw him palming his face while breathing deeply. So, you wanna join my team? His words came out faster than his brain could process when he saw the remaining time on the giant screen above the crowd. Said Pinket nodded so fast, he thought it would tear itself from her body and go flying into the air, all the while showering the students en masse with gore. Okay then, all we need is another one. Zuzu. Anyone but her. Himi looked at Izuku with a pleading gaze, but Izuku was normally unflappable, and even when bombarded with puppy dog eyes, remained steadfast. Pouting a bit, Himi grudgingly accepted the new team member, while Hatsume was busy rummaging through a giant pack she had brought along full with various items. Hey, do you still have a slot left? Uraraka was the next to come along, index fingers pushing up against each other, but the glare Himi gave her sent her running away at post-haste. Confused, Izuku looked at Himi, only to see her grinning while looking at him as if to say, praise me. Nothing else he could do other than praise her because he was still worried about her mental health. Now that Himi had gone and chased one of their prospective members, who should Izuku call? For some reason, Himi didn't like girls in their party, so that narrowed down the party members. Hey, wait, how about that bird head over there? The way he moved, the way he puffed himself up, the way he walked, Yes, everything screamed loner. He liked it. Needless to say, Birdhead, or Tokiyami as he says, agreed. Something about the others wanting a better team composition, and the other something about Class 1A scum. Kendo should really rein in that classmate of hers. Time's up. Now, ready yourselves. The cavalry battle will start in 30 seconds. Midnight's proclamation caused Izuku to look at his team. Cracking his neck and shoulders, he took the front as the three of them raised Hatsume in the air. He looked around the area to see the other students all propping their riders up. Well, if nothing else, this was going to be fun. A grin floated up his face as the countdown timer started. Izuku and the rest of the students still in the second event wore the bandanas given to them by the bots. As long as they were above the neck and not tied in a way that it would hamper another team from taking it, everything was a-okay. The moment the countdown reached 0, immediately dozens of teams made a beeline for Izuku. Himi was the first to react, her hand slapping the face of one student who came a little too close to their position. Too bad for her, her quirk was all but useless here, unless she shifted into his body because obviously, the male form is better than the female form for physical activities. Tokiyami was also quick to respond by letting out Dark Shadow to blockade and harass incoming teams, the shadow monster cackling all the while. Hatsume was grinning as she rummaged through her giant pack. Midnight gave it the okay since she was using her own inventions, and yes, the bag counts as one, and brought out something resembling a gauntlet. Said gauntlet became a literal rocket fist that went careening into one poor bastard's face. His teammates winced as they heard the telltale sound of a nose breaking as the rider went splat on the ground, uttering groans all the while. Even Hatsume wasn't spared the sudden wince, the Pinkett actually feeling sorry for what she had done to the poor lad, only to rebound back when she saw another team gunning for them. Izuku, meanwhile, was busy maneuvering around the charging students, bringing along his team like a wild horse on a rampage. One of the students, someone from Class 1B that he didn't know the name of, managed to get close, only for Izuku to slap him away. A big emphasis on the slap, because once his palm met the cheeks of the student, said student crumpled to the ground, destabilizing their team and causing the rider to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the teams consisting of his classmates were avoiding him. Those that didn't get the memo were those from other classes, not that there were any more classes since most of them were already eliminated in the first event. Midoriya, behind us, Tokiyami yelled out loud, the rest of the team hearing his cry. Izuku looked behind and saw Todoroki's team gunning for him, the half-tone team glaring at him from above his classmates' shoulders. Izuku felt the temperature drop, and it didn't take a genius to know that Todoroki was using his quirk. And what better element to use to counter ice than fire? Calling upon the power of his life force, because the first flame was just too much for the little kids to handle, and he lobbed a fireball straight into Todoroki's team. The half-tone team's eyes widened when he saw the incoming projectile and blocked it with an ice wall. The resulting clash causing a steam explosion, sending both teams away for a few meters. Luckily, Izuku was able to hold on to his other teammates, their entire group managing to stay together without getting blown apart. My baby, Hatsume shrieked as she held one of her inventions close to her chest, the entire thing coming apart at the seams as it crumbled into scrap metal. She then glared at Todoroki, her crosshair pupils intensifying for a brief moment. I'll make you pay for that. My babies aren't cheap, said half-tone teen didn't respond, but there was a brief moment of confusion when he looked at Hatsume. Himi, meanwhile, was glaring at Todoroki with a different thought in mind, but as for what that was, Izuku had no idea. Tokiyami was just there, preparing for any other attackers gunning their way. He appreciated the bird head for being focused on the main task at hand, that was making sure that they didn't get caught off guard by the other students in the arena. Well, his teammates, at least. His honed spatial awareness made sure that he wouldn't get surprised again by possible attackers. He had enough of getting jump-scared by hiding hollows in Lordran. Midoriya, we have incoming from the east. Izuku immediately focused his gaze on the direction Tokiyami had said. Let it be said that Tokiyami was a bro, even if he is the opposite of Sunbro, being all dark and gloom, because lo and behold, two groups of students apparently banded together to attack him. Something of note was that they were composed of 1B students, with Kendo at the helm of one of their groups, hands enlarged ready to slap him into the next day. Well, Izuku liked a challenge, and even if it wasn't the same life-threatening, blood-pumping action he got in Lordran, it was still a fun game for him. Katsuki growled as he slapped away a very long tongue that managed to slide against his bandana, a drip of saliva dropping on his cheek making his eye twitch in annoyance. Below him, his team of perfectly selected mounts slid across the ground with nary a problem thanks to Xenomorph excreting her slipper acid. Shitty Hair was also a nice teammate to have. He was a fucking tank, and he could tank shit for days. Plus, both him and Xenomorph worked well together. Meanwhile, Elbows allowed him to exploit one of the rules in the game. They said that if any one of them were to harass a team while disconnected from their own team, they were disqualified. Good thing that Elbows had meters of tape with his quirk. Basically, all he had to do was blast himself towards a team, snatch their bandanas, and also blast them with his quirk to make sure they had a hard time recovering, before getting reeled back in by Elbows towards his team. And thanks to his dedication to pursuing greatness, air control was something Katsuki was very proud of. Suck it bitches. Fall damage is not applicable to me. As he was busy celebrating from snatching one of the other team's bandanas, a mocking tone came from behind him. Looking back, he saw a blonde fop grinning smugly at him while holding onto a piece of cloth, with said cloth being the bandana he was just wearing a few seconds ago as he snatched his latest bandana. Ah, what's the matter? Poor old Class 1A getting upstaged by us measly Class 1B students. The blonde fop had a tone that grated on his ears, the mocking undercurrent fairly obvious to Katsuki's ears. Truly, you Class 1A are just the same as us, if not lower. Underneath him, his mounts were getting a bit apprehensive at the tone that came from the blonde fop's mouth, but that didn't register with him. No, what did register with him was that the blonde fop was mocking him. Him. Of all people to mock, he chose him. Shitty Hair, Elbows, Xenomorph, focus on that asshat. Katsuki's growl didn't allow a retort from his teammates, just a grim nod and maybe even angry determination. I want to blow him up. Sure can do, Bakubro. Shitty Hair gave him a thumbs up, though if another person were to see his face, he was anything but happy by the way the blonde was mocking them. Elbows, you know what to do. Without further prompting, Katsuki launched himself towards the group of Class 1B students with a snarl on his face, a long strip of tape connecting him with his group if ever he overextended. Mezzo huffed and puffed, his arms already creaking from too much bending covering the two riding on his back. Thankfully, he was a large teen, but even then, his spine had limitations. Come on, Shoji, we need a few more bandanas. Mineta whispered harshly from behind, while Asui remained steadfast. I know. Mezzo didn't want to raise his voice, nor argue with the midget right now. He was already running on fumes because he didn't get much rest during the first event, what with him being near last because his senses were messed up in the hazard maze for some reason. It caused him time, pain, energy, and more pain. Mineta, don't be so harsh on him, Hiro. Asui, the level-headed girl that she was, bless her heart, extended her tongue towards one of the other teams, the slimy appendage managing to snag the bandana from a nearly irate Kendo who looked like she was already fuming. And I don't see you lobbing your purple spheres anywhere, Hiro. Just say balls, will you? Mineta didn't have the energy to be pervy right now. Plus, if what happened between him and Yaoyorozu was real, it meant the midget grew a tad scared of the opposite sex. Good. Otherwise, he'd fear he was going to be sent to juvie if his perviness continued to grow unabated. Also, what do you think I'm doing? You want me to bleed to death because of overuse. Point taken, Hiro. Asui retracted her earlier statement while also making sure that she watched their surroundings carefully. Thankfully, the person they were worried about the most, Midoriya, was content to play defensive, otherwise, they would literally be eating his boots when he went on the offensive. Also, Mezzo didn't know he could throw fireballs. When could he do that? He thought he just had super strength and durability. On your left, Mineta's cries alerted Mezzo to an incoming attack and immediately went on guard, only for an unfamiliar indigo-haired teen to stop right in front of him, carried by two of his classmates and Class 1B's vice representative with a vacant look in their eyes. These two part of your class? Their rider pointed towards his classmates, and Mezzo grew apprehensive. What did you do to them? Mezzo's guard was at an all-time high, only for it to come crashing down like building blocks in just a single moment, his consciousness fading. The last thing he saw was the subtle smirk of the indigo-haired teen while he uttered a command. "Give me all of your bandanas." To be honest, Momo didn't think that this team would work out in the long run. Sure, they had heavy hitters such as Todoroki and Kaminari, provided that his electricity doesn't hit them as well, but their rider left a lot to be desired. He just kept on ordering them to chase Midoriya, the one person in their entire class they didn't want to mess with. Even Iida, who was their frontmost horse with the speed to be able to catch up to them that also had a little bit of conflict with the white-haired teen because of proper decorum, was hesitant on solely chasing after them. Midoriya was just in another league of his own. At least they were still within the top 4, otherwise, her other teammates wouldn't be listening to their rider. "Yaoyorozu, can you create some smoke grenades?" Todoroki suddenly said to her, his eyes still not leaving Midoriya's group as their rider hovered in the air thanks to a jetpack while still being connected to her team via a piece of rope. "Need to block their vision if we want those 1 million points." Momo had to stifle a sigh as she did as she was told. She wanted that 1 million point bandana as well, but again, Midoriya. Their focus would be better served if they looked at the other groups, all of them struggling to even get to the top 4 with how chaotic the entire event was. Plus, all of them, including her, were nearing exhaustion at this point. Rolling up her sleeves, she recalled the chemical composition required for smoke production, a mixture of potassium nitrate, sugar, and a dye for the desired color. She imagined the components packed into a small metal canister, with a central fuse and a pin holding back the trigger mechanism. The grenade would work by igniting the potassium nitrate and sugar, causing them to combust and produce thick, colored smoke. A second later, a smoke grenade materialized from her skin, its weight familiar in her palm with how many times she had practiced doing so. She quickly caught it with her other hand and tossed it up to Todoroki. The half-toned teen grabbed it from the air without even looking, his fingers deftly finding the pin. With a sharp tug, he released it, triggering the ignition of the fuse. Almost immediately, wisps of smoke began to escape, growing thicker as the mixture inside reacted, filling the air with an obscuring cloud. Throwing it towards Midoriya's group, Dark Shadow, Tokiyami's quirk, was quick to react by swatting it away, only for Todoroki to conjure a block of ice to block the living shadow. Toga, at least that's what she thought her name was the next to react by trying to kick it away, only for Midoriya to stop her, eyes gazing at them with a smile on his face. He was planning something, and she didn't like the look their class representative had. "Iida, go rush them." Todoroki, apparently still blinded by his vendetta against Midoriya, ordered the bespectacled teen, who miraculously still had his glasses on his face with nary a smidge. Todoroki, with all due respect, I think Midoriya is taunting us." Clearly, even a fool could see it. Just look at the face of that white-haired T. Was he gesturing for them to go get them? Yes, he was, the hand sign all but said it. See, "Leave that to me, just rush them." Todoroki looked at both Momo and Kaminari, who was content to look like a wallflower while zapping anybody who came close. Hang on to Iida tight. Looking at Iida, Momo realized that the teen was going along anyway, even though it was a fool's errand. Gritting her teeth, she quickly conjured a long strip of rope that was thick enough to not tear itself apart. She gave the middle part to Iida, who looked at it funny for a moment before he realized the use of it. He tossed one end to Kaminari, who thankfully wasn't stupid enough to not know the plan now that Iida was going to go full speed, and tied it around his waist. The same could be said for Iida, determined to grab that 1 million point bandana from their class representative's team. Brace yourselves. Iida's quirk let out a loud roaring sound as Momo felt the heat coming from his engines. She winced at the temperature, but steeled herself because the next moment, they were off. The rope was just another safety measure because in the case their rollerblades got wrecked. Yes, she was smart enough to know that their measly fleshy legs wouldn't be able to keep up with Iida's speed. It would be detrimental to their efforts to win. The surroundings turned into a blur as their team was propelled forward at great speeds. Momo had to close her eyes to avoid injury just because of the wind splashing against her face. She couldn't see anything, but she could hear a lot, and it just made as much sense as trying to decipher the meaning of a thin line that cut a painting in half. Loud cracks, swooshing, explosions, yells, incessant laughter, and flesh thumping against flesh filled her ears, yet her eyes remained shut, fearful of the damage it may gain if she peeked even a single, tiny second. She felt a blistering heat wash over her, her skin prickling at the piercing sensation. As fast as the action started, so too did it finish, her hands losing its grasp upon Ida's shoulders. Eyes widening in surprise, she saw Midoriya standing in front of her and her team, a wide grin on his face as he thumbed the bandana while spinning it around. Welp, too bad. Izuku tossed Todoroki's bandana to their rider, who was still hovering in midair with a manic grin on her face. The Pinkett grabbed it in midair and immediately tied it around her head. Word of advice: too much fixation on certain things can lead to downfall. She sank to her knees, the exhaustion from earlier already catching up to her. She blamed Mineta for this, expending her energy reserves by carrying the both of them all the way to the finish line. But still, not bad. Izuku clapped while their team retreated. You managed to grab the other bandanas we took from other groups. I commend you for that, Todoroki. Said team looked very defeated, but it didn't mean anything. Looking at the timer, they saw the countdown reach 0 and a loud horn rang across the stadium. The giant television screens flickered to a scoreboard, showcasing Midoriya team at the top. Followed by Bakugo's team, then a team who she didn't know but was composed of 2 of her classmates, another from Class 1B, and somebody from the general course. Last but not least, their team, scrounging by a measly 10 points. It was infuriating, all because of their leader being too fixated on Midoriya. First Mineta, now Todoroki. She gritted her teeth. She swore she would do better in the third event. At least this time, if she failed, there would be no other person to blame other than herself. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.